It was quiet at Dan Broderick's Hillcrest home this morning. The police activity an indication of something less than tranquil inside. In fact, in their upstairs bedroom, Broderick, 44, and his 28-year-old second wife, Linda, lay shot to death. Friends apparently got a call in the early hours of the morning that something was wrong. Those friends got in through a window and found the bodies. Police got a call soon after. The police say Broderick's ex-wife may have made both phone calls.
We have an all-units broadcast for Elizabeth Ann Broderick, who we believe is his ex-wife. We believe she has some information that might bear on this case.
Broderick may have been successful in his professional life, but his personal life was filled with turmoil. He and his first wife, Betsy, had a bitter divorce, bitter custody battles. In fact, at one point, she drove her car up his walk and into his house. Broderick's children were apparently at their mother's La Jolla home when the shootings took place. Police talked with them today, but by mid-afternoon, their mother was still nowhere to be found. Dan Broderick made a mark, and a significant one, in the legal community in San Diego. His friends and colleagues are horrified.
He was a lawyer, a great lawyer, a doctor, he graduated medical school. He's just a wonderful person. And it's just real sad. It's incredible that the number of people that will be hurt, just not just friends, but he's got 4 really wonderful kids.
Dan and Linda Broderick had only been married a short time. They got married at this house, the same place where they were found shot to death.
I didn't do this. I didn't start this. I didn't keep it going. I didn't do this. I don't take the blame for this. I was the victim and the reactor to their assault and attack.
They met in the late 1960s. Elizabeth Broderick and Daniel Broderick. Elizabeth Broderick, during that period of time, was a very young, vivacious, very pretty girl. Had lots of energy, worked her way, and was working while she was in school, belonged to a model club, would work for department stores, would make extra money and be able to get clothes by modeling at night. Was a very good student. And so during that period of time, she went back to Notre Dame with friends, because that's where her family went, that's where friends had gone. It was a place that they went. And they went for a football game. And when she went there, she met Daniel T. Broderick. And when she met with Dan Broderick, he was a funny guy. They had a good time. He was kind of a fraternity guy, liked to party.
Did you, at some point, meet somebody by the name of Dan Broderick?
Yes, when I just started college.
Okay. And how did you come to meet Dan Broderick?
I went out to Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana for a football weekend.
And was that something that was planned, that you were going to meet him? Accident?
No, I didn't know I was going to meet him. He was sitting across from me at the table at a party, and he asked to borrow a pen, and I had a pen, so I lent him my pen.
And what happened?
He wrote on the tablecloth, I found out was his name, and it said Daniel Thomas Broderick III, M.D.A., and the A was in parentheses. And so I asked him, I said, what's that? What is that? And he said, I just got into medical school, so it's Daniel Thomas Broderick III, M.D. almost.
Yeah.
And it was funny.
And how did you find him to be at that time?
A nice person.
Yeah.
It was a very, very loud, very rowdy party. It was the senior class of Notre Dame, and Jerry Lee Lewis himself was right to the right, and it was really noisy, and really crowded, and it was hard to have any kind of a conversation at all.
And so during that period of time, she left. They started to converse through the mails, every so often through the phone.
Did, at some point in time, did you communicate either in writing or over the phone with Mr. Broderick after that?
Yes, he wrote to me a lot of times.
Okay. Did you write back to him at all?
They were telegrams in the beginning, so I didn't write back. It was just telegrams, a bunch of telegrams. But then when he wrote letters, yes, I wrote back.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you have an arrangement to meet anywhere?
As a joke, the weekend that I met him, as a joke, we said that when he came to New York the following September, which would have been September 1966, that I would show him around New York, because I'm from New York. And so there's a clock in the Biltmore Hotel, which is part of Grand Central Station, where it's a famous meeting place. So I said I'd meet him at the clock
Okay.
on a certain day at a certain time, and that was the weekend that I met him.
Did you meet him?
No, I was scared. I didn't go.
Okay. When he did he establish some kind of residency at New York at that time?
Yes, he moved to New York in September '66 to attend a 4-year medical school program at Cornell.
Okay. And did you start having more contact with him at that time?
Yes, after I didn't show up at the clock, he called, and I agreed to come down and go out with him once.
And he was going to medical school at that time?
Yes, he just begun.
Okay. Now, during the time that and did you two start dating regularly at that time?
Yes.
So he came to go to medical school in New York. And yes, the family paid for medical school when he was there, paid for the room and the board and the tuition, and they started dating. And they dated all through the time, the first 2-3 years of medical school. Now, she was working full-time, and she was going to school, too, because she wanted to be a teacher. And there was talk of marriage, and she said, no, I want my degree first. It's something that was strongly ingrained in her family, is that you should have an education. Even if you want to be a housewife, you should have an education because you're both working towards goals. And that's what she wanted. She wanted to be able to have that goal. She wanted to be able to be an educated person, something that would have something to add to a marriage, to a family.
During the time, was there any discussions of marriage during the time that you were dating?
Yes, a lot.
What were the discussions that you had with Mr. Broderick about being married, about getting married?
As soon as I started going out with him, he wanted to get married.
Okay. And was that something that both of you talked about?
Yes, we talked about it a lot.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that, I wasn't even thinking about marriage. I had to get my college degree, and at that point I was only starting my 2nd year of college. And he said that I could do both, that I could marry him and finish my college degree, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it one at a time because I thought each thing was rather a full-time job.
Okay.
And so she did not want to get married at that time. But she continued to work enough that she bought her own car, their only transportation in New York. She would pay for dates. She would pay for them to be able to go out.
And during the time that the two of you were dating, were you working?
Yes, I always worked.
Okay. And was Mr. Broderick working at that time?
No, he was mostly going to school and studying.
Okay. And were you in any way supporting that relationship monetarily with Mr. Broderick?
I had a lot of spending money because I had a lot of jobs and stuff. So I had social spending money. Dan only had tuition money and, his school money. So yeah, I had a lot. Yes, I had a car and I had disposable income, and it was my turf. He'd never been to New York before, so I knew everyone and where to go and what to do, and yeah, I used my money.
Okay.
Elizabeth Broderick has in fact said, and this may be a real underlying factor, that she was never in love with Dan Broderick when When she met him, he was a nerd. But she married him because she knew he was going to be a success. He was going to be a moneymaker, a money-making machine. And marrying him was a great investment. It fit perfectly into the image that she wanted for her life. The successful husband, the beautiful home, the picture-perfect children, the status of a wealthy social life.
Now, you've heard testimony about the only marrying Dan because he's a money-making machine and never loving him. You've heard that, haven't you?
In here, yeah.
Okay. Is that true?
I've never heard it before. I married Dan for a million other reasons. He was not a money-making machine when I married him.
Did your mother ever tell you why she married your dad?
No. I know she said she didn't want to. He just kept bugging her.
Did she say anything about pitying him?
She felt sorry for him that he asked her so many times, so then she finally gave in.
Well, finally they decided to get married. She finally finished school. And she finished school early. She finished school early so that they could get on with their plans of marriage. And they went on a honeymoon.
Eventually, did you and Mr. Broderick get married?
Yes, April '69.
Okay. And what was what's the date? April what?
April 12th, 1969.
And had you finished college at that time?
Yes, I graduated 6 months earlier than my regular class. I was supposed to get out in June of '69, but I got out in December of '68, excuse me.
Now, at the time that you were married, what year was Dan in medical school?
Midway in his third year.
Okay. And at that time, were you still working?
Yes, I had a very good teaching job in Westchester County in New York.
Okay. And after you got married, did you go on a honeymoon anywhere?
Yes, we spent, I think it was a week at a private home in St. Thomas.
Okay. Now, after during the honeymoon and after you were then married, was there a change in the relationship between you and Mr. Broderick?
Yes, very much so.
And what was that change?
Well, a dating relationship is entirely different from a marriage. And during the dating relationship, I had my own job and my own money and my own car, and I lived with my parents, and I had some freedom and stuff. And after the wedding, he was in charge of everything, and I moved in with him, and he took charge of the bank books and the paychecks and everything, and I more or less had to do what he said.
Okay.
It's called control. And that's the way the marriage was going to be. It didn't matter whether it was going to be when they were going to do something, when he was going to go out, what she was going to do. That was the natural order of things. And you know, Elizabeth Broderick accepted it. Because they had a partnership. They had a marriage. And you give and take. And you say, well, of course this isn't even. This isn't the way I'd like it. But we are working towards the same things. We have the same ideals. And that's what she did. She accepted and became part of Dan Broderick, basically. And that's the way he wanted it, and that's the way she was willing to accept it. Which meant that she gave up a lot of identity. She was still able to be a mother, she was still able to do other things, but her identity became hooked up with Dan Broderick by his demands and by her willingness.
Where were you living during that third year in medical school?
When we first got married, I moved into a dormitory room with Dan, which was a little teeny tiny room that adjoined another room by a teeny tiny bathroom. And it wasn't designed for 2 people to live in it.
Okay. When you and Dan were courting and married, was he someone you loved?
Yes, we had a lot of fun. It was very nice.
It just so happened that she got pregnant on her honeymoon. She knew it because she had the baby almost 9 months later. But she became pregnant right away.
Sometime shortly after your honeymoon, did you find anything about your physical condition?
Yes, I got sick right away. After we were married, I got sick.
Okay. And did you know what it was?
I thought it was the flu or something. I was just throwing up and throwing up and throwing up, and I just felt terrible. I was just sick, but I kept going to work, and I figured I'd get over it.
Okay. Did you eventually find out what was causing your condition?
Yes, I was pregnant.
Okay. And did you continue to work through that pregnancy?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you continue to work through the pregnancy?
We needed the money.
And how far did you work? Did you work the 6 months of the pregnancy?
I worked every single day until literally the day she was born. January 24th, 1970 was a Friday. And I taught school that day, and I went home and had Kim. And I did the report cards in the hospital that weekend, and then did not go back to work on Monday.
Was that the first child that was born?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Kim.
And when was she born?
January 24th, 1970.
Okay.
9 months after we were married.
Now, you left your teaching job after she was born?
Yes.
And did you, was there still a need to bring money into the family?
Definitely.
And what did you do?
I didn't want to leave Kim, a brand newborn, with anyone. I didn't have anyone to leave her with in New York City. That's why I didn't go back to my job. So I found a job that I could take her with me. I brought her to we lived in a medical complex of several buildings of doctors, and I brought her to the next building over. The woman was in law school full-time, and the man was a research fellow, and they had an 8-month-old daughter, and I minded her as a full-time job every day of the week. And I brought Kim with me. And then I also did other babysitting at night, because Dan wasn't home anyway, he was studying.
Now, during that period of time, what did you expect of a husband in marriage?
Expected him to be nice and be supportive and be the father of my children, and that we'd live happily ever after.
Well, he graduated from medical school. But Dan Broderick wanted more. He wanted to become a lawyer. Now you have to realize that here's a woman who has had a baby. And when she had the baby in January of that year, she never told anybody that she was pregnant. She worked up until the last day of her pregnancy. And she started working immediately after the baby was born. Didn't miss a beat. And that's because the family needed the money.
Were there any decisions made about the future of the family, or what was going to happen after he finished medical school? Okay, and decided to do what? Go on to law school?
To become involved in the emerging, it was just starting, medical malpractice field as an attorney that would have a great knowledge of medicine as well, by being a doctor and a lawyer.
Now, was that a decision that you were willing to live with, him going to law school rather than going out and practice as a doctor?
Yes, that was fine with me, whatever you wanted to do.
And why was that?
Because that's a wife's job, you know, whatever the husband wants to do, it was my job to support him emotionally and, you know, psychologically, and great, let's do it. So we did it.
Because now they were going to law school. And when they went to law school, it was decided that he was put through medical school, and it was her understanding that the money with that many kids was not available for law school.
And was there, did you discuss or did you come to understand how his legal education would be financed?
That was a problem because we didn't have any income except mine, which was pathetic. And so we needed to finance the next 3 years totally on loans.
And the next fall, did Dan go to law school?
Yes, we moved to Cambridge, Massachusetts in September of '70.
And so when they moved to Boston, they moved to an area that wasn't the best part of Boston. They lived in a basement apartment. There were times during that year when the heat and the water would be out in the apartment that they were living in.
Where did you move in Boston?
We couldn't afford student housing. We didn't have any money to get into student housing, and we couldn't afford to live in Cambridge around the school. But we had no form of transportation. We had no car at this time, so we couldn't move far away either. So we moved to a community called Somerville, Massachusetts.
Okay, and what kind of neighborhood was that?
At that time, it was a very, very older, rundown neighborhood. Very inexpensive, which is what we needed. And Dan had a motorcycle to get to school.
Okay. Did you, and what kind of apartment did you live in?
It was a basement apartment in a very old building. You went downstairs and the windows looked out on a dug-in hole of cement or something, and all the trash and newspapers and liquor bottles and stuff would be in our windows when we woke up in the morning. The window well.
Okay. And during the time that you were in that neighborhood, was there times where you would have problems with heat and water?
Yes, the whole building was very, very old, and it was a Boston winter, and there were times when we were freezing. We had no heat at all. I had to sleep with Kim because I thought she was going to die. She was so cold.
Okay.
She was working during the day doing child care for working mothers in the neighborhood to earn money so that they could live. And at night, she was working in department stores.
Were you working during that time?
Yes, a woman law student at Harvard. I minded her child full time every day, all day, every day.
Okay. And did you work at night at all?
I worked at Lord & Taylor in downtown Boston at night.
Okay. And did you, at some point in time while you were going there, did you have to get aid to supplement your income? Any kind of food or?
Yes, we got surplus food because we were below poverty level. We had no income to speak of at all.
Was a second child born at that time?
July of '71 is Lee's birthday.
Okay, so that was the summer after the first year of law school?
Yes.
Okay. And did you work through Lee's pregnancy?
In the home, as I had described earlier,
Okay.
and at Lord & Taylor, and that's all I did that first year.
Okay. During the second year of law school, did you work?
Right, yes. I took children in, different children whose mothers were nurses and teachers and things, in that we had moved. Dan's grandmother gave us a car summer between first and second year, so now we were able to move to an apartment that was above ground, and I had children in the apartment.
Okay.
And this is because this is something that Dan Broderick wanted. He wanted to be a lawyer as well as a doctor. He wanted to make a lot of money. You will hear those words echoed again by Dan Broderick. But that's something that she said, she didn't begrudge him for that. She realized that going to law school was hard work, and that there was a need to have somebody at home who was willing to have a child at home and who was willing to daycare during the day and go out at night and work. And the reason that she went out to work at night is because the children were young. And the baby would sleep when he did his homework, and she didn't begrudge him.
Now, during this time, was Dan working hard that first year?
Absolutely. First year is the hardest year of law school, and he worked very, very hard, and he studied very, very hard.
Okay. And so when you're talking about working hard, you're talking about working hard at school and coming home and studying?
Correct.
Okay. Were you resentful of that fact that he wasn't practicing medicine and making money and was going to law school?
Not at all.
And why is that?
Because this was the plan that we agreed upon, that he would do the law school, and if you're going to do it, you have to do it well and do it right. And he needed to do that.
Between his second and third year of law school, they came out to California. They all packed up in an old car, and they drove all the way out here in California so that he could do a summer internship in Los Angeles with a firm.
Now, between the second and third years of law school, did you go anywhere, did the family go anywhere in relationship to a job?
Yes, between second and third year of law school, it's customary that every student get a clerkship with a law firm, and that's what we did, and it was in Los Angeles.
And was it any particular type of law firm or any particular reason for going to Los Angeles?
We went to Los Angeles because both of us were interested in exploring the West Coast and seeing if we'd be interested in living there. Both of our long-term friends, the Woodses, helped us get a job with Overton, Lyman and Prince was the name of the firm. And I believe they were doing malpractice at the time. And so Dan wanted to see Los Angeles and explore the possibilities of working in a malpractice firm.
Did the whole family go to Los Angeles that summer?
Yes, we had 2 children. On the way out, we drove a Volkswagen from Boston to Los Angeles.
Okay, and while you were in Los Angeles that summer, were any plans made in regards to your future?
Yes, we didn't like Los Angeles at all. It was really crowded, and the commute for Dan was really, he just didn't like it. And I met a lady in a playground with the children, and she said, boy, if she could live anywhere at all, it'd be San Diego. And I said, where is it? And she said, well, you get on 5 and go south. So one Saturday, we got in the Volkswagen with the kids, and we went south on 5. We didn't know where we were going, but we ended up on kind of vacation village area of Mission Bay. And it was beautiful, sunshiny, and it was clean, and nobody was there, and it was just gorgeous. And we could look across at the city, and we saw a few tall buildings, and Dan said, there's got to be a law firm here.
While they were here, they heard about San Diego. What a nice place it was. So one day they came down to San Diego. They visited San Diego. They liked San Diego. They looked up the name of a number of firms in San Diego.
So we went back to LA and looked it up in a guide to law firms, and he wrote to the law firms in San Diego asking if he could look for a job with them. And that summer, they wrote back. And so that summer, we came down and interviewed San Diego law firms before we went back east.
Yeah. And was there any decisions made at that time as to what you were going to do after he graduated from Harvard?
Yes, the law firm of Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry were extremely nice to us. They went out of their way to woo us. They wanted Dan very badly, and they impressed us a lot, and they offered us the moon, and so he took the job with them. But it wouldn't be until the next year that we'd come back for it.
And so you went back to the third year of law school?
Yes, we drove across country again, but by that time I'm pregnant and sick with the third child.
So you were pregnant again in the third year of law school?
Yes.
Okay. And did you work during that third year?
As much as I could, same as usual. I brought kids in, but that pregnancy I not only got sick the whole time, I was hemorrhaging. Through the whole pregnancy, I had what you call placenta previa.
Okay. And was that baby born alive?
The baby was born alive, but died shortly after.
So they went through their last year of law school, and he graduated. And he came out here to California. And he came to work for Gray Carey.
What did you do after Dan graduated from law school?
We drove directly out here.
And did you moved to San Diego?
Yes.
It wasn't too many years before they were both reaping the benefits of his ultimate success. They moved to San Diego in 1973 when he finished law school, and he was immediately hired by the most prestigious and highest paying law firm in San Diego, right out of the chute. They couldn't have done any better. And Dan Broderick immediately impressed people.
They moved to San Diego, where Dan Broderick was making about $13,000 to $15,000 a year. And they were living in Claremont, was where they first moved into San Diego. They moved into an apartment building, and it was in the apartment building they lived for a number of years.
And where in San Diego did you live?
We found an apartment in Serra Mesa near the stadium in the Plum Tree apartment complex. It was brand new at that time.
Okay.
And I was within walking distance of a Catholic school, and I got a job there teaching school.
Now, she had a teaching credential back east. She was able to teach. When she came to California, she didn't have a teaching credential. And at first, she worked in daycare centers and nursery schools. And she realized fairly quickly when she was working there that a number of things. First of all, your own child care costs more than she was making working in that job. So it was really a dead-end thing. And she could make more money by being a hostess, working in jewelry stores, working in department stores, and trying to do daycare, where she would watch people's children and they would pay her. So during the day, she would do that, and her children were still young. And at night, when the children were in bed, she would then, after they were fed and after the meals were made, she would then go out and work in a Black Angus or other restaurants as a receptionist. Or even though she had varicose veins and problems, she would work until 12, 2 o'clock at night because the family needed the money. And it wasn't that they needed the money for mink coats or for furs. They needed it for food. They needed it for shelter. They needed it for clothing.
Did you find other employment?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of jobs were those?
I started working nights because I could get a lot more hours in, and I wouldn't have the anxiety and the problem with leaving the children with someone. I never liked to leave the kids and go out. So I worked at a Black Angus restaurant as a hostess from 4:35 in the evening until like 2 in the morning. I closed the place.
And they lived very modestly in Claremont. At some point in time, they even finally went to Sears and bought their own furniture on credit while they were living there. And she went through more pregnancies. Now, when she was there in Claremont, the house caught on fire. The house they were living on, the apartment building, and everything they owned was burned down. Including the furniture they bought from Sears, which meant that they got an insurance settlement. Now, they still owed the money to Sears, and they continued to pay on that for years and years and years. But they took that money, and at that point in time, they bought a house in La Jolla, somewhere in the $70,000 range, that you hear is the Coral Reef home. It was the first time that they had a house that they were able to call home. It wasn't a mansion. It wasn't by the beach. It was a relatively simple house in a nice family neighborhood. And they purchased it.
And you used the insurance money to buy that house?
It was only enough for a partial down payment. We had to get 2 mortgages. One mortgage was the rest of the down payment, and then the other mortgage was a regular mortgage.
Do you remember what you paid for that house? Approximately?
$80,000 or $90,000.
Okay. And did at that time, did you pay off the loan for the furniture?
No, we bought that furniture on an installment credit card at a department store, and for the next 3 years, we were paying for the furniture on a monthly basis that had burnt 3 years ago, because we had used all the replacement fire money to buy the house.
When you first lived in La Jolla, did you live in a house on a street called Coral Reef?
Yes, we did.
What was the address there?
5555 Coral Reef.
And you lived there with all your brothers and sisters and both of your parents, is that correct?
Yes. My brothers were born when we moved there.
And for years, when they lived in that house, they didn't even have furniture. They didn't have living room furniture. They didn't have den furniture. In fact, when finally a relative came over and was tired that they didn't have anything, bought lawn furniture so that during the day they could sit out in the yard. And at night, they would have something in their house to sit on. And you will hear that this is not a woman who was saying that I have to have more, that you have to go out and work a second job at night, Mr. Broderick, that this is money that I want to have. This was someone who pitched in every step of the way. Said if we have to do without, we have to do without. If I have to work at night, I have to work at night. If I have to take children in during the day, I'll take children in during the day. And it continued in La Jolla. Many, many mothers brought their children for Elizabeth Broderick to watch because their children enjoyed it and because she was good with them.
Now, and what was the home on Coral Reef furnished with at that time?
We had bedroom furniture because our bedrooms didn't burn, so we had beds. But insofar as furniture, we didn't have anything. And there was a built-in kitchen with bar stools, so that's what we had to sit on to eat. And then we really didn't have anything downstairs at all.
Okay. Did there come some point in time where you got something in the house to sit on, at least when family or friends came over?
Yes, Larry Broderick had more money than we did, and when he came to town, he bought us table and chair, aluminum patio furniture, and 2 lounge chairs and a little table between them. And we'd sit outside on that stuff in the daytime, and then at night we'd carry it in and we'd sit in the house on it.
Now, what year was you had your first son is Danny?
Daniel Thomas Broderick IV.
And
yes.
what year was he born in?
76, February 23rd, 76.
Were you working at other jobs during these 2 or 3 year periods, that you would guess?
Yes, I always had several jobs. And then when Danny was about 18 months old, I started my biggest production of having children come to my home, where I would mind my own children and other people's children. We had a large backyard at the time for that purpose.
You indicated at some point in time you started a daycare operation at the home?
That was when Danny was about 10 months old.
And what?
So I'd been doing it for a couple of years.
And what kind of operation was that?
I'm a nursery school teacher by trade. That's what I am. That's what my degree is, early childhood education. And so if I wanted to go to work and use my profession, I would have had to leave my own little children with somebody and go teach other people's children. So that didn't make any sense to me. And we needed the money, and I loved children. So I was very, very happy, and I brought kids into the house. We had a backyard, we had a swing set, a sandbox, and toys, and I ran a little nursery school operation at my house.
Did it have a name?
I just called it Time Out, because most of the women didn't work. They just dropped the kids with me when they went to lunch and played tennis and did all the things La Jolla people do.
I would say she was a very down-to-earth person. She was generous. She was very much what I would call the earth mother type. The kids were always around her. My son and daughter both looked forward to going over to their house for her to take care of them because they had such a good time and she took such good care of them. Her whole life was really oriented around child caring. And I would not call her a socialite in any.
How would she dress?
She dressed in sweats, tennis shoes. She had a station wagon. She'd load them all up. She was, as I said, very down to earth.
And how would you describe Mrs. Broderick at that time?
Well, she certainly had a very child-centered home and had a great situation for taking care of children and seemed to have that be her foremost concern. And enjoyed the children a lot, did fun things, baked cookies. was a lot of fun. I enjoyed her too.
Okay. Did she participate in school activities?
Yes.
And how would you describe her relationship with children at that time?
She had been a teacher, and that's all she knew, and that's all she ever wanted to be, was a mother and a teacher. So she interacted beautifully with children and enjoyed them. And I don't remember her not in sweats and in cookie dough and paintings. And I was amazed at how much she could do in a day. Her interaction with children is excellent.
Were there problems that were developing between you and Daniel Broderick at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. What were those problems?
His non-involvement with myself and the children, his absence.
And was there discussions about the source of those problems? First start, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those discussions?
When we were in school, his absence was tied to school and studying. And when we came to San Diego, his absence was tied to the firm that he was in and getting ahead in that firm. There seemed to be a lot of mandatory appearances at luncheons and social things and athletic things that seemed to be mandatory if you wanted to make it in that firm. And Dan definitely wanted to make it.
And was there a reason that you discussed with Mr. Broderick the fact that he was away from the home a lot? I mean, how you felt about that? Any discussions at all?
Oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years by not expecting him to do anything with us because of the schooling. And then after he got a regular job, I kind of expected him to get involved and be home on weekends and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
The fact is that the Broderick marriage had always been trouble. And Elizabeth Broderick was never someone who was hesitant at expressing her displeasure over things. She has and always has had a very strong personality. And to someone on the receiving end of that displeasure, life probably wasn't so great. If she was angry at Dan, for example, for having drinks with his friends after work instead of coming immediately home, which was apparently a long-standing bone of contention, she would lock him out of the house. Not just by locking the door, but by wedging his favorite ski in the door, for example, so that when he opened the door, he would break it. If she was angry at Dan for taking the kids out for pizza and staying out too late on a school night, her response was to throw a stereo at him when he opened the front door.
Why is it that you say now that you don't think your parents ever had a happy marriage?
Because as far as I can remember back, they were fighting and saying they were going to get divorced.
You indicated saying they were going to get divorced. Who was it that would say to you they were going to get divorced?
My mom.
And what would she say?
She'd say, your father and I are going to get a divorce. Who do you want to live with?
You indicated that your mom and dad seemed to fight a lot or argue a lot. Do you recall what they were arguing about?
Well, a lot about him not spending enough time at home and him going out with his friends. But that's the only main thing that I can remember them arguing about.
Did Dan have any, did you discuss any plans for Dan leaving Greg Carey at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those discussions?
I wanted him to leave Greg Carey because of all the drinking and all the craziness that was going on. I hated it. And he wanted to leave Greg Carey because he had his medical background, and he was supposed to be doing medical malpractice. Greg Carey had no medical malpractice clients or cases at all, and they would not allow him to start a personal injury business within the firm. So he was not doing professionally what he wanted to do either. So he wanted to leave for professional reasons, and I wanted him to leave for family reasons.
Okay. When was Rhett born?
In February of '79.
Okay. Now, were Rhett and Danny, were they difficult pregnancies?
All of my pregnancies were technically, medically, very complicated pregnancies.
And besides the those that you've gone over with, the 5, has there been other pregnancies that you've gone through where the baby did not go to full term?
Yes, I had several miscarriages between Danny and Rhett.
Okay, just so there was approximately 7 or 8 pregnancies total?
9.
9.
When was it that you first met her approximately?
1977.
And was that while she was living on Coral Reef?
Yes.
And at the time married to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Did you get to know Dan Broderick as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, when you indicated that you knew her socially, how was it that you knew the Brodericks?
We were all kind of in the same age group, and Betty had many Christmas parties and Easter parties and dinner parties, and I would have them, and back and forth socially in that aspect.
Okay. And were you married at the time?
Yes, I was.
And would you and your husband often visit at the Broderick house?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And vice versa?
Right.
Did you have the opportunity to see the children interacting with their father, for example?
Yes.
And how would you describe what you observed about their interaction with him?
Dan was seemed to be a very protective father. He was very interested in their activities and their academic life. I went to parents' nights with him at Stella Maris when Lee and Kim were there, and my daughter Beth. He was, I remember him on Saturday mornings and the kids playing in the yard while he mowed the yard. I saw nothing out of ordinary. I thought he was, in my estimation, a good father.
Did the children ever appear to be afraid of him?
No, never.
There was some testimony about that Kim related about a time that Dan went out for pizza one night. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during a period of time in 1975 through 1978, did Dan's activities involve his social activities? Was he having any problems with anything related to those?
Yes, along with all the meetings and professional sort of things he was supposed to participate in, there was a lot of drinking afterward or during or something, so that he quite often would come home inebriated from these things.
Okay. And was there ever a time where you had to pick him up at a sheriff's station?
At the county jail here, yes.
And was there a time where Dan took Kim, Danny, and Lee out somewhere where you were upset when he got home?
Yes, it was a Friday night. I'd just come home from the hospital with Rhett. I still had the metal clamps in my stomach from the C-section, and I wasn't supposed to get out of bed because I had phlebitis, and he left me and the brand new baby and took the kids to have pizza on Friday night, which sounds pretty innocuous, except that he was gone past midnight. It was a torrential rainfall, and he was with Dave Monahan, his notorious Friday night drinking buddy, and I was absolutely furious that he kept... Danny was not even 3 years old at the time, and he had Danny with him in a rainstorm past midnight, and I knew that he was drinking, because what else would he be doing? It doesn't take that long to have pizza.
And when he came home, was it obvious to you that he was drinking?
Oh, sure. But he really scared me more than anything, because I was afraid that he'd kill my children.
And in some time, did the family income start to increase sometime where there was a little bit more money in the family?
Yes, in '78 we had no income from his practice at all. And in '79 I still think we were negative on tax returns.
When is the first time that you can remember the year, if you can give it to us, where you felt that your family did not have any major financial problems, where there would actually be some discretionary spending money?
I never had any idea of what was in bank accounts or how much we owed or anything. So this is just my impression. My impression was that in 1981, Dan was purchasing and buying stuff, and so we had some money, not a lot of money, in 81, and that's the first year I felt we had any money at all. 81 is, the testimony was, that was the first year we had any money, and by 82 we had nice money, and by 83, between 81 and 83, by 83 we had tons of money. So between 81 and 83 is when we started getting money. Before that, we had no money at all to speak of.
Was there a time that, had there been a time that since you were first married that you and Dan had talked or dreamed about taking a vacation somewhere?
When we were very first married, we wanted to go to Europe. And then because of me getting pregnant right away and losing my job and stuff, we never got there. So one of our mutual goals as a couple was to go to Europe as soon as we possibly could.
And when was the first time that you and Dan were able to take the vacation that you had talked about?
I'm not sure if it was 81 or 82, but we traded homes with a family in Belgium to save money. They would come to our home and we'd go to their home. And we got your rail passes, and Kim came with us. And so we got to Europe for the first time.
By 1979, years before they separated, several years, he'd gone into practice on his own, and they were doing very well financially, at least from most people's standards. They had moved to La Jolla, one of the nicest places in San Diego to live. Their children were all in the finest private schools. Over the next few years, they were able to take trips to Europe and Cancun and Bahamas. They took ski vacations every year. Elizabeth Broderick had, in her own words, a closet full of $2,000 dresses. At one ball, she wore a $10,000 designer dress. Dan Broderick wore a top hat and a cape. They were a very striking couple to look at. People noticed them. From the outside, it appeared as though they had it all. But, unfortunately, as is sometimes the case, all of these things do not necessarily make for a happy marriage. Although Elizabeth Broderick has told many people that they were both so happy during these years and that the only problem was Dan and his midlife crisis, that just wasn't true. Because in other contexts, she has admitted that they had significant problems in their marriage from the very beginning. She's admitted that they not only talked about divorce, but that she had threatened divorce, she had demanded divorce herself from the very early years of their marriage. While your mom and dad were married, did your mother ever appear to be afraid of your dad?
No.
Did she ever say anything to you about being afraid of him?
No. She's bigger than him. She would laugh about that.
She would laugh about the fact that she was bigger than him? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Wasn't it your testimony that you never used bad language till after the separation?
I used shit and damn and stuff, but not around the kids.
An asshole?
An asshole, but I didn't consider that bad language in the text that I was using it and stuff.
And you didn't consider it hurtful at all to say things like that or to put him down in front of other people?
It depends on where we are and who we're with and what he's doing.
Well,
I mean,
for
sometimes
example,
he was doing things and it was just funny.
Even outside the home, one of the most consistent descriptions from people who knew them during these years was how noticeably critical Elizabeth Broderick always was of Dan in front of other people. Always criticizing his looks, his clothes, his decisions, not major things, just chipping away, making other people feel uncomfortable. She's described by one friend as being a great put-down artist. When you socialized with the Brodericks during that period of time, early on, did Elizabeth Broderick ever talk about Dan Broderick in front of
you or in front of other people?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how she would talk about Mr. Broderick?
When it came to Dan's professional life, Betty spoke very highly of Dan. When it came to him as a person, she did not speak very highly of him. And she said embarrassing things, and it was on times so it was uncomfortable at dinner parties when she would refer to him, and it just seemed to be Betty. I mean, it just seemed to be that was their standard way in which she talked about him.
When you say she would say things that made other people feel uncomfortable, can you give an example?
She used to have a funny expression where she said he couldn't pass a mirror, which meant he was conceited. She used to call him a derogatory term that was rather offensive. She used to call him a fag on a regular basis, and it was offensive to me, and I remember calling her on it and saying, stop this. And she said, oh, it doesn't bother him. And it just continued on, and he just kind of lived with it.
How would you describe Elizabeth Broderick's personality?
Betty is probably one of the most kind of charismatic people I know. She's probably one of the most intelligent women I know. Her capabilities are, I don't think there's anything that she couldn't accomplish in a career world or anything. She was an excellent hostess. She was a fabulous cook. She had a rapport with people where she was very warm. I think that she had a sense of caring about other people.
Did she appear to have a strong personality, or was she?
Yeah, she was a very strong, dominant person. Yeah, she was much more dominant than Dan. She definitely was in charge.
Did she ever appear to be afraid of Dan?
No, never.
And during the marriage, before you separated, you said some ugly things about him in front of other people, too. You called him a fag, you called him an asshole. You made derogatory comments about him in front of other people, didn't you?
The Broderick family calls everybody fags all the time.
Mrs. Broderick, did you call him a fag in front of other people at parties and social functions?
Probably, and I probably called him an asshole, sure.
Now, when you went to Europe the second time, did you stay in different kind of places than the first time you went?
Yes, as I said, the progression from 81 to 83 was absolutely phenomenal. By the time we went in 1983, we stayed in the most expensive hotels in the world, and Dan was calling himself the Count de Monet, for the count the money.
Okay. And were you bringing other people there to Europe and their way?
Yes, as a gift to his friend Jim Milliken and his wife Jeannie, we brought them to Europe for 3 weeks, all expenses paid, as far as I know, by Dan.
During the trip in 1983 in Europe, did you start notice any change in Dan's demeanor or his attitude?
Yes, Dan was always a very self-driven person, and he worked very, very, very hard all the time. And so on vacations and things, he would play hard, and we'd have a lot of fun, or try to have a lot of fun, because I'd be away from the children and he'd be away from all the legal stuff that was so pressure. So we always tried to have a lot of fun. And on that trip, he was a little withdrawn, which I just attributed to, now that he's making that much money, he's got bigger and bigger cases, and I thought he was under a lot of stress from work. This is what I thought was wrong.
Now, after that, did you go anywhere that summer?
I took the children on a camping trip in the suburban.
Did you have, now on the camping trip, how long did it last?
I think about 5 weeks.
Okay. Did Dan go with you?
He flew in to meet us twice. He met us on a weekend in Keystone, Colorado, where we own part of a condo with his brother. And we rode horses and stuff, but it was just a weekend. And then he flew into Montana, Flathead Lake, Montana, where we were for a week at a dude ranch. And he was to stay the week up there.
Was there problems at that place?
At the weekend in Keystone, he was really, really tired because it was just too short. He flew in, we tried to have fun, he was tired and he left, so it wasn't very much fun. And then when he got up to Montana, he was a real jerk. And I was like, gosh, you know, I've been on the road all this time with these kids. I was really looking forward to seeing you. you know, and having someone to talk to and someone to have dinner with and someone to sleep with and stuff. And he acted like a total jerk when he got there, and I didn't know why. And I got mad at him. I said, you know, if you're going to be here, be here. Otherwise, just go back home. And I was doing fine with the kids before. I'll just do it alone again.
After you returned from the trip, had Dan's demeanor changed?
Yes, drastically.
And how did it change?
I wasn't even home an hour, and I knew something was wrong. He didn't greet us at the door. He wasn't happy to see us. He was just acting very strange. And that was late at night when I came home with the children, and we had to go to a wedding the very next day in Laguna Beach. So we got all dressed up and drove to Laguna Beach, and it was during that ride up there that I heard what was wrong.
And what did he tell you was wrong?
Is that he was very, very unhappy with everything. He was unhappy with our house. He was unhappy with our lifestyle. He was unhappy with me. He was unhappy with the children. He was just not a happy person. And that's what he told me. He wasn't happy.
Did he say anything about you in particular? Describe you.
He thought our house was tacky. He thought our friends were boring. He said that I was old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. And he had never said anything like that before.
Okay. At that time, were you fat?
I didn't think so.
Okay. And at that, how did you feel about yourself at that time?
Before he started saying those things, I thought I was a competent person doing the right thing in life. I was proud of my husband, my house, my family. I was very high energy. I've always been very high energy. Had lots of friends, lots of activities. I was a great cook. I was a hostess. I was pretty satisfied with how I was doing in life.
So when did you start to sense things were going wrong?
Dan was never a womanizer. I never doubted where he was going. We had total trust in one another, as we should have, because we were committed. But in 1983, I noticed Dan at a party talking about some girl that he thought was really beautiful. And that was my first clue that Linda Kolkina existed.
Okay, and Linda Kolkina was the assistant that he'd hired for himself. Is that true?
She was the receptionist in the law building where he worked, and then he subsequently, after becoming involved with her, hired her in September '83.
Did you ask him if he was having an affair?
Yes.
And he said?
Totally denied it and said I was imagining things and I was crazy, and that Linda was a sweet, innocent young girl, and there was absolutely nothing going on. Never was. And oh, and by the way, your fat, old, boring, ugly, and stupid just started coming on the scene then. He was unhappy with everything in his life.
He told you that you were fat and old and boring and stupid? He said those words to you?
Yes, and he didn't like our home, and he didn't like our children, and it was, to me, it was an absolute classic midlife crisis. And I devoured every book on the subject.
To the point of even he got the red Corvette, is that true?
Got the red Corvette, the risky business sunglasses, the scarf around his neck, the leather jacket. I told him he was the American joke. If only he would go to a therapist of some sort. But he wouldn't.
Linda Kolkina moved to San Diego in 1983. She had worked for several years in Atlanta as a paralegal for another attorney. She'd been a flight attendant for Delta Airlines before that. When she decided to move to San Diego, the attorney that she worked for, who thought the world of her and her abilities, recommended several attorneys here in San Diego to look up for a job, and one of them was Dan Broderick, who at the time was expanding and needed some help. Dan hired her in September of 1983 as a paralegal office manager. She was 22 years old. She too was very bright. She was full of life and fun and uncritical. And it's clear that ultimately Dan Broderick fell in love with her. And she fell in love with him. And she loved him for who he was, and not just the status that he could provide. It shouldn't have happened. It was wrong. He was a married man with 4 kids. and it shouldn't have happened. But it did.
In September of '83, he came home and he said that he had hired someone, and I was very, very happy about that. I thought, whew, a release valve where he'll have more time for us and someone to help him, because he had been so grouchy and under so much pressure. And I thought it was from too much of a workload. And so he told me that he hired someone.
And did he tell you who he hired?
Yes. He told me he hired Linda Kolkina, who had formerly been the girl in the lobby of the building who answered the phones.
Okay. And did you talk to him about Linda?
Yes, as soon as I was delighted that he hired someone, it seemed like the next moment he said who it was. I said, oh my gosh, what did you hire her for? She can't do anything to help you. I mean, she's not a paralegal, she's not a lawyer, she's not even a secretary. She couldn't type. I said, what did you hire her for? I mean, you need a lot of help, but I didn't see that she was the person that was going to help.
Okay. First of all, were you suspicious that there was a relationship between him and Linda Kolkina?
Absolutely. I knew there was.
And why was that?
Because I overheard Dan in December of the previous year say at a party, isn't she beautiful? And I asked him later who he was talking about, and he told me he was talking about Linda Kolkina, this person who answered the phones. And then after that, I was kind of attuned to what was going on, and he was seen out to lunch and out to drinks and different places at downtown with Linda Kolkina. And then when he told me that he hired her, it just absolutely verified what I was suspicious of all along. And I was really mad.
And did you give him some ultimatum in October about Linda Kolkina?
Yeah, I said, it's bad enough that you're having an affair with this person, but now you're going to pay her to be in the same room with you for 12, 14 hours a day while I'm home with the kids and I never see you. And I was just really mad. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st. I gave him a month because I was being nice, stupidly. And I said, get rid of that girl by October 1st or get out of my house.
And what was his response about him having a relationship with Linda Kolkina?
That I was crazy, there was nothing going on, there had never been anything going on, that I was delusional, that I was imagining things, and furthermore, if there was anything going on that I didn't like, I could get out of the house because that was his house.
Okay. Did he continue to talk to you about problems he perceived that were being caused by you, either the way you physically looked or how you were keeping home?
He was just a very unhappy person. We had talks about him being unhappy, and I'd say to him, I don't know what you're talking about, happy. We have 4 healthy kids, we have a beautiful home, you're doing really, really well in your business, we're healthy. I mean, what else is there in life? I just don't understand why you're all of a sudden so unhappy.
Did you believe him when he told you at the time when you would talk to him about not having an affair with Linda Kolkina?
Yes. I always believed everything he told me, and before this point in our long-term marriage, by this point, I've never doubted what he told me before. If he told me he was at meetings, he was at meetings. If he told me he was out of town at depositions, that's where he was. But all of a sudden, every time he started telling me that he was working late and he was going out of town and he was doing this and that, I was suspicious that he was with Linda Kolkina and that he was lying.
Yeah. How did that make you feel when he would tell you? I mean, how were you feeling about the fact that you had these suspicions, but you wanted to believe him?
Well, it made me feel like a jerk, like I was stupid or something, but there really are no words to describe what you feel when you find out your husband's having an affair.
Okay. Did you try to do something about the things Dan said that were wrong with you?
Sure. I tried to, I wouldn't say I tried to look like Linda Kolkina. I didn't do that. I just tried to not be old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. So I couldn't do anything about old, and I lost weight, and I went down to a sickly thin, and I didn't think I was boring, but I quit all my society things and tried to stay home and give him more attention. And I just tried to really cater to him. I tried to become perfect for him so he'd have nothing to complain about at all. Of course, he hadn't really complained about anything before that either.
Yeah. Now, during this period, was Betty taking any steps to change herself to please Mr. Broderick?
Yes, she was constantly telling me that he was critical of her. Specifically, one week she'd say, he thinks I'm too heavy, so she says I'm on a new diet. Then she would say, soon after that, oh, he thinks my skin is broken out too much, I'm going to a dermatologist. She would then say, he doesn't like the way I dress, so she would go out and buy some new clothes. She was constantly, every week it seemed to be, it was something else that he seemed to be critical of.
It was very shortly after that when Elizabeth Broderick did something that certainly had a significant impact on Dan and on the marriage. She slit her wrists. This happened in November of 1983, shortly after Dan told her that he wanted out of the marriage. And right about the time that she claims she started to suspect that he was involved with Linda Cocaine. She hadn't uncovered anything that confirmed that, but he had hired her in September, and she suspected, and her response was to slit her wrists with a razor. She had 4 children at the time. The youngest was 4 years old. Elizabeth Broderick herself has described that when Dan found her that night, that he cried, that he told her nothing was going on, and that he promised to stay with her. And he did, for another 2 very tumultuous years. By the way, the cuts on her wrists turned out to be very superficial ones, very superficial ones. She never required any stitches. She never required any medical treatment at all. This was not a true suicide attempt. It was an example of the extremes that she would go to control situations of people.
Did you do anything to yourself physically at any period of time in 1983?
Well, the October 1st deadline came and went, and he wouldn't get rid of Linda Cocaine, and he was still denying that there was anything going on, and still telling me I was absolutely insane and crazy, and how unhappy he was, and how awful I was, and stuff. And he was inadvertently becoming quite cruel. You know, he didn't throw things and everything, but he just wasn't coming home, and he was sneaking out at night, and he was being really weird, and I wasn't liking it, and I was very hurt by it. And then it came kind of to a head on my birthday, that he didn't come home or anything, and he was just being a shit. And I covered up like I always did, and the kids and I had dinner and a party, and I put the kids to bed, and then I slit my wrists.
Did Dan come home that evening?
I guess so. Real late. I don't know, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Well, at some point in time, did Dan come home?
The next morning
Okay.
is when I saw Dan.
And what did he do at that time?
He was trying to wake me up.
Okay.
He was waking me up.
Did you talk about how you were feeling?
I wasn't in our bedroom. I was in a different bedroom of the house. So if he came home and went in our bedroom, that I don't know if he knew what happened to me until the next morning when he came looking for me.
Okay. When he found you and you were, what did you talk about?
But he was just making me feel bad. He was just being a creep. And he said, you know, that he was sorry. There was nothing going on with Linda, and I should go get some help, that I'm having a mental breakdown, and that I need help because I'm imagining all these things.
Did you go to a counselor?
I went the next day, yes. For the first time in my life, I was all shaky and everything, and I really needed help. I went the next day.
Did Dan go with you?
No.
But things never got any better. Even Elizabeth Broderick has admitted that those next 2 years were miserable. It was during that time, for example, that she decided to burn his clothes, Dan's clothes. She went to Dan's office one day, apparently to surprise him, and he wasn't there, and she immediately assumed that he was doing something inappropriate with Linda, which was not the case. And so she went home, she gathered up all his clothes, armful after armful, dumped them in a big pile in the backyard, and while her children tried to stop her and cried, she poured gasoline all over them and lit them into a bonfire in the backyard. She was in a rage, she was furious, and she acted on her anger.
Was there a time that you recall when your mother burned your father's clothes?
Yes.
Can you describe how she went about doing that?
Their room overlooks the backyard, and she went in and took all the clothes and threw them out the back over the balcony into the grass. And then she dumped the drawers out, and then she went down and put gasoline all over the place and lit it on fire. And then she poured black paint all over the rest of it. Maybe she poured the black paint on to put this fire out. But after the fire, then there was black paint all over everything else that wasn't burned.
When she was doing this, when she was throwing the clothes off the balcony onto the ground, were you there?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you doing?
Asking her to stop doing that.
Okay. Were you upset at what she was doing?
Yes.
Were you crying?
Yes.
Did you go to Dan's office sometime that fall?
Yes,
And why did you go to Dan's office?
because November 22nd is his birthday.
Okay. And was there a purpose other than his birthday that you were going down there?
Yes, I confided my what I perceived as my problem in life in my friend Vicki Curry, and her suggestion was that I start becoming a presence. Those were her words, at Dan's office, because prior to this point in our lives, he was so busy. He never took lunches, he never did anything, and I had the kids, and I never interfered in his office, and I didn't call every day. I just did not interfere. He was very busy, and he told me that. So she told me to get dressed up and go down there and just say, "Oh, hi, everybody, it's me, Betty, I'm alive, and I'm around," and just kind of show my face to people. So on his birthday, I did that. I got all dressed up. Vicki minded my kids, and I got all dressed up, and I brought champagne and a present for Dan to the office.
Okay, what did you find when you got there?
I found that his office was pretty well trashed by a party. There were balloons and streamers and a chocolate cake and cards and wrapping, and Dan is real meticulous. It was really unusual that his office would look like that. He never allows anything like that. And then I kind of waited for him, and I went out in the lobby, and I asked the girl who was at the party, because it looked like a big party to me, and she said, "Nobody, just them," meaning Dan and Linda. And then while I was waiting for him, I looked in the secretary cubicle in the middle of the building, and I found the refrigerator and the wine and my wedding crystal in there. And I thought that was kind of odd that he had a bar now at work. And then I went in the office that said Linda Kolkina in brass letters on the door. Now, Dan's office is in the most expensive building in town with the corner view, and her office was next to his with the view. And she had her name in brass letters, and it was this gorgeous view office with all this pretty stuff, and Dan's picture was on the wall. And it was a picture taken in 1967, before we were even married. And I was like, God, what's his picture doing on the wall in here? That's really tacky. And I just waited around for them to come back.
How did you feel at that time?
I felt that my suspicions were true and that they were not at lunch. This was too late for them to be at lunch. So I sat there for a while and thought, what should I do? And I just went home and decided I knew what I would do. I'd throw him out. So I went up to his bedroom and took all his clothes and threw him out in the backyard.
Okay. Did you do something with the clothes that were in the backyard?
Yes, I put the lawnmower gasoline on him and I burnt him.
Did you burn all of his clothes?
Not his favorite ones.
Okay. What was he like when he came home? Did he come home?
Eventually.
What was he like?
He was coming home. He had no idea of what had happened. He had no idea I was at the office because he never went back. And our previous plan before I went to the office was he wanted a roast beef and a chocolate cake, and he was coming home to a family birthday party with roast. He thought roast beef and chocolate cake, which was ready, but he didn't get it.
Okay. What was he like, though? I mean,
drunk.
Okay.
And happy, very happy.
Was there an argument or a fight?
I met the front of the house was locked. He came around the back of the house, and I met him at the door, and I tried to be strong and say, you know, you're not coming in this house. That's it, you know. I was down at the office. I know what's going on. You're not coming in this house. And I gave him his checkbook because in one of our fights about Linda Kolkina, he said, I don't care about you and I don't care about this house anyway. If I leave, all I need is my Corvette and my checkbook anyway. You know, like he didn't care about the kids or anything. So he had his Corvette, and I handed him his checkbook and said, you are out of here.
And what did he do?
He said, oh, there's nothing going on. We went to lunch on my birthday, and then I went to a deposition, and she must have gone shopping or something, that you're just imagining things. There's absolutely nothing going on.
Did you believe him?
Yeah.
And how did you feel at that time?
And he wasn't mad about the clothes.
How did you feel at the time?
I felt like I probably made a mistake, and that maybe he did go to lunch and go out to a deposition.
Did you, at that point in time, did you do anything in regards to the clothes you had burned?
I cleaned them up and bought them all new ones.
During this time, did there become any discussions about moving to a different house from Coral Reef?
Yes.
And what were those discussions?
As Dan was making more and more money, he wanted to move to a more substantial home.
Okay. And is that something that you wanted to do at the time?
Yes, meaning not necessarily larger. Coral Reef was very large. It was just in a tract, on a tract street where our neighbors on either side were very similar and stuff. And he just wanted a home in a neighborhood with more custom homes or character houses. After we had the November kind of blow up, you know, the October deadline passed, November was a blow up, then we had kind of this unspoken truce where he told me, you know, don't mention Linda again. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing going on. Yes, she works for me. Yes, we go out to lunch, and yes, we go to these meetings and stuff after, but it's all business. There's nothing going on. So I more or less dropped it because he told me to for a while. And he was coming home every night. He didn't stay out overnight or anything. And we were looking for new houses like he wanted to do, and I thought he was getting over it, or that it never happened or something.
Okay, and
He wasn't saying we were getting a divorce.
was there any changes was Dan starting any changes in what you were doing as a family in end of 1983, beginning of 1984?
He curtailed our entertaining totally. And we were looking for houses.
Had there been, before that time, had you had any type of tradition of Christmas parties or children's parties?
Yes, we had a very large family Christmas party every year with all the families that I knew in La Jolla with young children. And we had Santa, and we had carolers on the stairs, and we had jugglers, and a lady made gingerbread houses one year, and we had a professional storyteller, and it was a huge production with a professional photographer taking pictures of each family with Santa. And when Dan made me stop doing those Christmas parties in 1983, a lot of children didn't know what to do because our party was their Christmas. So we were quite famous for this huge Christmas party we used to have, and then it stopped.
And did he continue with his attitude around the house, how he felt about it?
Oh, yes.
How about
he wanted changes, major changes.
And what do you mean he wanted major changes?
He wanted a new house. He wanted a mansion, and he wanted us to live a much more glamorous lifestyle, and he was a real grouch around me and the kids all the time. Of course, that was from my perspective, because he had me walking on eggshells trying to please him. And I was real tense, and the children noticed it right away, but they never knew why. It's because in my trying to please Dan Broderick and make things perfect for him, I became very tense and short-tempered with the children, but they never knew why.
For several years before Dan and Elizabeth Broderick had separated, they had lived in a house in La Jolla on a street called Coral Reef. They all lived there. It was a very nice home on a large lot, but for the last couple years of their marriage, they had both basically wanted to move someplace bigger. In the meantime, the slab on the Coral Reef house had cracked, and it needed to be fixed, and it was a major thing. They had to move out in order to do that, and so they did. They all moved out into a rental house, which was in the La Jolla Shores area of La Jolla, which is one of the nicest areas of La Jolla. It's just a couple of blocks from the beach.
And sometime in 1984, did there come a time where you moved out of the family home?
Yes, when we sold the house for $325,000, we were selling it as a damaged house with a cracked slab, with full disclosure to those people who were buying it. And so Dan thought he didn't want to sell it like that. He wanted us to repair the cracked slab and fix it all up and sell it as a undamaged house, so that he said somebody would sue us if we sold it with a crack.
Okay.
So we ended up moving out. This is all an insurance deal. We moved out of Coral Reef. Insurance took over. They ended up demolishing Coral Reef and doing grouting with machines, and they messed up the whole house. And the insurance people paid for us to live in a rental for 9 months out of the year while they destroyed and rebuilt Coral Reef to fix that cracked slab.
Okay. And so in 1984, in September of 1984, where did you move?
To La Jolla Shores on Avenida de las Ondas.
And did you arrange for the lease to cover a certain period of time?
It was a school year lease versus a year-long lease, because the people who owned the house only came to La Jolla in the summer. And so it was available for the school year.
Okay. And in
September to June.
And did you move into the house in September of 1984?
Yes, we did.
And did you all move into the home?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And that rent was paid by the insurance company?
Yes.
Okay.
We were in a rental house in La Jolla Shores.
And was there a particular reason why you had moved to the rental house?
Because our house is under construction. Because half of it was sinking, kind of.
And that was the Coral Reef house. There was a problem with the house at Coral Reef.
Right.
Did all of you move into the rental? You, your mom and dad, and all your brothers and sisters?
Yes.
When the marriage ended in February of 1985, it followed shortly on the heels of an argument that Christmas, where Elizabeth Broderick was again furious, but this time it was because Dan had not bought her the present that she wanted. And this is her own description of that. I also had a ring on my wish list, a beautiful diamond eye popper from the collection in La Jolla. We certainly had the money for it. It looked great on my long fingers, and God knows, after all he put me through, I earned it. In fact, I told him he owed me big this Christmas. He presented me with a teeny-weeny ring like you'd give a 10-year-old. It wouldn't even fit my pinky, and I wouldn't be caught dead wearing it anyway. I didn't need a ring. I only wanted the ring. If he didn't want to splurge for the ring, he needn't have insulted me with that tiny piece of shit. I told him it wasn't even worth the gas in my car to return it, and gave it to my daughter. Just a short time before he left, had there been an argument at Christmas time over a present that your mother was unhappy about?
Yes, about a ring that he gave her.
Can you describe what happened?
She wanted this emerald ring that she's been eyeing for a long time. She really wanted it. And then he went and got her a ring, but it wasn't the ring that she wanted. So she said it was a disgrace and that she wasn't going to wear this, and it was like a child's ring, and then she threw it.
When you say she threw it, what did she do with it?
She opened it, and then she got mad about it, and then she threw the ring.
What did you see the ring? What kind of ring was it that he gave to her?
It was an emerald ring.
It wasn't the one that she had requested?
Right.
When they separated, which was in February of '85, Dan moved back into the Coral Reef house. It was still under construction. There wasn't any furniture in there. It was basically a mess, but for lack of any place better to go, he moved into Coral Reef and was basically sleeping on the floor on a sleeping bag. Like I said, it was ultimately Dan Broderick's decision to leave the marriage. But it wasn't because he suddenly turned 40, and it wasn't because he suddenly had a midlife crisis, and it wasn't because he didn't like the fact that Elizabeth Broderick had gotten old and fat. She was neither old nor fat when they separated. She was only 37 years old, And she was, in fact, thin and beautiful. In fact, this is a photograph of her in 1985, the year that they separated. It didn't have anything to do with rejecting her for her looks. It had to do with being in a loveless and volatile and unhappy marriage for years, recognizing that it wasn't going to get any better, and finally deciding that he just couldn't live that way anymore. If Elizabeth Broderick was angry about things and felt that he owed her before the marriage ended, Dan Broderick was totally unprepared for what was to come after.
Now, sometime in 1985, did Dan move out of the rental house?
February of '85, yes.
Okay. Remember the date of February 28th, 1985?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you why he was moving out?
No, he just came home from work, and I was laying on the bed watching the news. It was kind of 6:30 or something, and he just said, "I'm leaving." And I said, "Oh, where are you going?" I didn't realize it was, "I'm leaving."
Okay. Did eventually he tell you that he is leaving permanently or just moving out of the house for some period of time?
He said he was, then I caught on that he was leaving, and he started taking his sweaters out of the armoire and packing the red Corvette with his clothes.
Okay. At that time, did he move out right then?
Well, he packed the red Corvette, and then he came back in the house, and he said, "Do you want me to leave now or in the morning?" And I said, "Oh, no. I'm married to a lawyer long enough to know not to answer that question. You leave whenever you want to leave." And so he stayed the night.
Did he leave that morning?
Yes, he left the next morning.
Did you know where he moved to at that time?
No.
When was the next time you eventually became aware to where he moved, did you not?
I thought he moved to a hotel or an apartment or something because Coral Reef was such a mess from all this construction. It really wasn't inhabitable.
Did you sometime though later learn that he had moved to Coral Reef?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the next time that you saw Dan after he moved out?
I saw him on St. Patrick's Day of that year, 1984.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 85.
When did he come to the house? Was it daytime, nighttime, if you can remember?
Daytime and nighttime. He came in the daytime with his brothers that were in town for the holiday, and I remember them being there in the daytime. And then he came back at night.
Okay. Now, is that the first time anyone in the family had seen him since March 28th?
February 28th, yes.
February 28th.
Yeah. He hadn't come back at all.
And do you remember, did he come there just to say hi, or did he stay there for a while?
When he came in the daytime, I think he came to get a car or something. I don't really remember why they came. They were in the driveway, and I just tried to be polite and say hi to his brothers and kind of walked by and stuff. When he came back at night, he was very, very drunk, and he stayed there with me.
When was the next time that you saw Dan after that?
After that was after our wedding anniversary, which is April 12th, which was probably more like April 15th is when I saw him. I told him I needed to talk to him.
And did you discuss when you saw him then, did you discuss some things with him?
Yes, we left the house and we went down to a restaurant on the beach right near my house, and I wanted to have a business meeting with him. I wanted to ask him what his intentions were, what's going on here. I mean, where am I going to live? How much money are you going to give me for rent and food? And are you going to pay for the car? And are you going to pay the charge accounts? And my checking account was overdrawn when he walked out. And I tried to have a business meeting with him and say, okay, Dan, you need your space and you're unhappy and all this, but, what's happening here? What's the plan tell me what's happening here? And he wouldn't.
Had Dan said something about needing a space?
Oh, absolutely. He was unhappy. He needed his space.
Did he say that he was moving out to get divorced?
No, he never mentioned the word divorce. He never even mentioned separation. He was just taking a vacation. He needed his space. And it was just a couple of months after his 40th birthday, And I figured he was taking a vacation or whatever.
Did you believe him?
Yeah.
How did you feel at that time?
Well, I was pretty scared about the uncertainty of being left with the children in a rented house, in a leased car. The Suburban was a lease. We didn't buy it. And I felt extremely scared and uncertain. But I had to cover it up for the sake of the kids. I had to pretend like nothing's wrong, everything's fine, everything's going to be fine. The kids didn't even know about Linda or anything like that. And so I covered it up pretty good, and I took them to Warner Springs Ranch for our Easter vacation like we did every year. And I managed pretty good up there, and they rode their horses and they swam and they did all their fun stuff. But when we got back from Warner's is when the rat problem that we had anyway was just, we had been gone for a week, and while we were gone, there were more rats in that house than there was oxygen.
Hey, was there something going on around there that was causing a rat problem?
Right behind this house on the hill, they were building new houses, and they disturbed all the vegetation. And not only rats came down, but when it rained, mud came into the houses, and it was because of the construction right adjacent to this property. It wasn't that every house in La Jolla has rats running all over it. This was a very special situation.
Yeah.
One of the other ways that you'll hear about that Elizabeth Broderick chose to exact some revenge, and perhaps the most significant one, was her refusal to take care of their children after their separation. After their separation, you will hear that Dan Broderick obtained custody of their 4 children, and he did. But it wasn't because he snatched them away in some fancy legal move, which is how she always described it. It was because she gave them to him, intentionally. One by one, over the course of a couple of months right after the separation, she just dropped them off with him, in tears, not understanding what was going on. And the comment that she made to several of her friends was, if I'm not going to be Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick, he can take care of the kids. See what woman wants him with 4 kids. She knew that he was totally ill-equipped to be a full-time parent. He was a full-time workaholic attorney, and dumping the kids in his lap was a way of punishing him. It was, she wasn't about to let him leave her and go have a carefree single lifestyle. It was, you want to leave? Fine, here's what you get.
At some point in time, did their behavior change where they were arguing or fighting?
Probably their behavior didn't change. What changed was my tolerance level. I was a nervous wreck. The rats are running all over the place, and when they started fighting, I went crazy. I got really mad. It was like I didn't want this too. I had all these other things to worry about, and I hated it when they fought. And I'd tell them to stop, and they wouldn't stop. And so I got mad at Kim for fighting. I got furious at her. And I took her over to Dan's house to say, okay, Dan, you're going to help. If you're not going to help with the rats, you're going to help with the kids, because somebody's going to help me here.
Well, it was on Easter, it was the night before Easter, and Mom and I got in an argument because I had this friend over that I wanted her to take home. And we had just been at Warner Springs, and she didn't want to take her home. She was tired, so she said no. And then we got in an argument, so I went back into my room. And then Mom came in and said that pack up and leave, that she didn't want me there anymore. I can go live with Dad, so then I packed up and left.
So you packed up your clothes, and did she take you over to your dad's house?
Yes.
At some later point, did either of your brothers or sister come over to Coral Reef?
My brother, Danny, came over the next day on Easter, and then my sister, Lee, and Rhett came over a month or 2 later.
How was it that Danny was brought over?
He was fighting with Rhett, and Mom had enough of it, so she told him to pack up and move with me.
Did she actually bring him over?
Yes.
What was his emotional state when he was brought over?
He was really upset. He didn't want to come over there.
Was he crying?
Yes.
And then you indicated some couple weeks, month later, both Lee and Rhett were brought at the same time?
Yes, they were.
And again, what was the circumstances of them being brought over?
They were hysterically crying. They were very upset. Dad wasn't home. It was late at night, and I don't know what had occurred at that house that made her bring them over, but she brought them over and dropped them off in the living room.
And did she say anything about why she was dropping them off in the living room?
She said, let him try and deal with 4 kids. No, she didn't give us much of a reason. She just said she wasn't going to be left here with 4 kids, so he could have us.
As Dan was gone longer and you were in the home, did any of the problems as far as how you were feeling, security, insecure, did they get worse at all?
Yeah, he wouldn't give me any answers about the money, wouldn't give me any answers about anything. My dad's birthday was happening in New York. I saw an opportunity I just gave him all the kids and I took off and said, here, you deal with this. And I gave him the kids and went to New York, and I spoke to my parents about what was going on, and we looked at real estate in New York. I figured if it was going to lead to a divorce, I would just take the kids and move back east.
Dan Broderick didn't refuse to take the children like he could have. He didn't pick them up and dump them back on her. They were traumatized enough. He couldn't understand why she was doing it, but he basically set about trying to take care of all 4 kids the best he could. And it was tough. It was tough on all of them. He wasn't real good at it. He'd never been their primary caretaker. He'd been the primary wage earner. But he did try. He certainly didn't abandon them. When Elizabeth Broderick realized that forcing him to take care of the kids didn't really make him as miserable as she thought, when they actually all started doing reasonably well, she just got angrier. Her attitude then was, how dare he actually keep them? But she wouldn't take the kids back, even though at that point he would have willingly let her. They were a tremendous handful for him. And she has lots of excuses for that now.
What was the trip to New York, had that been pre-planned?
Yes.
And what was the occasion for that?
My father's 70th birthday.
And did you go back to New York?
Yes, by myself.
Was Dan telling you anything about Linda in around May, June of 1985?
Oh, yes. That she just simply worked for him, and she was an innocent young girl, and there was absolutely nothing going on. And there was no affair with her, and he was not even dating her, but he needed his space, and he was living at Coral Reef. And after I put the children there to go to my dad's party, when I came back, I left them there because I had to move out. Started packing boxes and moving out of the rental. And it was livable then, and the kids were home. It was our only home.
Okay. And what was he telling you about the marriage?
He wasn't telling him anything about the marriage. He just needed his space.
Okay, so he wasn't telling you the marriage was over?
No.
Okay.
No, we were still buying a house.
Did you?
Through all this time, we were always negotiating on and buying a house.
The lease on the rental was due to be up in June of '85. And so Dan had offered to move out of Coral Reef. The defendant could move in. He'd go find a condo somewhere. But she didn't want to do that. She had found a house that she wanted to buy in the La Jolla Shores area. And so Dan agreed to do that. They bought a house on a street called Calle de Cielo for the defendant to move in. And she did. She moved in, and this is the house that she continued to live in until the time of these murders. It also was a beautiful home. When she first moved in, it needed a lot of fixing up, but it was on a gorgeous lot overlooking the ocean with a view of the ocean. It had 4 bedrooms, 6.5 baths. It had a pool, had a jacuzzi, had a putting green. It cost $650,000 and later sold for over $1 million. In fact, this is the real estate ad for that house on Calle de Cielo that the defendant lived in.
In fact, did you find a house and negotiate?
It wasn't that I found the house just then. It was the same property we had looked at before. It was still available. The price had gone down literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. We ended up buying a property that we had been looking at for a long time, yes, with only the intention of knocking the house that stood on it down and building the dream house that Dan wanted.
Okay. You remember when it was that that house was bought?
Right around when I had to get out of the rental, right in June of '85.
And, well, what was Cali de Cielo like when you first purchased it? What condition was it in?
It was a mess. There had been several generations and lots of numbers of people living in there, and they tried to market it as an 8-bedroom house. And what it really was is they made the garage into 3 bedrooms, although it was still a garage. They just called it 3 bedrooms, and then they put curtains down the middle of one room and called it 2 bedrooms and added a bath. So they thought it was an 8-bedroom house, but what it really was a 3-bedroom house, 3 real bedrooms, and a bunch of choppy up other messy stuff. And there were holes in the floors. Every single door had been kicked through and cracked and broken. There were no kitchen appliances, or the few that were there were so rusty and disgusting they had to be gotten rid of. It was a leaking roof, and there was terrible termite and roof rat damage. It was a mess, and the landscaping was a mess inside and out, and it was a perfect house to do what we wanted to do.
And when you moved into Cali de Cielo, did you have furniture when you moved in?
No, none. It all went to Coral Reef the day we moved out of the rental.
Okay. And was that the furniture that the family was using?
We only had one set of furniture, yes.
Okay. And did you, how were you living at Cali de Cielo?
I was temporarily camping on the floor, and I hadn't moved any furniture in or anything because I was still believing that this house was being torn down. And I was giving Dan his space. My house was still a mess. It needed to be either torn down or repaired or moved out of.
Were you
I couldn't bring the kids to live there. There were no kitchen appliances. There was nothing. There was no cooktop. There was no refrigerator. There was nothing.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did it become evident to you that that you were going to have to do something with that home, do some repairs so that you could continue to live there?
Yes. On credit cards, I went to an appliance store and I bought every appliance for the kitchen. Okay. And so at least I could have food in a refrigerator and cook. And had to have a sink put in. I had to have countertops put in, and as long as you could cook in it, then you could sleep in it and eat. And I bought a bed, and I bought towels, and I had to buy everything: salt and peppers, and knives and forks, and sheets, and because I didn't have anything.
And you were doing this on credit cards at that time?
Yes.
And how are you feeling generally?
Well, I had read all these books on midlife crisis and stuff, and they were saying, it was a second adolescence, and the worst thing that I could have done as a wife is become like a nagging mother and say, you got to do this and you got to do that. So I was giving him the space and not making any demands on him, just giving him the space. But I was really disoriented. I didn't have a home. I was on the floor of the empty house. The kids were gone, so I wasn't visiting them and engineering their lives, and I wasn't hanging out with Dan and being his wife.
Did you go over, and when the children were at Coral Reef, were you visiting them on a daily basis?
Sure, every single day. Okay. I was still their mom, and so I was the one who did everything with them.
And at that point in time, did Dan have some maids or housekeepers that were living at the house taking care of your children?
Yes, there was a long string of maids or housekeepers. I can't remember all their names. And then as the children were in school, like Kim and Lee would have been in school when Danny and Rhett were young, I did room mother things and minded kids on the playground and did trips at school and mother's club and carnivals and bake things and stuff like that. And that's kind of the stage we're at now. And Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and all that kind of kiddie stuff.
Did you get involved in any of the children's sports?
When Danny and Rhett were of age to be involved in t-ball and soccer and stuff, yes. When Kim and Lee were younger, they didn't do those things. They didn't want to do the sports. They did other things. They had music lessons and ballet lessons and tap dance. And so when the boys, yes, sports with the boys.
And what kind of things would you do with them? I mean, would you just go to games or?
No, I was a Boy Scout leader, and I did the stuff with the Boy Scouts, and I was the soccer coach, and I was really involved with them.
During 1985, in the fall of 1985, had you gotten involved again in any kind of sports activities for your children?
Yes, I was coaching Rhett's soccer team.
And was there a purpose that you were coaching that team?
Yes, both boys wanted to play soccer, and you need a lot of parents to run the program. And if you want your kid on a team, you have to volunteer to do something, so I volunteered to do that so that Rhett could get on a team. Danny wasn't on a team that season.
Now, when you coached that team in 1985, did it have any other, I mean, was that something you were planning to do if your children weren't going to play?
No, I did it so that Rhett could be on a soccer team. That was the only reason I did it.
Showing you what's been marked KK for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and is that the soccer team that...
Yes, that's Rhett in the middle.
Okay, so Rhett would be the third from the right, not counting yourself.
Right.
Okay. Now, during the time in 1985, was he in a league where there was practice days too?
Yes, the whole soccer season was a disaster. Rhett never got to play.
Okay. Was there a time that you went over to sometime in the fall of 1985 when you went over to pick up Rhett to play on a soccer game?
I had to pick him up on Saturdays. The babysitter was supposed to take him to practices on Wednesday, but she wouldn't do it. And then I had to pick him up on Saturdays, yes. And I called ahead. You want this particular Saturday?
Yes, if you could tell me about the particular Saturday.
It was well into the season, and again, the only reason I'm doing this is so Rhett can have a team. And on Wednesdays, the babysitter, who lived very close to the field and did have a car to drive, for some reason, whether it was her own or Dan told her to, would not deliver Rhett to the field to practice or to play. So I was real upset about that. And then they wouldn't bring him to games on Saturday or anything. So there's one particular Saturday, I called and I said, "Are you ready? I'm going to come over and get you." And Kim told me that he had his little uniform on, which is in that picture, and he was indeed ready, and I would be there in the few minutes it took me to go up the hill and get him. I was on my way over. I hung up the phone and I got in the car and I went to go get him.
And when you got to the house, what happened?
There was absolutely nobody there. None of the children, no Dan, nothing. Nobody was there.
Okay. Did you find out where they went?
Not until much later. I went to a neighbor's house and said, "What happened? Where'd they go?" And she didn't know anything, and the car was gone, and they were all gone.
Were you upset?
Very. I mean, I called. They knew I was coming. It only took me a few minutes to get there. I felt that Dan purposely took the kids so that I couldn't get Rhett to the soccer game.
Okay. And did you do anything at the house that day?
Yes, it was my house, and I was in the house, and this is after I definitely knew about Linda. And the kids had been complaining about no food. That was a big thing, about no food. So I looked in the refrigerator, and there was no food. All that was in there was cheap champagne, not one speck of food. And so I got mad, and I took the bottle of cheap champagne, and I threw it through a window as a, "Thanks a lot, I've been here." But I had to leave. I had to run to the soccer game because I had to be there to run it.
Okay. And do you remember how you met Betty?
Yes, there were a group of young children in 1985 who wanted to be on a soccer team. And at that time, they were short of coaches. And although Mrs. Broderick didn't have any special skills in soccer, she did step forward to give her time and energy and effort to coaching soccer, and that's how I met her, because my son was a member of her team.
Did was any of Mrs. Broderick's children on the team?
Yes, her son Rhett was on the team, our youngest.
Did you know whether Rhett was living with her at the time?
No, he wasn't. He was residing with his father at that time.
Okay, and were there times when Rhett did not attend the soccer activities?
Yes, many, many times.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Broderick in any of the practices or the games?
Never.
Okay. Did Mrs. Broderick, when her son wasn't able to be there, did she still attend the activities and do the coaching?
Yes, she did. She always attended the practices and the games, even though she was unable to pick up her son.
Okay. And was she teaching at the time the children were there, was she teaching them the concepts and the values of the soccer league?
Yes, she was. She was an excellent coach.
Okay.
Who taught a great deal more than just the game. She was very good at sportsmanship and positive reinforcement.
Okay. Did you ever hear her use profanity around the children?
Never.
Was her behavior inappropriate?
Never.
And what did you see of the relationship with her son at that time?
Oh, Rhett adored his mother. He loved her very much. He was very proud of her, of course, because she was the soccer coach, and he had a very close bond with his mother, and it was great.
How did you feel about the care that your children were getting at that time?
Probably the same as I did all along. I didn't think the babysitters were doing, I didn't think they worked enough hours. They weren't there enough to put the kids off in the morning and make sure that nobody was supervising the mornings. Was your homework done? Is your hair combed? Are your teeth brushed? Did you have a breakfast? Do you have a sweater? Do you have the right shoes and socks? What's happening in school today? Do you have the right papers? Do you have that's a big thing to me in the morning, that each kid is settled and sent off correctly. No one sent these kids off in the morning, any of them. They got up themselves, they dressed themselves, they complained to me there was never any breakfast food, or if there was milk, it was rotten milk, there was no cereal, there was no juice.
Was she involved in the school activities?
Yes.
That parents get involved in?
Yes, sir, very much so.
How would you describe that? Was she minimally involved?
No, she was very active, very, very active. Always somebody's room mother or the member of the Mothers Club at that particular time. And always went on the field trips as a chaperone, and always wanted to be able to go even when they had to let other parents have a turn, but she was very anxious to spend time with her children.
Okay. Did you become aware at some point that the parents had separated and the children were living with their father?
Yes, sir, we were notified in the office.
Okay. Did you notice a difference in Rhett's health after he was living with Mr. Broderick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of problems was he having?
Well, when he'd come in off the bus, he usually came to me because he always needed to have his nose blown. And at that time, we noticed that he would come to school wearing the same clothes 2 days in a row. And in cleaning his nose, you could tell that he was not bathed on a regular basis. The dirt behind his ears was caked. His head needed shampooing. But he was always eager to come in the morning. It was like a routine.
Okay. Were there problems during the winter on cold and rainy days, the way that they were dressed to go to school after there was a separation in the family?
On occasion, they would come to school without jackets, but we generally would have something in the lost and found. But a lot of times they would come without jackets, he and Danny.
Was there, what's the usual procedure that you would do when a child is sent to the school sick?
Sometimes they would come to school sick, we call the family right away. And normally, after the separation, and we were informed that we were to notify Dan or his office when something would happen. We had to call him first. If we were unable to make contact, then we called Betty.
Okay. Was there any time that the children would have to stay in the office for some period of time because you couldn't reach Dan?
Yes.
Did you ever have any problems getting Betty Broderick to come?
No.
September was a real turning point. It was when I started, doing the soccer team with Rhett, and then Dan wouldn't let Rhett come to the soccer team and stuff, and so he was interfering with me coming to the house and seeing the children, which I never expected that he would. And then right into October is when he finally started filing papers, and that's when everything switched to now it is a divorce. And at the same time, he was calling me from Notre Dame and saying, it was 20 years ago tonight, and I was very, very confused, because on one hand, he's doing all these kind of mean, awful things, and on the other hand, he's still calling me and saying it's 20 years ago tonight we met, and remember all the good times we had, and sending me flowers, love Dan and stuff, and I was getting really mixed signals at exactly the same time period.
Okay. There was a question of a Boston cream pie. Did you at some time throw a Boston cream pie?
I didn't throw it, no.
What did you do with it?
Smushed it.
And what is a Boston cream pie?
I was at the house visiting the kids, and I was there for a while, and when I was leaving, a Boston cream pie is a cake. It's the size of a cake. It's 2 layers tall, and it's just like a cake, and they call it a pie because instead of frosting in the center is some sort of custard, and then it's got chocolate icing, but it's basically a cake. And it was on, should I keep going?
Yes.
It was on the counter as I was leaving, and I believe Marta was the babysitter then. And I said, it looked like a child made it, so I said, oh, who made the cake? And she said, Linda. And I said, Linda who? And she said, Linda at the office. And I said, oh.
Now, was that at a time when Dan was still denying that there was a relationship with Linda Kokina, or do you remember?
It's all so close. It's in October there. I don't remember. I think he was still denying her. That's why I would have said Linda who. Anyway, I'm not done.
Okay.
When she turned her back or something, I took the cake and I smushed it around his bed on the bedspread and stuff. Like, nice Boston cream pie.
Did you get you got billed for the cleaning bill at some time?
I got in big trouble, and it was a typical Dan Broderick trouble. He billed me for so much more damage than any one little cake could have done. It was a plaintiff attorney's complaint. He claimed I dirtied everything he ever owned and had to send it to the cleaners, and he billed me a huge amount. And he greatly exaggerated what damage was done by the Boston cream pie. But he billed me for it, yes.
Now, were you at some time in 1985? Did you start getting some money, living money, from Dan Broderick?
Yes, again, we're still in October '85. He came to my house in La Jolla Shores, and he decided he was going to give me a budget. He wanted me to learn to be independent. And I said I didn't want to do it.
And what kind of budget? What did he do?
Well, he made out what I would need. He decided, because I had no idea what I would need. I've never paid any of the bills. And so he decided that if I had this much for this and this much for that, then I'd need this much for a month. And then at the bottom of the page, he said that he'd continue paying house insurance and taxes and car insurance and health insurance and all these other things, but he'd give me this much a month, and there would be $4,500 for the house payment and the gas and electric and the phone and the gardener and the travel and the food and the maid, and it came, in his estimation, to $9,000 a month.
After you were told that there was going to be a divorce, did you contact anybody? Did you contact an attorney at some point in time in Los Angeles?
When I first got served with the divorce papers, that's the only thing I knew to do. I didn't know what else to do with them. So I started calling San Diego lawyers. It didn't occur to me to go to LA. I called about 8 lawyers right away, trying to hire a lawyer to defend myself. That's what I said. I was the defendant and he was the plaintiff, and I had to defend this action. And I needed a lawyer. And so I called all the lawyers, all the good divorce lawyers of reputation that I knew in San Diego County.
Were any of them willing to take the case?
No, in that one day, every single one of them said absolutely no. They would have nothing to do with the case because they knew Dan so well.
Did you eventually go to a Los Angeles lawyer?
I was referred to one by a San Diego attorney, yes.
Okay. And why did you go? Why was the reason that you went to a Los Angeles attorney?
Because the well-known San Diego attorney advised me to quit trying, that no one in this town is going to help you, that you have to go out of town, and as a personal favor to me, although I've never met the woman, as a personal favor to me, she arranged this appointment with Mr. Jaffe. And he did it as a favor to her
And where was Mr. Jaffe located?
in Los Angeles.
Okay. And did you reach an agreement with Mr. Jaffe?
He said he really didn't want to take the case. He didn't want to come to San Diego. It was inconvenient for him. He had more cases than he knew what to do with up there. But as a favor to this other attorney, he would try and represent me.
On one occasion, she went out and bought a can of black spray paint and spray painted all over the inside and outside of the house. On another occasion, she took a pie and smeared it all over his clothes and the bedspread and the carpet. She'd throw rocks at his car, she'd rip off his antenna, dump trash in the front yard. This sort of thing was going on for months and months after the separation, right after the separation. It was such a traumatic time for these kids, and these things were making it very difficult. Dan Broderick pleaded with her to stop, but her response was basically that it was her house too, and it was, and so she could do anything she wanted. Finally, after several months, he didn't know what else to do, and so he went to court and he got a restraining order to try and prevent her from coming over and vandalizing the house. Unfortunately, getting served with a restraining order just made her madder. No court was going to tell her what to do. And besides, she felt that if she was hurt, and she was angry, and she was acting out like this, it wasn't her fault. She didn't want the divorce. He did. It was his fault for leaving her in the first place.
Okay. And who had custody of the children at that time?
There was no custody arrangement. They were physically living in Coral Reef because that was the only roof we had that they could be happy under and safe under. And then he got a restraining order.
Were you kept away from seeing the kids by something? Or was
Yes,
that...
by this restraining order. I was very scared by it because I was defiant and I did go see the kids as much as I could, but I was very scared because he was threatening to every time I came within 100 yards of my own house to see my own kids that I was liable to be thrown in jail.
Now, did Dan ever talk to you about, was there any conversation about you being ill or sick?
Ever since 1983, those were the conversations, is that I was delusional and I was paranoid and I was imagining things and I was having a nervous breakdown and my wheels were coming off and I was crazy and I was sick. Yes, when he had the children and I wasn't living with them, he'd always tell them, "Oh, your poor mother's sick. Your mother's sick." The flowers. You testified about some flowers that he sent you on November 6, 1985. Dear Bets, I know under the circumstances, I know the circumstances will make it impossible for you to have a happy birthday this year, but I wanted you to know that the kids and I are thinking of you and hope you start to feel better soon. Love, Amy. Was this something that you're indicating he was sending to you because he was intending to be cruel and vicious? Yes. A normal birthday card wouldn't say, "I hope you feel better soon." It would just say, "Happy birthday." Well, isn't it true that he had brought the kids over? He'd taken them out to buy presents for you, and he brought the kids over to give you the presents, and you wouldn't open up the door? I don't know where you got that story from, but we've all been laughing a lot about it. Nothing like that ever happened. Well, you indicated yourself that you weren't feeling very well in November of 1985. This was the month after you indicated that he had filed the divorce papers. You indicated that he had taken Linda to the Oktoberfest, and you indicated yourself that you were going crazy at that time, that you were upset, that you were anxious, that everything was falling apart. I was very nervous, very scared, very threatened. I had been through a lot the previous 2 years, but I felt fine. There was nothing physically wrong with me. This was more of the same. You're crazy. Commit yourself. Let me lock you up. Let me take care of you. Does it say anything about you're crazy in this little note? No, it says, "I hope you feel better soon." I was not sick.
And another photograph, XX for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And where was that taken?
In the living room del Cielo when I had no furniture.
Okay. And
Christmas time-ish, 85.
Okay, and how do you know it's Christmas time?
because of my Christmas skirt and the boys' red things, but it wasn't right at Christmas. A friend had a party a week or two before Christmas.
Okay. Were you able to spend the holidays, for instance, Thanksgiving, with the children?
No.
Okay. Were you able to spend Christmas with the children?
No.
Okay. Where did the children go in 1985?
Dan took them skiing with Linda Kolkina in Utah, and Brian Monahan and his girlfriend and his kids were along too.
Okay. Did you receive while they were skiing while they were skiing at Christmas? Did you receive any notes from Dan Broderick? Again.
Yes.
And what did you receive?
Another floral arrangement with another card.
Now, had you ever in your life spent a holiday, Christmas holiday, away from your family?
No. Never sent me flowers before either.
Did you want to be with your family?
Absolutely.
And the flowers that he sent you on Christmas. Bets, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Love, Dan. Was this intended to be vicious and cruel and mean?
Worse, that's the same Christmas he took the kids to Utah with his newly introduced secretary sleeping in a 2-bedroom condo, denied them any access to me, any Christmas decorations, any family tradition, and he has the nerve, and he's threatening me to get the furniture out of the house, or he's throwing it away, and he's threatening me with contempt, and he's filed for divorce, and he's moving to his mansion, and then he has the nerve to send me flowers? Merry Christmas?
By December, Dan had then decided to move to the house in Marsden Hills. It also was a very nice house, cost about $600,000. It too needed some fixing up. It was an older home. He and the children moved in there. Showing you what's been marked as People 67. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And when was that?
I've never seen it before, but I recognize myself.
Was that taken in December of 1985?
I don't know. I know it's Gail Forbes' living room because of the map.
Okay. And it was taken before a New Year's Eve party in December of 1985. Does that sound fair?
It was a New Year's Eve. So if you've got that year, it must be it.
So this was almost a year after you had been separated. You separated in February of 85, and this was almost a year after that, correct?
Yes.
Was there a time then when you and your father and the rest of the kids moved out of La Jolla?
Yes, we moved over to Balboa Park area.
And was that into 1041 Cypress?
Yes.
And that's a house in the Marsden Hills area of Hillcrest?
Yes.
And what was the reason for moving?
Because the Coral Reef house was basically the family house, and Dad thought that if we moved out of there, that then Mom wouldn't want to come around because we wouldn't be in her house anymore, so it wouldn't aggravate her that we were all living in this house that she used to live in. So if we moved over there, and also it's farther away, so he thought that she wouldn't come over, and she wouldn't come over that much.
Well, it wouldn't come over and vandalize the house?
Right.
Now, eventually, did he move out of the house in Coral Reef and move to?
Yes.
To
January, right when he came back from Christmas, I think.
Okay. Now, is that a house that that you and he had looked at before?
Yes. While we were together and there was no separation even, he brought home a picture of that house. And it's a beautiful house. And he wanted me to look at it because we were looking at gorgeous homes places. And so I went over there with the children one afternoon and I drove by it and I looked at it and I really, really liked it. But I didn't like the neighborhood that it was in for the children. I didn't want to live over there.
Okay.
There was nobody for them to play with. It was not a family neighborhood. And these were suburban kids. We lived on streets where every house had children. And, you know, there's all our facilities were in La Jolla and stuff. And it didn't seem like a safe neighborhood. A man was murdered in the canyon behind it the same week I looked at it. There's a big canyon with transients in it. And it was a high crime area. It was just not a family neighborhood.
And was there anything being told to you about what would happen if you came over to visit your children at Cypress?
That if I came within 100 yards of the house, that I'd be subject to arrest at all times.
Okay. And during that, and how were you maintaining were you maintaining contact with your children at that time?
I was trying to.
Okay, and how were you doing that?
I could see them at school during a school year, but there wasn't very much free time. I would have lunch with the younger ones, but I'd see them after school, but really they just come out of school and get on a bus and go home, so it wasn't much of a visit. But I'd have to go over to the house if I wanted to see them. That was the only way I could see them.
Okay. So
or telephone them.
So did that mean that you went within 100 yards of that home to see your children?
Continually, yes.
Okay.
So at that time, Dan was paying the mortgages for both the house in Marsden Hills and the house in Calle de Cielo, which were both fairly substantial. They were expensive homes. And he was also paying the mortgage on the Coral Reef house, which was now sitting empty. Nobody was there anymore. And so he wanted to sell it. It's what's called a wasting asset. He wanted to sell it and split the proceeds between the two of them 50-50. It was a community asset.
Did you come to learn sometime in December, January of 1985 and 86, December of 85, January of 86, that he wanted to sell Coral Reef?
Yes.
And did you want to sell that home?
No, not at that time.
And why not?
Because it was the one asset in the whole world that had my name on half. So I knew he could cheat me out of anything else, but I didn't think he could cheat me out of that because my name was on half. And we are in a split up now, and we are in the process of a divorce, and I figured it was a bargaining table. And I've got what I've got, and you've got what you've got, and we're going to talk about switching and stuff, and that was the only thing on my side of the bargaining table was half of that house. And I didn't want to give it up until I knew what I was trading it for.
Now, there was some testimony about that house being a depreciating asset. In other words, that house in La Jolla was going to, if it wasn't sold, was going to be going down in value. You were going to be losing money. Do you remember a conversation about that? That where someone
I don't think I was part of that conversation. I think that's what he told Mr. Jaffe that time.
Okay.
No, the house could have been rented for about 3 times what it cost to keep it going. It would have been a great investment to keep.
At that point, Elizabeth Broderick was being represented by an attorney named Dan Jaffe from Beverly Hills. He's a very well-known divorce attorney in Beverly Hills. He'd been recommended to her. Dan Broderick's attorney began negotiating with her attorney, Dan Jaffe, for the sale of the Coral Reef house and splitting the proceeds 50-50. Mr. Jaffe actually came down to San Diego to have a meeting in person. They set up a meeting with Dan Broderick, his attorney, Elizabeth Broderick, her attorney. When they got to the office that day, Elizabeth Broderick and her attorney, she decided she didn't want to come up and be part of the meeting. She wanted to stay down in the car. So Mr. Jaffe went upstairs to have the meeting with Dan Broderick and his attorney. Mr. Jaffe explained her basic position, and that was that she felt she was entitled to more than 50% of the split. She felt that when Dan had decorated the Coral Reef house after the slab had been fixed, that he had actually diminished the value of the house, and so she was entitled to a credit for that. Dan Broderick agreed. He didn't agree that his choice of wallpaper had actually diminished the value of the house, but he agreed to give her the extra amount that she wanted over the 50%. They put together a written agreement. Mr. Jaffe, her attorney, was pleased. He took it downstairs to have her sign it, and she refused. She wanted more than what they had agreed to. So Mr. Jaffe went back upstairs, told Dan Broderick she wants more than what we've agreed to, and again, Dan Broderick agreed. Mr. Jaffe, who was essentially Dan Broderick's adversary at that point, describes Dan as being entirely reasonable, that he had told him, look, it's not worth the fight, just give her what she wants. And Dan Broderick said, okay. They put together another agreement. She went back downstairs to her in the car, and again, she refused to sign it. He explained to her that look, this is a good deal. He's entitled by law to sell it. If he goes to court, a court's going to allow him to sell it, and he's only going to give you 50%. That's really what you're entitled to. This is a good deal. She took him to the airport, sent him back up to Beverly Hills, and she refused to sign the agreement. When it was clear that she wasn't going to cooperate in the sale of the house, Dan Broderick's attorney did have to go to court and get an order to sell the house. This happened in February of 1986. It had been a year since they'd separated, and it was clear that trying to give her what she claimed she wanted, trying to work things out amicably with her or with her attorney, didn't work. It didn't work at all. Her ultimate comment about Coral Reef was, I wouldn't agree to sell it if you sold it for $1 million. It wasn't the money, it was the fight. The next day, when Elizabeth Broderick found out that he'd gotten an order to sell the house, she was furious.
At some point in time, did you find out that your family home had been sold?
Yes.
When you indicated that you heard the news from Mr. Jaffe that the house had been sold, you acknowledged that he told you that he had received the 4-hour notice, correct? He told you that he had received that.
A telephone call.
Okay. And you were at home at the time. You were in the process of cooking dinner for guests. You had your parents over there at the time, right?
Yes, and Brian from Canada was there.
And you indicated that you dropped everything and charged over to Dan Broderick's house.
I told him I'd be right back.
You didn't tell your parents anything about where you were going or why you were going. You didn't tell the children anything about where you were going or why you were going. You just charged out of the house.
I think I told him I'd be right back. I have to talk to Dan.
You went over to Dan Broderick's house because you wanted to confront him. You were angry. You indicated you were absolutely furious at that point, correct?
When I got the 4-hour notice that, or was heard that the house was sold in court that
When
day.
you drove over to Dan Broderick's house, you were furious. You were angry. You wanted to confront him about it.
I wanted to know what happened to the house and who he sold it to and how much he got and where my half was and how he had done that.
And you were angry, correct?
I guess so, yeah.
What happened when she came over to the house?
The first time she came over, she said, I'm not leaving till I talk to him. And she wasn't supposed to be there. So I was asking her to leave. And she said, he's going to be sorry. I'm not leaving until he gets here. I'm talking to him. So I called Dad. I'm like, you better come home. Mom's here. She wants to talk to you. So he rushed home. And then she told me that she was going to burn down Coral Reef House, that she'd burn it before he'd sell it, and he can't do that. So then he came home, and they argued, and he said, I'm not going to talk to you. You have to get out of here. You can't barge into my house and make demands, so you have to leave. And so eventually, she left.
When you went to, what did you do when you got to Dan's house?
I just waited for him to come home.
Okay. And where did you wait?
Out in the back area by the garages.
And who was?
Kim and Lee were there.
Okay. Did Dan eventually come home?
Yes.
And what did Dan do after driving up to the house?
When he saw me, he just went like gray-white. He was not happy to see me. And he said, you have 10 seconds to get off my property or I'm calling the police.
Did you try to talk to him?
I said, yeah, yes.
What
I said, wait a minute, I just want some answers. I just want to talk to you.
Okay. And what was his response?
He didn't want to talk to me. He wouldn't talk to me. And I said, girls, I mean, all I want to do is talk to this guy. I mean, it's going to call the police. And I was scared that he was going to call the police.
Well, she left, but she wasn't done. The first thing she did was to drive over to the Coral Reef house, all the way from Marsden Hills to La Jolla to the Coral Reef house. She smashed a sliding glass door with a brick to get into the house. She got a can of gasoline. She poured the gasoline on the carpet, and she tried to light it on fire.
A is the broken sliding glass door that came from the backyard into, I presume, a family room. B is the chandelier that was in the entry that was broken. C are the stairs, the first landing, up to the first landing of the stairs going to the second floor, and the little white things that are showing up are burnt matches, and the blackened area is burned area or melted area. And D is at the bottom of those stairs with the matchbook with all the matches gone out of it. It's laying open.
But she was still furious. She hadn't vented enough. And so she drove all the way back over to Dan's house, from La Jolla back to Marsden Hills. And in her own words, she purposefully smashed her Suburban truck right into the front door of his house. Drove up over the driveway, up over the steps, smashed it into the front door of the house, backed up and smashed again, literally knocking the door off its hinges, terrifying everyone, including the children that were inside the house. This is a photograph of the damage to the door that she did when she smashed into it with her Suburban van.
I don't remember on the way back to Dan Broderick's house. I just remember banging into his door and being careful not to hit one of those white columns that's holding up a roof or something.
And when you say banging into his door, you say that you just bumped into the front door? Mm-hmm. Do you think that the bump is what caused this damage?
Yes.
Okay. That's what you would describe as a bump?
With a car, yes.
Before she had left, she had told you she was going to go burn down Coral Reef.
Right.
And that's why your dad knew about that?
Right.
Okay. And then after she left, you were still there in the house, with you and your dad, and was anybody else there?
Lee.
And what were you doing when the car came through the front door?
Making dinner.
And what was it that made you realize that the car was coming through the front door?
There's a really, the sound, it sounded like a chainsaw. And then I just heard that, and then everything started shaking.
Did you return to the house at some point in time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do when you returned to the house?
I bammed my car into his front door.
Okay. And when you, why did you run your car into his front door?
I was extremely hysterical. I was totally upset. I was crying. The biggest thing that bothered me was, besides the sale of the house, the biggest thing that bothered me was that the way he was treating me. This is the man that was supposed to take care of us and that I trusted and all that baloney. And I went to him for answers, and the way he treated me was just so awful and so cold and just non-communicative. Like, it was just like, screw you, just die, get out of my life, go away. He had no respect for me at all.
Doing this, smashing her car into the front door, trying to light Coral Reef on fire, was not only, again, pretty extreme, it was dangerous. One of her children could have been coming out that front door right when she decided to go smashing into it. The neighbors had called the police, and she was arrested. She has always claimed that that day Dan had her committed to a mental institute, but that's not what happened. Although he was concerned about her emotional state, he did express that concern to the police officer. The police officer decided to take her to county mental health, and the admitting physician there decided to admit her for what's called a 72-hour hold, a 3-day hold. Actually, after 2 days, she was allowed to leave, but she refused to sign the release papers, and so she stayed for another day. When you went to Claremont Hospital after this incident, you did refuse any kind of treatment from anyone there, correct?
I think so.
You refused a medical examination, you refused any lab examination, you refused meals, you refused any type of socialization with anyone. You made, quote, no effort to deal with what was going on, unquote. Is that correct?
If that's what their report says, I'm sure it's true.
And it is true that you did know that you could get out earlier, that you were given the opportunity to sign papers to leave.
No, that's not true. I thought I was put there for a 72-hour hold. That's all I knew. And when it was time to check out, they wanted me to sign papers to voluntarily commit myself for longer treatment, and I just laughed at them and left.
You told the people at Claremont Hospital after you were arrested that day that you were perfectly justified in what you had done, didn't you?
I was furious.
And you felt perfectly justified. That was totally justified what you had done.
How did you feel at that time about your need for psychological help?
At the county mental health, you had an interview with a psychiatrist, and there was a form you had to fill out. You know, what are your problems, and you know, why are you crazy? And you know, do you have drinking problems, drug problems, you know, marital problems, all these kind of problems? And the only kind of problem I felt that I had at the time was I couldn't get a lawyer. That I needed a lawyer. I needed a lawyer to represent me properly against Dan, and that's what I wrote on the form. My problem is I need a lawyer.
Okay. Now, did you have any fears about seeing a doctor for mental health problems or confiding in a doctor at that time?
For two reasons, yes. That doctor particularly because he represented to me one of Dan's experts. And Dan, you know, was a medical malpractice attorney who had experts in every field of medicine that he used routinely. And his experts would always more or less say what he wanted them to say. So I would not submit myself to any sort of an exam by one of Dan Broderick's experts. It seemed ridiculous. And the other reason was he was trying to say I was crazy. That was his whole thing. Is the reason he had to leave me and the reason he took the children and the reason he got a divorce was his poor wife was nutty. And his wife wasn't nutty, so I wasn't going to go see a bunch of psychiatrists to prove I was nutty.
He did at least send you this letter explaining what a bifurcation was and asking you to stipulate to it, correct?
Yes, and I'm glad you showed me this because it's typical that it's such a...
Mrs. Broderick, if you could just identify, did he send you that letter?
Yes, Dear Bets.
Is there something wrong with Dear Bets?
Yes. If you compare it to other legal threatening things, it's Dear Elizabeth. Dear Bets is what he says when he wants something real nice. Dear Bets, agree to this like a fool, and I'll leave you alone. And it's like, no. It doesn't say Dear Bets on any other of the letters you have there, believe me.
December 2nd, 1985. Here's a letter. It says, Dear Beth.
Is this the one, get your furniture or else? Oh, see, this is another one, just like it. And you were refreshing my recollection. These letters look innocuous on face value, just like the one on November 5th is going to look innocuous. Those letters say all kinds of hidden messages to me, like, Dear Bets, I'm taking the kids for Christmas. That's a threatening letter. With his deadline, that I got it after the deadline, and look at that face value. No problem there to anyone else in this room, right? And that was a really ratty letter, Dear Bets.
Did you know what bifurcation meant at that time?
No, I'd never heard the word before.
Okay. Did you find out what it meant?
At that time?
Yes.
When I got served the papers?
Well, no. Did you find out eventually what bifurcation meant?
When it happened.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware of any assets with your name on it from your marriage that any longer existed? Your house had been sold. Any other assets? Did you know?
No, there weren't any.
Did you have any knowledge during that period of time, or were you given any input as to what was going to happen to assets, whether they were going to be sold, kept, how you could use those assets, what you could do with the money?
No.
Okay. At that point in time, how did you feel about having some kind of control over your assets or negotiating a settlement?
I needed control over my life. I had no control over anything. There was never a single night I put my head on the pillow and knew I'd have a roof over my head. That house was in Dan's name. The car was in Dan's name. I had no flow of money that was guaranteed by anybody. It was just a little here or a little there or whatever Dan felt like. And I felt absolutely victimized. I felt like any time he wanted to just jerk me around, he'd just do that, and I was tied to the end of the string with him, and he did that, and my life went like that. And that's what he did all the time. And I couldn't get stability.
And what do you mean by stability?
Where you knew that exactly how much you were getting a month and exactly where you were going to live, and if you were going to get a job, how much you needed to earn, and if you were going to be a mother of children, were you the mother of 1, 2, 3, or 4 children, and if you were the mother, were you the mother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 days or nights a week? And I just needed something that I'm a schedule type person. I needed I could never plan the next day because I never knew what was going to happen insofar as the money, the house, the car, the kids. Basic essentials in life that you have to take care of before then you have the energy to go on and do the other things I used to do in life.
You have acknowledged that you did use vulgar language in front of your children, correct?
Yes, later on in this whole thing, yes. In 83, 84, 85, I don't think so.
You used...
Towards 86, I was getting a little hot, and in 87, I was ranting, yes.
In 85, 86, 87, 88, and 89, you were using vulgar language, you were using sexually explicit language to your children, correct?
Well, if you, the same names over and over.
When you separated in 1985, how old was Rhett?
Rhett was born in 79.
He was 6 years old.
Right.
And you even had Rhett call up his dad once and ask him if he had to pay Linda to sleep with him.
No, Rhett did that. I know Rhett did that, but I didn't have Rhett do that.
A little 6-year-old boy did that all on his own.
Rhett is extremely vocal and extremely angry at a lot of people for what went on here, and he did horrible things like that, and he did it on purpose.
In 1986?
I don't know when he did it, but I know he did it, and we have other tapes of him just making a tape that was not on a phone machine with very hateful and explicitly horrible things in it that he wanted to tell his father.
When we'll talk about that in just a second. You indicated that you didn't think that there was anything wrong at all with the language that you were using in front of the children. You didn't think there was anything wrong with calling their father or calling Linda. You didn't think there was anything wrong with that, right?
Well, I had a change of heart there where I swallowed everything and didn't tell them anything that was going on in 83 and 84 and into 85. They never heard from me about the affair. They never heard Linda's name. They didn't know why I was crying and hysterical and shaking and upset and short-tempered with them. And then when Dan filed the papers and did all these horrible things, I figured I'm telling them what went on here, and I did.
And you didn't think there was anything wrong with that. In fact, you said...
I think I did them more harm by covering up. Not exactly lying to them, but I covered up and I harmed them and myself. And from now on, I was just telling them exactly the truth.
Well, you thought it was funny, though. You thought it was funny not only to call Linda, but to have the boys call her, too. Did you laugh about that with Jeanette DeWise?
Well, there were times that we thought it was funny, but that was those were the two names that I just used for them all the time over the years. So it wasn't funny and it wasn't meaningful either.
You said before that you thought it was just water off a duck's back. No big deal that you talked like that to your children.
That's what I mean. Over the years, it had no effect on anyone of any kind.
Isn't it true that every single person who knew you and who knew what was going on told you it was having a tremendous effect on these children?
Like who? No.
Like
who?
All of your friends, like all of the psychotherapists? Wasn't Gail Forbes telling you how horrible it was that you were demeaning their father like that?
I don't know if she said that. I'm sure she thought I was demeaning their father like that.
Wasn't Patty Monahan, wasn't Helen Picard, wasn't every friend that you had, wasn't Brian Forbes asking you to please not use that language anymore?
I find this so ironic, it's not even funny. The Forbeses are the filthiest mouthed people that have ever walked the earth in front of their children on a daily basis, both of them. And the fact that they are coming in this courtroom and pretending that I'm using bad words is perverted.
Well, I don't think anyone's pretending that you were using bad words, Mrs. Broderick, but that's a given, right? I mean, you're admitting...
Bad words that I called Dan and Linda all the time.
Well, there was quite a bit
Yes.
more than that, though, wasn't there? You didn't just call them those words. It was how you used the words. It was how you used the words to destroy the children's self-esteem.
The children's self-esteem?
Yes.
I'm not with you on this. What are you talking about?
How about when Danny asked you what the name Broderick meant, when he was doing a project for school and had to talk about what his last name meant, and you told him that it meant, and when he told you, Mom, come on, be serious, I have to do a project for school, you told him it means goddamn. Did you think it was a good idea to encourage the children to hate their father?
At which point?
At any point.
Yes, I thought he was being cruel and vicious and horrible to them. And I thought he was destroying their self-esteem on a daily basis. He never showed any affection. He was not at all positive with them about anything, and he actively neglected them, all areas of their life. And I didn't think they should be living with him.
A large part of hurting him then became actively trying to get her children to hate their father as much as she did. In fact, her goal was, and still is, to get everyone to join in her hate. Some of the evidence that you'll hear that shows the intensity of her hate, her desire to publicly drag Dan Broderick through the muck, and her attempts to sabotage her children's relationship with their father, comes from the messages that she would leave on the phone answering machine at the Marsden Hills house. Sometime in 1986, Dan had installed an answering machine on his phone, right about the time when those things started becoming popular. During that time, Elizabeth Broderick had been saying things to him, and particularly to the children, that when he would describe them to other people, they had a hard time believing. Sexually describing him and Linda in sexually explicit terms was one example. Telling her children that she was going to kill their father was another. Dan Broderick finally started keeping some of these answering machine messages, some of the ones that were particularly bad, so that, for example, the children's psychologist who was trying to help them through this time could hear what she was actually saying. And I'm going to play a sample of some of those messages for you.
I actually love this machine because then I can really just say anything I want. Tell the kids that you don't think it's wrong that your school and the cunts in the hall that has their legs wide open for anybody who comes by, and you're paid for it. God, you got a sense of humor. I love it. You're all stops going the cunt long enough to return my calls, plus messages on the machine, with the maid, with the secretary, etc., etc. I have very important things to ask you. You're making me mad. I'll kill you. Oh, fuckhead, it's me. I took the advice of hundreds of people who told me to call Marvin Mitchelson a year ago. I finally did it, called him. He's going to come down here and tar and feather and make even a bigger public asshole of yourself than you've done all by yourself. I'm just going to have to pay him a little for it. This is going to be fun. I'm just going to love it. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, tougher they talk. I'm having so much fun. I love this machine. You suckers, you. Anyway, you remember how your favorite case was going to court, the guy went to court to prove the other guy was an asshole and he won? I want to go to court to prove you're I'll win. I love it. This is going to be so much fun. Oh no, again. You know about clean anyway. Your mere existence is a filthy statement on human life. You're like the scum of the earth. People like you are not new, you know. They've been around since the beginning of time. Same old story. Yeah. I wonder when my kids are coming home. Oh well. Call back later, I guess, just to harass you. This is a message to the. You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend. Make me sick, the both of you. I have a good mind to dump the kids back on yours and drive away. Call me, we have a lot to talk about, asshole. And come pick up your 4 children that you're working so hard to have custody of. Congratulations, you can have them. tell me you're afraid of me. You better damn well be afraid of me. You keep pulling shit like this. Better pay this insurance bill now, or you're gonna be damn afraid of me. Yep, this is Mommy. I'm out of the shower now. Where are you? You can make a choice today about staying with me or staying with the cunt sucker.
Those messages that you just heard prior to the break were just a very small example of the messages that she left over a period of years and years. The last one that you heard was a message to her youngest son, Rhett, who was 7 years old at the time, when she was telling him that he had the choice of spending a day with her or with, and you heard how she described his father. She didn't just speak that way to Dan or to Linda. She spoke that way directly to her children. And she continued to speak that way to her children, despite requests from Dan to stop, despite pleas from her children to stop, despite court orders to stop, despite Dan at one point in frustration refusing to pay her any money if she didn't stop, despite being held in contempt for doing it over and over and over, despite even ultimately being sentenced to some days in jail by a very frustrated judge after flat out ignoring warnings that that was going to happen if she didn't stop. She didn't care. She told her kids, it's a free country. I have a right of free speech. And again, it wasn't her fault. She was always provoked by something that Dan or Linda had done into leaving these messages that her children would hear. Nothing she did was ever her responsibility. Part of the provocation for those messages, she always claimed, was that Linda's voice was on the machine that left the message. This is the Broderick's house, no one's home, leave a message at the beep. And she claimed that when she'd call and she'd hear her voice, it would just infuriate her so much that she just couldn't help but leave some vulgar message. And Linda's voice had been on the machine at one point in the very beginning. The girls left long and kind of silly messages that their dad didn't think was real appropriate. But when it was realized that that was a problem, her voice was taken off, and it didn't make any difference. Elizabeth Broderick continued to leave those messages no matter whose voice was on that machine. She continued to talk to her children off the phone that way all the time. She didn't need to hear Linda's voice in order to provoke her into saying those things.
Can you tell me at that point in time what you knew about the telephone?
Right.
Okay,
I'll try.
go ahead. Try the
I
best
knew
you
there
can.
were two lines, Dan's line and the kid's line. I only knew the kid's phone number, and the machine was put on the kid's phone number with Linda's voice on it, and the kids told me, especially Kim told me, when she would call, she told me that the ringers would be turned off on the phone, or the phone would be locked in a closet, and that my messages could come through, but they could neither answer the phone or call me back from their line, and they were not allowed to touch Dan's line.
Okay. Did you, at some point in time, were there times when you were doing anything to try to let people know that you were trying to call the house? Children know?
I'd call and call and call and call all the time. I'd just keep calling and calling and calling until someone would hear the click on the machine, or I'd get some sort of a response.
Okay, so if you were to call and talk for a minute and hang up, call and talk for a minute and hang up, the machine would turn on and off?
Right, and if they were right next to it, I got them a few times, they could hear the machine clicking on and off, and then they'd answer the phone, but there'd be no ring or noise or anything.
Sometimes when you were calling the children, would it be in response always to, were you just calling, or sometimes would it be in response to their calls to you?
We had a constant back and forth, and the four children did everything separately. Each child, when they wanted to talk to me, called me. So it seemed to be a lot of back and forth because they were all separate.
During the times
I would answer they'd leave messages for me, and I'd call them back and I'd give them the answers, or try to.
during the time that you were mentioning that there was problems at the house and people hurt or there's no food, would the kids call?
Yes.
Would they sometimes leave messages on your machines?
Yes.
And what would their attitude? Would they be calling happy, terrified, crying?
I got all kinds of messages. I got hysterical ones and crying ones and moaning ones and where are you, Mom, and why don't you call back, and I need this and I need that.
Can you explain to me some of the times when you would call, how you would, how the messages would progress if they did at all?
Well, I'd try and call back and just simply talk to the kids. And when I hit the machine, I'd be frustrated. And then I'd call back again and again, and my frustration would be escalating. And I'd get really angry that I couldn't get through. And it would mean that I'd have to drive all the way over there, and even if I drove over there to talk to the kids, I was, in contempt of court. So I'd get really, really angry that they were just using that machine on purpose to get me angry and to get me upset that I couldn't get in touch with the kids. And they knew that that would work every time.
Okay. And why were you leaving? And did you leave obscene messages on the phone?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because it all built not only on particular days, but the whole situation built up to that I could never get through with the kids, and that they were just taping every single message every time I'd call, and it was just Linda just needling me and driving me crazy. She didn't live in that house. She wasn't a Broderick. She didn't belong on their machine at all. And it just got out of hand until the judge stepped in and put a stop to it.
Now, at that point in time, when you're screaming on the phone, how did you feel about what was happening to you, your ability to handle what was happening to you in court and financially with Mr. Broderick?
I felt totally powerless to control my life, my children, my finances. I had no control over any aspect of anything. I was completely at Mr. Broderick's mercy, and he didn't show much of that.
Did you think in July of 1986, when the court issued the bifurcation order and the order that you get counseling before you have visitation with the children, did you think that it was unreasonable for a judge or any impartial observer to be concerned about your interaction with the children?
Absolutely, because it was based on nothing other than Dan Broderick's attorney's opinion of me and my actions and whatever. There was nobody else there.
In July of 1986, you had already driven the car into the front door. You had already attempted to burn Coral Reef. You had already left these messages. You had already had these conversations with Danny and Red. The question is, did you think it was unreasonable for a judge to be concerned about your interaction with the children in July of 1986?
I think it was unreasonable for the judge to not have been informed of what happened to me and what was being done to me on a daily basis that might have precipitated someone acting like that.
And you did have an opportunity to be there at that hearing, and you called up and said you didn't want to be there.
I didn't say I didn't want to be there. I said I could not get an attorney, that I had daily appointments with attorneys every single day, if you look at the diaries, before that day and after that day. I could not get a San Diego attorney to represent me, and I'd already been taken advantage of in LA because of the 4-hour notice.
Were you upset about how that hearing proceeded? How you lost complete custody and rights to visit your children?
Yes, I didn't know anything like that could happen. I don't know what the word is. I couldn't even breathe. I was crying so hard. I couldn't talk. I couldn't stand up. I didn't know what to do. I don't know how to describe those sorts of feelings. I didn't know it was in the realm of possibility that such things could happen in the world. I didn't know one person could divorce the other person and give them in exchange for that absolutely nothing. And I didn't know children could be taken away from a mother without any testimony or any evidence of any kind being presented. Fully, he got sole custody, no visitation. That meant I had no rights to ever see my children again or do anything with them. I was just terminated as a mother.
Dear Elizabeth Ann, you and I are no longer married. It is now up to us to do our best to minimize the trauma our divorce will have on our kids and see that they are as happy and secure, see that they have as happy and secure a childhood as possible under the circumstances. Is there a threat in that paragraph to you?
The very first sentence just drove me absolutely crazy. You and I are no longer married. That's what he kept saying. We're finally, completely, absolutely, totally divorced. He never wanted to see or hear or speak to me again. And then he goes on to say in his platitudes that we ought to make it easy and nice for the kids now. And I'm going, ah! what are you doing? I mean, it's the bifurcation. It's years into this thing, and I've gotten absolutely no satisfaction out of him in any regard. The children, the phone, the money, anything. And he sends me that typical cold-hearted lawyer letter. We are no longer married. Now let's make sure the kids are having fun.
Well, this was July of 1986. It
After
was
the
true
bifurcation.
that it had been over a year since you'd been separated. And
Well
it was
over a
true that you were no longer married. Correct?
Yes, thanks to his handling of the situation, yes, that is technically true.
Bad-mouthing one another to the kids, or even worse, blaming them for the divorce, is destructive. I suggest that each of us encourage the kids to love and respect the other, and that we refrain from any derogatory comments to or about one another. What is the threat that's in there?
That he is making, do you see anything in there that he wants to come to a conclusion about the children or the money or anything with me? No. He is in total control of everything. And that is a letter to me saying that it's now my responsibility to make sure that the children don't hear naughty names from me and that the children are happy about this. And
Okay.
putting all
And
that
you just-
responsibility on me at that point.
Okay.
I would have expected a letter at that point of, we're finally divorced, let's make some sort of a settlement, let's get on with our lives. That's what I wanted in a letter at that point.
And you don't think that's what he was saying in this?
I know that's not what he's saying,
It would have
no.
been better for him to say, we are finally divorced, instead of, you and I are no longer married? Is there a difference
No,
in that?
that letter doesn't say, let's make an attempt to settle this at all. It doesn't mention that at all. It just says,
Henceforth, I will do anything I can on this score for the kids' sake, and I hope you will do the same. He's talking about the kids, not the divorce, the kids, right?
what does that mean? Henceforth, he will do anything. He wouldn't speak to me. He wouldn't let me see them. He wouldn't let me talk on the phone to him. Henceforth,
saying in
I will
July
do
of
anything. He wouldn't
1986?
do anything.
Are you saying in July of 1986 you weren't seeing the kids?
I always saw the kids. He'd have to
Okay.
kill me to keep me away from those kids.
And it was in this letter that he asked you, in the future, I would appreciate it if you would communicate with me in writing, correct?
That is another one of his totally hateful fuck you letters, and I never read them, and I'm surprised you have a copy of it. I used to tear them up. It's a horrible letter. It's total threats and intimidating language, and I told you this, and didn't you do that? It's a lawyer letter. Drives me crazy, those things, and that's why he does it. That one doesn't say Dear Bets, does it?
And at this point in time, did Dan implement any fine system?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what the fine system was?
He didn't like me calling him names, so every time I called him a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I called Linda a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I stepped foot on his property, it was going to cost me money.
Okay. Now, who was going to be the person to decide if you had done something wrong and how much that was going to cost you, and who was going to keep it out?
Dan.
There was no court involved? There was no going to court to have this happen? Okay. Now, in the fall of '86, did Dan leave the country at any time?
Yes.
And where did he go?
To Europe for 3 weeks.
And during the period of time that he was in Europe, had arrangements been made for the children?
There was a babysitter at that time named Marika, and she was supposed to mind them at the house, Marika.
And did you know how long Dan and Linda left for?
I just thought 3 weeks. I don't know who told me that.
Okay.
I guess Marika did.
Did you receive any phone calls while they were away from the home?
Yes, a lot of phone calls, the regular from the kids, and Marika called also.
Okay. And was there any phone calls about problems they were having with money and food?
Yes, as Dan left checks per week, but they were post-dated, and she had gone through that week's money, and it wasn't very much money. I think it was only $100 each week. The money was all gone, and she needed money and food, and Lily was sick, and she wanted some medicine for Lily, so I went grocery shopping, and I brought over medicine, and I gave them cash because they needed money.
Now, when you went over there in response to that, did you know that you were violating the restraining order and the stay order?
I was never sure if the restraining order that I got in the beginning that applied to Coral Reef automatically transferred to that house, but I knew Dan didn't want me in his house, so I went there, but I didn't technically know that I was in violation of the restraining order, but I knew he didn't want me there.
Okay. Were you told anything about what could happen to you if you went over there?
Always. If I went over there, I'd be arrested.
And did you, after Dan got back from Europe, did you get fined for going over there and delivering the food and the medicine?
Yes. He said he found out that I was over there, although it was no secret. I didn't tell anyone not to tell, and I didn't do anything to cover it up.
And at some time in November, did you, in October, did you find out that there was going to be a problem with the November payment?
Yes, there were problems with the October and the November and the December payments. There were lots of problems all along there, all his fines and stuff.
Well, did you find out before you got the November payment or sometime that you were going to actually get minus money in November?
Yes, that weekend.
Okay. Did you, now when you found that out, what did you do?
I went to talk to Dan Broderick.
Okay. And do you remember what day you went over there?
It was a Saturday.
Okay. Does November 1st
Yes.
of 1986 sound like a time that...
Yes.
And what did you go over there for?
To ask him what I was supposed to do with no money for the month, how I was supposed to live, how am I supposed to make the house payment, the car payment. I mean, what is he doing here, and why is he doing it, and can he be more reasonable, and can't we talk about this, and what do you want me to do, Dan? What do you want out of me? I mean, I just stood there on the front lawn and talked to him.
It was also during this time that the defendant started doing some things even at her own apparent detriment or disadvantage, but she'd do them as long as it also was going to hurt Dan Broderick. And one example of that was forcing her own arrest in order to embarrass him. This happened way back in 1986. It was obviously several years before these killings, but it's an example of how she manipulated situations. This was the night of the Blackstone Ball, and I'm sure that most of you have never even heard of the Blackstone Ball, but it's a big function that the Bar Association puts on once a year. It's kind of like the big event of the year. It was at the Blackstone Ball that the defendant had worn that $10,000 designer dress that I mentioned before. On this particular occasion, she found out that Dan was going and that he was taking Linda. This was November of 1986, so it had been almost 2 years since they'd been separated and living apart. It'd been over 5 months since they were formally divorced. But she didn't like the idea that he was going and that he was going with Linda. And so she went over to his house that day to essentially force a confrontation. You will see that she knows how to confront when she wants to. Her own description of that day is that she drove over there, she confronted him, she told him that he was and this is a quote from her, a gross creature for appearing in public with the office cunt, and that's how she always described Linda, before he settled his obligations to her. She was obviously angry, making a scene. He obviously didn't want her there. This was after she had literally physically attacked him on some prior occasions. And so he asked her to leave. He was in the process of getting ready for the evening. There was a restraining order. She wasn't supposed to be there. But she refused. He told her that if she didn't leave, he was going to have to call the police. She basically said, go ahead, call the police, I'm not leaving. He didn't try and beat her up. He didn't try and physically throw her off the property himself. He simply called the police to enforce the restraining order. When the police officer got there, she explained to the defendant, it was a woman officer, that there was a valid restraining order in effect, and you have to leave. That's the only thing that Dan Broderick wants. She refused. The officer told her, look, if you don't leave, I'm going to have to arrest you. I'm going to have to physically place you in custody. She gave her several opportunities to just leave so that she didn't have to be arrested. And she refused. And so she was arrested. When she got to jail that day, the first thing that she did was to call up a friend of hers, a woman named Gail Forbes, to tell Gail Forbes that Dan had had her arrested and that she should call the newspapers and tell the newspapers that while The president of the Bar Association was at the Blackstone Ball. He'd had his wife thrown in jail. Gail Forbes describes her as sounding very pleased with herself. Gail Forbes didn't call the press. The defendant bailed out that night. Dan Broderick's evening was pretty much ruined. And thereafter, on many occasions, she talked about how he had brutalized her by throwing her in jail. Do you recall her ever talking to you about having been in jail?
Yes.
What was her attitude about that? How did she describe that or explain it?
Well, I kind of have to chuckle because she laughed and she said, "They've got me stringing beads."
And she was referring to being in custody?
Yes.
Was she laughing about it?
Yes.
November 1st was a Saturday.
You have said that you were upset on November the 1st, 1986, because Dan Broderick was reigning president of the San Diego Bar Association and was brazen enough to be flaunting his receptionist as his girlfriend at the Blackstone Ball. Talk about giving someone the middle finger. That's what you were upset about on November the 1st, correct?
I didn't know it was the Blackstone Ball until I got over there, until I saw Dan and he was getting ready for it. I didn't know it was that night. And I did think years later, whenever that is that you're reading, years later, I thought, that son of a bitch. I mean, look what he's doing. But that night, I didn't even know it. All I was mad about is I wasn't getting any money to live that month. I was getting minus $1,300, and he did charge me the next month, the minus $1,300.
You were obviously spending money to live that month, though, correct?
I had been living on credit cards totally and nonstop since February of '85 when he walked out. I carried at least $50,000 in credit card debt at all times. So every time I got any money, I paid down credit cards, but I basically lived on credit cards. Yes, looking back, that's right, that he cut me off from no money. It was after the bifurcation, and he was treating me like that, and then he's showing up, with his girlfriend. At the same time he's treating me like that. I just thought it was horrible. I thought it was bizarre.
Okay, so on November the 1st, 1986, 22 months after separation, you thought that it was horrible that he was dating someone.
That I had no monthly support and that I had no settlement. 22 months later, correct. No, not dating someone else. I obviously knew he was dating Linda from the very beginning. I thought it was brazen that he would throw his wife of so many years in jail for simply coming to him and saying, "What am I supposed to do here? How do you want me to live? You've got the restraining orders, you've got the kids, you've got all the money, you've got all the control. What do you want out of me?" It doesn't matter that he was dating Linda Kolkina 22 months later. It matters that I've got no settlement and have no life and no home and no car and nothing. That's what matters.
In November of 1986, you had no home and no car?
Right, they were both in Dan Broderick's name, so I didn't feel that I had a home of my own or was driving even a car of my own. I had no court-ordered support, so I didn't know that I could make monthly payments if I went out and got a home or car of my own. I had no way to go get a home or car of my own.
And you were angry about that. You were angry about the fact that he was taking Linda to the Blackstone Ball.
I was angry about the fact that he had the nerve to throw me in jail for simply coming to his home after 22 months of separation and the 2.5 years that went before that, and saying, "Come on, Dan, what do you want me to do here? What do you want me to do?"
Why did you go over and talk to Mr. Broderick rather than talking to his lawyer?
His lawyer wouldn't talk to me, and I didn't have a lawyer of my own, and it just seemed logical that Dan was the only person that had the answers to the questions that I had.
Okay. And were you having was that causing any financial problems for you at the time?
Having no money?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what did Mr. Broderick say when you went over there to talk with him about your financial condition?
That I had 10 seconds to get off his property or he was calling the police.
Okay. What was your response to him when he told you that?
I tried to call his bluff on it. I said, I have nowhere to go. Get off your property and go where? How am I going to manage? What am I going to do here? And I didn't think he'd really do it, but he did.
Okay, and he did what?
Called the police.
Okay. When the police got there, what happened?
They arrested me for being he had the restraining order in his hand, the piece of paper, and he showed it to them, and they arrested me for being within 100 yards of his house.
Had there something happened prior to November 6th that got you so that you decided that you better get some lawyer to represent you?
Yes, being jailed on November 1st and being left without any money, I had to do something. I was absolutely pushed into a corner. I had to do something. My only way to do something before was go to Dan and ask questions and expect answers. Well, that was out because if I went to Dan, he'd throw me in jail again. So I was absolutely forced to desperately get an attorney. I had to get an attorney to do something because I needed money to live.
And now, at the time of November, December of '86 and January of '87, what were your feelings in regard to the fact that it appeared that that you were divorced, and now that there was other issues? How were you feeling towards that action?
I felt that I was forced to get in the courtroom and fight with Dan Broderick. I didn't have any choice.
Okay. How did you feel about what your situation was? How did you feel about the kids? You didn't have the children then, is that correct?
Right, I didn't. It was the second holiday season that I didn't have the children.
Okay. How did you feel, given what your financial situation was, about your ability to handle the children at that time?
I felt confident in my ability to handle the children, always. But I didn't feel confident to provide a roof over their head, or food, or education, or shoes, or anything. I had no confidence that I had any earning power in the world, proven by the jobs I went to look for and got. I had no skills that were marketable, and I could not earn enough money to pay rent for a family with 4 children and myself, much less the lifestyle that the kids had with the private schools and stuff like that. So unless I took the children with a financial settlement where I could be assured that I could raise them and feed them and educate them and house them on more than a day-to-day basis, I was too nervous to have them back in my household like I did in February '85 when Dan left, with no agreement about having a house or having food or having rent, nothing. Just, he left me then and I just fell apart. I didn't know what was happening, and I know I can't raise 4 children financially from nothing.
Is that the check that you received for $10,000?
I guess. It's one of them, yeah.
Well, is that a check that was written to you from Dan Broderick, and is it endorsed on the back by yourself?
Right. And it says community property distribution on the bottom.
Yeah, and what do you write on the check?
No way, A.H.
And what does A.H. mean?
Asshole.
You wrote little notes like that on all the checks that Dan Broderick sent
Only
you,
when I
didn't
thought
you?
I was being cheated like this, yes.
And you didn't have enough money that year to take the children for Christmas because you didn't have enough money to go skiing, correct?
The children went skiing every year at Christmas. Dan took them the previous year, so I thought I'd take them this year. Plane tickets, lift tickets, hotel rooms, etc. cost a lot of money. Dan said he'd give me the money to pay for a ski trip. I made the reservations in Utah, just like where he went in '85. I made the reservations, and then when he went to give me the money for the ski trip, he sent $2,000. And
Which
I
was
said,
what you had agreed on. You had agreed on
$2,000 wouldn't even get us on the plane, much less lift tickets and a hotel and everything.
So you wanted to go on a ski trip. In order to take the children for Christmas of that year, you wanted to go on a ski trip, and you had to have Dan Broderick pay you more money because $2,000 wasn't enough to do it.
No, that's not really it. The kids want to go on a ski trip. And if they came with me, they could go on a ski trip if I had enough money. If I didn't have enough money, they should stay with him and go on a ski trip.
Okay. And
It's their only time of the year they can go.
You refused to take them for that Christmas because you claimed you didn't have enough money to take them on the ski trip.
I couldn't afford that much money out of the budget that I had at that time. I couldn't afford over $10,000 for a week of skiing.
Were they over there at all for Christmas?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Are those holidays important to you, Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yes, I'm a very traditional person, and my whole life was having traditions for the family and holidays and birthdays, and I had lots of decorations, and I had special dishes for each special time of the year, and Halloween and Easter and Christmas and Thanksgiving and birthdays, and it was a real big thing.
Now, at this period of time, you still had no court-ordered visitation in 1987?
Right.
And did you still have no right to have contact with your children?
Right.
And were you still talking to your children?
As much as I could, yes.
And when they would call you with problems, were you trying to answer their problems?
They still considered me mom, and they still called me with all their problems, and yes, I took care of everything that they could reach me with.
In February, what is your boys' birthdays?
14th for Rhett and the 23rd for Danny.
In 1987, were you trying to see your boys on their birthdays?
Yes, they were going skiing for a week, and there was the Friday before they left with a day off from school, and that was Rhett's birthday, and I wanted to have them on the Friday before they left with Dan for a week vacation, and he wouldn't let me have them.
Okay.
And then when I called when they were skiing on their birthday, on Danny's birthday and stuff, he wouldn't let me talk to them.
Was Dan home with the boys on that
On the
Friday?
ski trip?
No, on the Friday before when you wanted them.
No, Dan was at work, and the boys had no school, and there was really no reason I thought that they couldn't come, but he just wouldn't let them come.
Were you upset about that?
Of course.
Well, with the reasons that you've indicated before in 1986, as far as the only power that you had, did you still feel that way in 1987?
No, I felt much worse.
Okay. And why did you feel much worse about that?
Because, as we're going over each little incident, I'm saying how I felt about the little incident. But when it was happening way back then, I felt that everything was cumulative. It was one thing and then another thing and then another thing. And by the time we're in now, which is early 87, I was beyond the beyond of craziness and tolerance, and I was just nuts about trying to get a settlement. It was over 2 years after he walked out. I'd been through 4 lawyers. I'd been thrown in jail. The house was sold forcibly. He got the bifurcation, sole custody, no visitation, and I was just I was so stressed in 87, and you can see it in the diary. My writing is like all over the place, and I wasn't functioning at all, and we're getting to the point where Ruth Roth comes along, and I was just screaming and yelling in that machine every chance I got. I'd had it.
In 1987, a whole year later, while the defendant was now being represented by her 4th attorney, she had hired and fired the previous 3. She ended up firing this 4th one as well. They tried to mediate the case so that it didn't have to go to court. There had already been 2 court-ordered conciliation meetings that they were ordered to go to. Dan had appeared at both. Elizabeth Broderick had refused to show up at either. But in March of 1987, her attorney and his attorney agreed to have them meet with a professional mediator, a woman named Dr. Ruth Roth, who was known for her skills at mediating these kinds of things. She has worked with literally thousands of couples going through divorces. Directing your attention to early 1987, were you asked in your capacity as a mediator to be involved in attempting to mediate the custody issues in the Broderick divorce?
Yes.
How was it that you were approached to do that?
I was approached by Tricia Smith, who was then the attorney for Mrs. Broderick, and for Gerald Berry, who was the attorney for Mr. Broderick, to try to assist them in private mediation with regard to the child custody issues in lieu of family court services.
Dr. Roth met with Dan Broderick, and she met with Elizabeth Broderick on several occasions. She specifically wanted to work it out so that if the defendant wanted, she would have custody of her kids and Dan would have visitation. Unfortunately, Dr. Roth realized at the very first meeting that Elizabeth Broderick had no intention of taking custody, and no one was going to talk her into it. Dr. Roth describes her meetings with Elizabeth Broderick as one of a kind. Now, directing your attention to March of 1987, did you have a meeting with the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick, in relation to this attempted mediation?
Yes.
And was that on March 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Was this the first time that you had met with her?
Yes.
And this was, you were having a meeting with her first, and then you were going to have a meeting with Mr. Broderick, essentially?
That was the plan.
Okay. Can you describe for us what you informed Mrs. Broderick of at that first meeting? Did you explain to her what the process was?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the format for the extended mediation basically, as I just told you, and I told her that my job, that I had the best part, that my job was to be an advocate for the children, that she and Mr. Broderick were adults and had attorneys representing them, and the children don't get an attorney. So even though I'm not an attorney, I'm the closest thing to an attorney that children have. And so I have the best part. Okay. And I was going to try to help Mrs. Broderick and Mr. Broderick decide on a rational child sharing plan so that the children would have as stable and normal an existence as possible.
What was Mrs. Broderick's response when you described this procedure to her? What happened in the meeting?
She actually didn't respond to that part of it. She sort of started off with her own agenda.
And what do you mean by that?
She started to tell me what she wanted to tell me, I guess.
Okay, and what was it that she wanted to tell you?
She said that Dr. Stephen Sparta, who was then the therapist for the two younger children, Rhett and Danny, had said that she could not have visitation with them. And went on to say that she thought that Dr. Sparta was not fair. She believed him to be in Mr. Broderick's pocket.
What happened? What happened in the discussion?
She told me that there had been rats in her house, that she made a statement that went along the lines of, let him see what 4 kids are about besides fucking.
Okay. What was that in relation to when she said, let him see what 4 kids are about besides that?
Well, at that point I didn't know. And she went on to tell me that he had the children,
okay.
Something that I didn't know.
Okay. And so did you ask her how it was that he got the children?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She told me that she had taken them to his house on Easter Sunday and dropped them and their stuff off so that he could see what it was like to raise them.
Okay. And that's when she made the statement about let him see what 4 kids is about besides
yes.
fucking. Did she say anything else about that?
She said he has everything now.
If you're pausing, you're pausing because of the language that was used by Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, please, I would like you to give us the direct quote, if you have a direct quote.
Quote, he has everything now and the cunt, end quote.
How would you describe her demeanor when she was saying this?
She was angry.
Okay. Did you try to then get her to talk about what it was she wanted out of the process?
I don't recall at that point that I could break in because she went on.
Okay.
She went on to tell me that, do you want me to?
Go ahead.
She went on to tell me that she hadn't gotten her support yet and a bunch of other things having to do with the children. She was just very angry. And at that point, I let her run with it. Mm-hmm. I thought that if she got to say all the things that she wanted to say that I thought were pent up inside, then I could get to the agenda that I needed to deal with.
Okay.
And so I let her go.
Okay. And then what happened?
Toward the end, I told her that it seemed to me, more in an attempt to mollify her, that she had been the primary parent, that she had been what I call a stay-home mommy. And that it seemed to me that regardless of what happened, probably by the end of this mediation, she could get the kids back.
And what was her response to that?
She got even angrier.
Okay, what did she say?
She said, quote, "I'm not going to be a single parent of 4 kids. He'll die first."
What, do you recall how you responded to that?
Probably said, "What?" And she went on.
And what did she say?
She said, "The less I see them or hear from them, the better. No bother, no kids." End quote.
Did, how were you responding to this? Did you have any concerns about what she was saying?
I had concerns for a couple of reasons. The most immediate being that the law in the state of California that governs the license that I hold requires that I report a direct threat to the person being threatened. It's called the Tarasoff decision. And I sort of wanted to check out that I heard right, so I didn't do something that was presumptuous. And I asked her, I said, "Did you say that he'll die first?" And she said, quote, "You'll see, I'm not telling you. He's a cunt fucker." And I said, "No, tell me her name." And she yelled, "Cunt." And that was sort of how the first session ended.
Okay. Did you just have one meeting with Elizabeth Broderick, or did you decide to do something else?
No, I had more meetings.
Okay. What happened?
I'm stubborn, and I wanted to see if I could make some headway. And so I had another meeting, I scheduled another meeting with Mrs. Broderick that was 2 hours long.
Now, can you describe for us what happened in the second meeting that you had with her?
Yes. I sort of made up my mind ahead of time that I was going to keep control of the situation, and I was going to do it in a very focused fashion so that it would stick to the issues. And I asked Mrs. Broderick to tell me a little history, to tell me what had happened and how this situation got to this point, because neither attorney had sent me any pleadings.
And when you're talking about how the situation had gotten to that point, you're talking about the custody situation. You wanted to know why the children were where they were, essentially?
Yes, I wanted to know when they separated. I wanted to know what led up to the children being with Mr. Broderick. I thought if I gave her a structure, a format, then we could keep it on track and get through the process.
Okay. Were you able to keep it on track and get through the process?
No.
What happened?
She responded by telling me that she lived in a house with rats and had no money. And then she went on to tell me that she had taken the children and their things to Mr. Broderick's house and left them there so he could raise them.
Okay. Did she make any other statement about what his response was when she had done that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, quote, and you know what the cocksucker fucker did? He kept them, end quote. I'm sorry, I'm not good with that language, Miss Wells.
Okay. And I apologize, honey.
I think I'm blushing.
Okay. Was when she made that quote, do you know what he did? He kept them. How was she saying that?
She was angry. Okay. Angry and sort of I guess angry covers it best. Angry and sort of, she sounded almost surprised.
Was that getting on track as far as you were concerned, or did you again try to focus her on something?
Yes, I wanted to get back to the issues because this wasn't getting any place. And I told her that while I didn't know what Mr. Broderick's position would be, based on what she had told me, what I could glean from it, that she had been the primary parent, what I had said before.
Right.
And that we needed to work things out, and I wanted her to tell me what kind of plan she had in mind. Most people come into mediation with some kind of plan, whether rational or otherwise. They have some kind of an agenda as to what they want from the process.
And what did she indicate to you that she wanted from the process?
Well, she said, quote, "No way, I'm not going to be the single mother of 4 kids. I've already told you that. He'll die first. I'm not letting go of him that easy. The little fucker was mine and he'll stay mine." End quote.
And was she also angry when she was making these statements?
She was yelling.
Okay. How did you respond to her yelling this?
The yelling doesn't bother me. The statement bothered me, and I said something stupid like, "Are you threatening him?" I was more startled than anything else.
Okay. And what did she say when you asked her, "Are you threatening him?"
She said, I think she thought it was a dumb sentence too. She said, "I'll threaten the cocksucker. I threaten the cocksucker all the time. You know what else he does besides sucking?" I thought she said sucking, and that's what I wrote. And I repeated that. And she said, "Not sucking, she sucks, he fucks." At that point, I ran out of patience.
When you say you ran out of patience, did you confront her about the language and say anything about knock it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially what I said was, I may have even said knock it off. I said, this is about the kids. Look, let's settle down. You're a grown-up and so am I. Tell me what you want from this process. Use her name and let's talk about what we're going to get done.
Okay. When you did that, what did she do? When you kind of tried to confront her about it?
She told me she didn't want me to take notes anymore. She said she wouldn't stay if I wrote anything else down.
Okay. So she was obviously aware that you were taking notes. You were doing that in front of her.
Yes, I had a legal-sized yellow pad and a pen in my lap, and I was writing.
Okay. And what happened when she told you she didn't want you to take notes anymore?
I stopped taking notes. I didn't want her to leave.
When you talked to her about that, about, essentially let's look at the positive, what was her response?
Her response appeared to be that she didn't want the kids back unless she could have everything back, unless she could continue to be Mrs. Daniel Broderick and have the family that she had before. The husband and the children in the house. She was just angry.
How did this particular meeting end, the second one? If you
badly.
Recall.
I mean, I didn't accomplish anything.
Okay. What was your intent at that point? Was your intent to go on or stop or what?
I thought that she would calm down. I thought that maybe this was venting that she needed to do, and I decided to try to keep on with it.
You indicated that you did have a third meeting with Mrs. Broderick, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on March 19th?
Yes.
And did you take any notes?
I tried, but she wouldn't let me.
Okay. Do you recall essentially what occurred at that meeting?
Yes. She told me she'd always been a good mother, always been there, and had taken the children every place and done all the things that a mother who is not employed does with and for her children. And I believed her.
Okay. Did she indicate whether or not she wanted custody of the kids, or what happened, what ultimately happened in this meeting?
No, she didn't indicate that she wanted custody of the kids. The more she talked about it, and it started off fairly calmly, She got angrier and angrier and went over the things that she had said before. She felt, I think, that she had lost. And I tried to tell her that, see, I thought I was making progress. I tried to tell her that we could work things out, that I thought that she could have the children back. And at this point, I'd already talked to Mr. Broderick. And we needed to work out visitation. Okay. And what did she have in mind, if she got them back, that he could have her visitation?
And do you recall what her response was?
She didn't want him to have visitation. Okay. And she got very angry then.
In comparison to all of the people that you've dealt with at mediating child custody disputes, and obviously seeing different variations of anger, where would you put Elizabeth Broderick?
She may be the angriest person I ever saw. She's one of the top two anyway.
What happened at the end of this third meeting? I believe you indicated that you started talking about her dress. What happened right after that?
She got angry again, and I tried to turn her again, and I was able to do it. And she started to talk about the children, and then she got up abruptly, and she said, "I'm not coming back here." And I said, "What?" I thought I was making progress. I said, "What?" And she said, "I'm not coming back here. You're too good. You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single..." I'm sorry.
I'm not coming back here. You are too good.
You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single mother. I won't let you talk me into it.
And then what happened?
She got up.
And left?
And left. Fairly pleasantly. She wasn't angry then.
She was just making a very firm statement about her feelings.
Yes, she was, as I remember it, being pleasant.
Were there any other meetings with Elizabeth Broderick after this third meeting? For purposes of mediation?
No.
Okay. Did the mediation ever go through? Were you ever able to work out anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you never ended up filing any sort of report or recommendation with the court?
No.
She didn't even want to talk about the children. All she wanted to do was talk about how much she hated Dan and Linda. One of her specific statements was, "That little fucker was mine, and he'll stay mine." This was March of 1987. It had been over 2 years since they'd been separated, and they were long divorced. When Dr. Roth tried to talk to her about the children, get her focused back on that issue, Elizabeth Broderick would say there was no way she was going to be the single mother of 4 children, that Dan Broderick would die first. I mentioned the thousands of cases that Dr. Roth had dealt with in her career. She'd obviously heard a lot of anger and a lot of venting. That's not particularly unusual. But only on a very few occasions had she ever felt the need to take someone's statements seriously enough to warn the other person about them, and this was one of them. She called up Dan Broderick to warn him about the threats that Elizabeth Broderick was making and the need to perhaps take them seriously. And incidentally, he did take them seriously. By this time, he had been telling his children for quite some time that she had been telling her children for quite some time that she was going to kill their father. There were 5, maybe 6 different times over the years where he went so far as to hire security guards to come to his house to protect him because he was afraid of what she was getting ready to do. After 3 sessions with Dr. Roth, Elizabeth Broderick refused to come back. And she told Dr. Roth the reason. She said, "You're too good. You make me forget how much I hate Dan and Linda. So I'm not coming back." She didn't want to put the hate behind it. She wanted to keep it alive. She had the ability, she had the means, she had the professional help to do it, but she chose not to. And so there was no mediated agreement, there was no settlement, and she continued to tell her friends and family that Dan was doing a horrible job of raising the kids, and the only reason he had them was because he had used his legal influence to steal them away. She continued to tell her children that it was entirely their father's fault that they couldn't live with her. Well, moving into 1987, with respect to custody of the children, you had the meetings in March with Dr. Roth. And it was very clear at that time, again, that you did not want custody of the children when you had your meetings with Dr. Roth, correct?
I was a total wreck by the time I met Dr. Roth, and I could not take the children emotionally at all until I got a settlement. I was frantic. I'd been thrown in jail. I'd gone through all this stuff. He'd cut off all the money. I'd gone through the Glucksman, Hargreaves, Tricia Smith thing. I had liens on my house. I'd given away my necklace, and I was absolutely, when I met Ruth Roth. Sorry, how you transcribe that, sorry.
Did Ruth Roth come into the picture sometime around then?
Right around then, yes.
Okay. And what was your attitude about Ruth Roth?
Well, she wouldn't talk to me or listen to at all why I might have been like I was when she met me, you know, screaming and yelling and very, very angry at what I had been put through. She kept saying she didn't want to listen to what I'd been put through. Like, well, if you don't listen to what has happened here, you're not going to understand why I'm like this and why this kid situation is like this and why. I mean, you have to hear what we've all been put through for all these years. And she didn't want to listen to anything. She just wanted to know what I wanted to do with the kids that week. And I said what I wanted to do with the kids that week was get a settlement. I have to get a settlement of this whole thing. And Tricia Smith was on the job and working as hard as she could to get a settlement. But she wasn't getting any cooperation from Dan.
Now, in 1987, were you supposed to have the children for Easter?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something where there was plans made for that?
Yes, extensive plans. I was supposed to have them for the whole week.
Okay. And had that been arranged ahead of time?
Yes, we had lots of plans. Literally, I had written a schedule where each child could pick one day, and then they'd get to say what we did that day.
Now, when you were supposed to have the Easter vacation with the boys, did you go to pick the boys up?
Yes, they wanted me to be there early,
Okay.
so I'd be right in front of the school.
And did you go there?
Yes, I was there early.
Did, when you arrived there early, what happened?
Dan was pulling away from the school with Rhett in the car.
Okay. Now, when Dan was pulling away with Rhett in the car, what kind of car were you driving?
I had a little rental Chevrolet because the Suburban was in getting fixed.
Okay. And did you do anything when you saw Dan pulling away with Rhett?
Yes, I went after him. He was in the MG Midget.
Okay. And did anyone tell you that the boys were not going to be able to spend that week with you?
No.
Before then?
I think Tricia Smith may have called me just before I left the house and said something about she didn't think that I could have visitation, but I promised the boys I'd be there early, and so I went there early anyway. Okay. But I thought I was getting them.
Okay. And when you, what did you do when you say you chased him? What did you do?
I followed him around the corner because he didn't know it was me. Nobody would know it was me in that little car.
And so what happened?
So he pulled over, and I pulled over next to him, and I didn't get out of the car. And they were two little cars. So, and I don't know if he didn't have the top down, but his window was open, and I said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said that Ruth Roth said that I couldn't have visitation for the week because I wouldn't stop using bad language. And Rhett was crying.
Okay. And at some point later on, did you find out were the boys told anything else about your visitation, Danny?
Well, Danny was told that I changed my mind. That's why they couldn't come to my house for the weekend, is because I changed my mind, and I was absolutely furious that he told them that. And that's when the phone call comes in.
Okay. Now, during the time that you went and saw Ruth Roth, you've heard her testimony basically saying that you weren't going to stop using bad words. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
I had felt so overwhelmed and so taken advantage of by Dan Broderick in every aspect of my life. He was still controlling every aspect of my life, my children, my money, my home, absolutely everything. But I wouldn't let him control what I said or what I thought.
Did your mom talk to you all sometimes over the phone?
Yes, often.
So she would call over there. She was free to call and talk to you all on the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall that there was a specific conversation that she had with your brother Danny that you overheard?
Yes.
And that was a conversation that was tape recorded, and you've heard the tape of that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall why it was that that conversation was kind of unique?
Well, at the time, Danny's really shy, and he doesn't really speak up to people, and he was yelling at Mom. So it was unique in that way. And
in the conversation, was it clear to you that Danny was upset?
Yes.
Just to get his money.
Yeah, that's right.
Then if he knows that, then how come he doesn't stop?
Because he's so stupid. He doesn't care giving her the money. But that money is mine. I earned it. I earned it for 20 years of hard work and total shit from that asshole.
Yeah, but you're never going to see us again. Don't you care about your family besides stupid money?
I care perfectly about my family.
Then how come you won't just shut your mouth and so we can come over there?
Somebody else is on the phone.
No, I don't care.
No, I don't care either. I took absolute perfect care of my family. I was the best mommy in the whole world and the best wife in the whole world. It's not my fault your father's such a fuckhead. I care plenty about my family. I only work 24 hours a day for 17 years.
So then fine. If it isn't your fault, then why don't you just mind your own business and not care if...
What do you mean, mind my own business?
And don't care who he's seeing. He could be seeing a totally different girl. It wouldn't make a difference.
Well, I guess you're a real California kid. Congratulations. Your brain is scrambled eggs. You've been living with him too long. You don't have any sense of value, right and wrong, up and down, in and out, black and white, truth or lie. Stay living with him, your whole head will go spin.
All you care about is the money.
That's what he tells you, right?
No.
Yes.
But that's all. No, that's what you tell me. But then what do you care about besides the money?
I wish this person would hang up the phone.
Nobody's on the phone.
Are you in the kitchen?
No, I'm upstairs.
Well, what's that noise?
It's what noise?
People walking around and stuff in the kitchen.
It's not in the kitchen, it's up here.
Who is it?
Everybody walking upstairs. There's the babysitter and Red and Lee, and Dad and stuff.
And stuff. You mean the concierge?
No.
Well...
Okay, what else do you care about besides your money and your share of things to own?
What do you think else do I care about? I cared about my family bad enough to put up with him fucking Linda for 2 years.
Yeah, well, if you care about your family, if you stop saying bad words, Mom.
I put up with shit in my face for 2 years, and you kids never even knew it. You never knew he was fucking Linda while I was married to me, did you?
No.
No, and I did. And I put up with shit for 2 years hoping he'd get over this. And he'd grow up. And he obviously is too weak, a little faggot.
But no, you don't. If you care about your family, you would stop saying bad words.
Well, I repeat again, I'd rather be a lady and a wonderful person and call a cunt a cunt.
Well, you're not going to be a wonderful person to very many people if you don't stop saying those bad words.
I'm sick of the cunt answering the telephone and not letting my messages just through. I'm keeping my children away from me on 2 Christmases and 2 Thanksgivings and 2 birthdays.
It's not only Vic's fault, it's Dad's fault too, and it's your fault, Mom.
Right.
Because you keep on saying bad words. That would never happen. You would never be calling here. You didn't.
The first Christmas, your father took me away, took you guys away from me, and stuck Linda right in front of you at the ski place. We were married, and I wasn't calling anybody a cunt then.
What ski place?
In Utah. We were married when he did that.
No, we weren't. No, you. Oh, yeah, but you were still separated.
Well, what difference does that make? We were married. And you are my 4 kids that he took away from me for Christmas and put you in an ugly apartment where I could...
No, but he did take us away. You gave us to him.
On Christmas?
No, on Easter. You sent me over there on Easter, and in a couple hours more, they were over here.
Mm-hmm. And you've just been having a good time ever since, haven't you?
No, we haven't. We're having a horrible time because you keep on saying the bad words. And we're never going to be able to come over there if you don't stop. And if you don't stop, it just shows me that all you care about is your money.
Well, this house isn't as pretty as that house.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot prettier.
This house?
I think so. It's a lot neater.
It's in a better spot. I don't like you in gay town. With all the criminals and all the retards and the old folks and the drug dealers.
Now, you've heard a conversation that you had with Danny that was tape recorded, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And was there anything unusual that was happening during Danny at that period of time?
Yes, Danny was suicidal. He was threatening to run away from home. He was extremely upset and angry at the position that he found himself in. He hadn't gone to court yet, I don't think, to speak to judges. He wanted to be with me, and he was being told he couldn't be with me, and he was very upset. And Ruth Roth told me that it was healthy for Danny to vent his anger.
Okay. And did you find Danny during that period of time on a number of occasions was venting some anger he'd never vented before?
He was hysterical on that phone call. It was the Easter vacation, and he felt horrible. He wanted to be with me. Everything was changed, and he was told it was changed because I wouldn't stop calling Dan names. So he thought if I would just agree to stop calling Dan names, which is what he was told by his father, then maybe he could come live with me.
Okay. And was there a reason that you continued to call Dan names?
Well, there was never that agreement that if I stopped calling Dan names, the boys would come live with me. That was just what was going on with Ruth Roth and Dan at the time. And I thought Tricia Smith was working on a settlement and the boys would be living with me shortly anyway, that there would be an end to this thing. We're still back in March of '87, and I kept thinking there was going to be an end to this any minute.
Okay. Now, were there other times when you talked to Danny during that period of time where he was expressing anger different than he had before?
Yes.
As you sit and listen to that tape, did you think that your language was appropriate?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Danny was very upset and crying, and I was very upset and crying on that tape. It was a very upsetting time for all of us.
So why were you using the language, do you know?
I was just going rah, 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 rah. I was just mad. I was just trapped, and I wanted to get it over with, and that's the way it came out.
And I've read off that there was contempt hearings in April, May, and June. Were you attending those contempt hearings?
Yes, I had to.
Okay. During the time that there were going through those hearings, was there ever a time where you made a request as to being able to have access to the children on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of making the request?
It's because this was the continuing, ongoing problem with the answering machine keeping me from the kids, and I'd get angry, and then they'd tape it on purpose, and then they'd go to court and say, she's calling me names, and I'd get sent to jail and fined, and they wouldn't stop, they wouldn't get off the machine. So after sentencing me to 21 days in jail for calling Dan names on the machine, the judge ordered Dan to take the girlfriend off the machine, and that was the end of that.
Okay. Did you get out of jail sooner than had been contemplated by
Yes.
that? Okay. And at the time that, when you got out of jail, how would you describe your feelings at that time?
I had written Judge Joseph this letter that said that this is not the legal system that I learned about in school and that I later taught about in school. Where is my public trial by jury? This is a private trial by self-professed, longtime good friend of my husband's, and I thought it was gang rape. And I said that in that letter. I thought I was being grossly unfairly treated and taken advantage of. And I said I was going to complain about him to the Judicial Council of the State of California.
Really told me you're afraid of me. You better damn well be afraid of me. You keep going like this. Better pay this insurance bill now, or you're going to be damn afraid of me.
Did that message have anything to do with talking to the children or wanting to talk to the children?
No, it had to do with desperation of having to deal with him.
You didn't have any problems, obviously, asserting yourself when you were angry about something. You called him up and you demanded that he did something, or you were going to do something to him, correct?
He never did anything that I demanded. It was just empty threats.
You had specifically been advised, whether you agreed with it or not, by the judge when you went through the contempt hearings, that that conduct was harassing. Using that language was harassing, correct?
Yes, and I disagreed.
In fact, the judge had talked to you about the fact that not only was it harassing and disturbing the peace of everyone in the household, but that it was obviously not good for the children to be exposed to those kinds of characterizations, correct?
I don't know if that's what the judge said, but I considered the phone answering machine and leaving me cut out of everything with no recourse was annoying, harassing, and bothering me more than me yelling back at him was annoying, harassing, and bothering him.
He told you that you were clearly engaged in a pattern of conduct that was harassing and that it had to stop, correct?
And I told that judge he could sentence me to 21 years in jail and I would not stop trying to get in touch with my children, that he had no right to cut me off from my children.
Nothing that you were ever held in contempt for trying to get in touch with your children. It was for using the language that you used, correct?
It was for using the language that I used when I hit the machines that were put there for the sole and explicit purpose of keeping me from my children, which drove me crazy, guaranteed every time.
Okay. And if you knew that it was going to drive you crazy, guaranteed every time, you obviously had the ability to recognize it was going to be there and to not use that language, correct? But you did it anyway.
I wanted to get in touch with my children. I was not putting up with that.
Summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere?
I bought at the Bishop's auction a trip to Hawaii for the children and myself. And that's important that I bought it at the auction, which is why when we were leaving and Dan wouldn't let the kids come, I couldn't get my money back. My money went to the Bishop's school. It didn't go to the hotel or the airlines or anything.
Okay. Did you make plans for the children to go to that?
As much as I could with no custody, as I discussed it with the kids and they wanted to go, I wanted them to go. It was summertime, they had no other plans. There didn't seem to be any reason to me that they couldn't go. But Dan wouldn't let them go at the last minute.
Okay, so that was a decision that was made at the last minute.
Exactly. The day I was leaving, they couldn't go.
Okay, now what kind of place did you go to? Was it a...
It was a family place. It was all families and children and on the waterfront beach, and it was a very family place. And I had a 2-bedroom condo.
Okay, and did you go on that trip?
I was torn of whether to go or not the day I was leaving because I'd never been to Hawaii, neither had the children. And my choice was go to Hawaii by myself or not go at all and lose the whole trip. So I did end up going by myself just to see what Hawaii was like.
Did you ever tell the children that they couldn't go?
No, they know they were supposed to go.
Now, sometime in 1987, did you have some family visit you from back east?
Yes, I had a cousin and his wife and 3 children, and I had my brother Frank and his wife and their 2 children, and I had another family from Eastchester, New York, a mother and father and 3 children come visit, because I lived near the beach and I had a real nice house, and they came to visit.
Okay, and was this during the summer?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a time when you tried to get your children to be able to go with you to a family outing with all their children?
Yes, especially with my brother Frank and his kids. My kids had never met. They're first cousins that live in Tennessee, and they're very compatible in ages. And it turned out that Mag and Frank went to a convention in Las Vegas and left their children with me, and I wanted to take their children and my children to Warner Springs Ranch so they'd have fun together, and Dan wouldn't let my kids meet their cousins.
Okay.
Wouldn't let them go.
Was there anything the children were doing? Were they out of town, or were they just...
No, they were home, doing nothing in Marston Hills.
Did you ever tell Rhett that his father was a cold-hearted bastard?
I know that's exactly how I felt at certain times. You know,
the question is, did you ever tell Rhett that?
I don't recall specifically telling Rhett that, but it's very likely that I did, yes.
Did you tell him he didn't belong in the slums with...
Yes, probably.
I
didn't think he did.
You tell him that you don't have anyone that loves you or cares you over there, cares about you over there?
He didn't. He was being horribly neglected by those babysitters and by Dan and Linda. He was being left alone. He was running away. He was suicidal. He was depressed.
Did you think that that made Rhett feel better for you to keep telling him how horribly he was being treated?
Your Honor, objection. It's irrelevant.
Rhett knew how horribly.
That's relevant. You can answer that. Overruled.
Rhett knew how horribly he was being treated, and he wanted to live with me, and he was running away all the time. He knew it. I didn't have to tell him.
Did you think that it was appropriate to tell his father that he was an asshole? Tell his father to drop dead?
About particular things at certain times, I probably said those things. I did think Dan was all those things.
Well, you said that this conversation that you had with Danny, that we've heard the tape of, that was an aberration. Isn't it true you had conversations like that with, other conversations like that with Danny? You had conversations like that with Rhett?
In 1987, we had a lot of horrible conversations. It was a very bad time for all of us. I was completely falling apart. I couldn't get any satisfaction in the courts. We are now into 87, going into 88.
And so, assuming that
I was freaking out.
Assuming that you wanted to vent those kinds of feelings, did you think it was appropriate to vent them like that with your children?
Not particularly appropriate to vent them with the children, but I think it was more appropriate that the children knew what was going on and why.
And knew, for example, like you said, that as long as someone is it's okay to call them.
That's right.
And when Rhett would cry when you were in the middle of a conversation like that, you just hung up on him.
Well, I don't remember that. I mean, there were thousands and thousands of conversations, morning, noon, and night. Most of them very friendly and very good, about nothing to do with foul language or anybody's problems.
No. Not coming here for next exchange? No. Why not? No. He just said no. What are you going to do over there? No. What's the matter? My stomach. Well, I'm going to make a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with all my wonderful food, and the Fordsons are coming, and the McKelsons are coming, and the Sarases are coming. We're all going to have a wonderful time, and you guys need to be here. You don't belong in the... And your father and his drunken, divorced friends, like last year. Remember last year the said your father had... Yeah. She was right. But he's a rich, and she's too smart to walk out on him. Well, where's Lily? Is she still there, or she go away? What? Still in the room you're in, or she go away? She go away. Poor little Muffy, I put her out back to get some exercise in the sunshine, and she's crying at the back door. She wants her babies back. There's only 3 babies left now. What? There's only 3 babies left. Oh, oh, they drink milk out of a bowl. If you put a bowl of milk down, they go. And I haven't given them any food yet, but they're kind of cute. And they haven't gotten fluffy yet. You know how they get fluffy, like when you got yours, she was fluffy?
Yeah. You have to give any away now. I have to get up. We're giving one away. We're giving one away already. To that girl that was at your meeting.
We're giving 3 away.
Mom.
I can't keep them. Nobody's here to play with them. They poop all over them.
Can we keep one?
We were going to keep the runt, but it died.
Can we keep another one?
No, we're going to do puppies again and get them again. No, the lady who was at the meeting gets 1. The girl who does my nails gets 1. And Canon Christopherson's getting the little boy 1. But you and I have, we have Topsy and Muffin. We have our dog. Muffy's the best.
No, I want a baby.
You had a baby, Muffy.
What a cute baby.
Muffy was a cute baby.
No, I want to raise another.
Over here, and you missed her growing up because Daddy's such a right?
Right.
So why give you another baby and then you miss growing up again? But I hate to tell you this, but you gotta learn to stick up for yourself, and you gotta speak up to Daddy. He's killing you all. He's ruining your lives and killing you, and you've got to speak up and fight back.
I'm not dead.
Yeah, well, maybe you're not dead physically, but emotionally you're dead. You don't have anyone that loves you or cares about you over there, and he mistreats you, treats you like a little piece of shit. And he's a cold-hearted... What kind of a parent is that?
A cold one.
Bad one. A very, 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 very bad one. And you shouldn't put up with it anymore. You should tell him to you and Lily and Danny should say, and come over here. Tell him to drop dead and go away. And then you'll be happy over here. God, stick up to him. He's a maniac. He is a raving mental maniac.
That's why we don't want to stick up to him.
Just get away. Just get over here.
Oh, God.
I'll get the police to beat the shit out of him.
Do it.
What?
Do it.
Well, first you gotta get over here. I can't just send the police over there.
Why?
Because he's not doing anything wrong over there. But if you can't tell the judges and the police that you want to be here, and you get here, then he's got not a leg to stand on. Not a leg to stand on.
Oh, he did good court.
What?
He did good court.
What?
Cut.
What?
You'll never bring us.
I'll see you.
Okay.
Well, what will you tell him?
But tell him I will live there.
Okay. Maybe I'll come over and I'll bring the TV cameras and the police with me today. Would you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
I would like to do it too.
But I can't do it.
Ask Lily if she wants me to do it. Come rescue her today. This is like getting the hostages out of Lebanon. The Iranian hostages have to do a sneak attack.
Who are the Iranians?
People from Iran.
Oh.
They're always making war on everybody and being jerks. And they take people hostage and won't let them go. And that's what Daddy has you guys hostage. He has you hostage, little prisoners, and he won't let you go. You're prisoners of war. Poor babies. Could you call Danny and talk to me?
What?
Is Danny anywhere where you see him?
No.
Or hear him or anything?
No.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
I just heard a little boy's voice. Maybe it's Danny. Maybe he's over here.
No.
Say, Mom! Sounds like he's coming up the private road. Wouldn't that be a surprise if he came here? Yeah. That was a surprise that day you came here, remember? What day? From the beach? Yeah. I hear kids down on the beach playing. You heard kids down on the beach playing? What, honey? Did you hear people at the beach playing? Yeah, I hear them yelling. And I hear the waves crashing. And I hear Muffy going, shout your baby. What? When are you going to get over here? Don't know. When he tells you can't come for Thanksgiving, don't you say anything back? Or you just say, oh. Uh-oh, Muffy, stop it! Muffy, stop! What's she doing? You're waiting up for the baby. Well, go fight, beat up Daddy. What? Mom? Mom?
You did, you've acknowledged leaving some messages on the phone answering machine at Dan Broderick's house.
Thousands and thousands, yes.
And you did it intentionally to harass him.
Not the thousands and thousands of messages, no. Some of them.
Well, let's, for example.
Oh no, here again. All you know about clean anyway, the mere existence is a filthy statement on human life. You're like the scum of the earth. People like you are not new, you know. They've been around since the beginning of the same old story. Yeah. I wonder when my kids are coming home. Oh well. Call back later, I guess. Just to harass you.
Obviously, you left that message just to harass Dan and Linda, correct?
No, incorrect. That was a call to my children. They were not home. I surmised they were not home, and I reached Linda, the office girl's name on the machine, which shouldn't have been there. It was a call to my kids. Okay. But I knew if the kids weren't there and I kept calling back, it would harass him that I was calling. I wasn't calling to harass him.
Well, okay, you said there at the end, I'll call back later just to harass you.
Well, I called back to reach the kids, but I knew if I had to call a few times before the kids got there, that it would be bothersome to him. But how would I know when the kids would be there?
Now, that was a call that was intended to harass them, correct?
I never picked up the phone to call Dan Broderick to harass him. I called to reach my children. If I got the machine, I would be mad and harassed, and I would say ugly things to him.
You said this is so much fun. You were having fun
Obviously,
leaving those
I wasn't
messages?
having fun, but I knew that he would take the messages and tape them and use them against me because that's what he was doing.
You knew that these messages were harassing, correct? You knew that it was harassing.
I didn't call to harass, but when I got the machine, I was very angry, and I felt harassed first because I was interrupted in reaching my children, and out of frustration, I would say ugly things that ended up harassing him. But I had much more important things to do than to pick up the phone and bother harassing him.
Did you think that when you left that message, stop long enough to return my calls, that was going to make him inclined to want to return your calls?
I wasn't inclined to want to talk to him either, no.
Well, you called and left the message.
I didn't want to have anything to do with Dan Broderick in 1987. I didn't want to talk to him either. He had me between a rock and a hard place, and he knew it, and I had to deal with him on certain things because he made it that way, and then he refused to deal with me. And then I'd get hysterical.
Did you leave that message, Mrs. Broderick, yes or no?
Yes.
And did you say stop long enough to return my messages, yes or no?
Yes.
And did you think that he was going to be inclined to want to call you back when you left that message,
No.
yes or no?
No.
I have the day off and I would really like to use the boat, my boat. How do I get the keys? Where are the keys? Will you make another set and deliver them over here so that when I want to use the boat, I can use it? Thanks, sweetie.
Did that conversation or that message have anything to do with the children or getting in touch with the children? Yes or no?
I would have only used the boat with the children, but not particularly on that phone message.
Now, did you also have a Christmas party planned that year?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to have that party?
This is December '87, right?
Yes.
Yes, I did have the party.
Okay.
And it was
What kind of party was it?
it was a miniature version of the party we used to have, where it was our good friends and their spouses and their children, where it was good for the kids to get together at someone's house for the holidays. And I had a full buffet, and the kids were now older. The kids were in range from 8 to 15, 16 by that time. They weren't little kids anymore. And everyone brought their children.
Were your children able to attend that party?
No, Dan would not let them come on the day that it happened. And he had plenty of notice. It was planned for quite a while.
Now, around the late fall or early winter of 1987, did you plan a trip to go anywhere?
I think I actually planned that trip during the Christmas holidays. It was a rainy Christmas that year. It was my third Christmas all alone. I was extremely, extremely depressed, in fact, totally suicidal. And I was sitting in the kitchen, and I had a newspaper, and I was just thinking to myself, I mean, everything's in the toilet here. My whole life is in the toilet here. What can I possibly do to cheer myself up or to make something feel better? And I called a 1-800 number and put a Club Med trip to Tahiti on my credit card. And I thought maybe that would help.
Did it help at all?
No, I took the stress and the fear and everything of the legal stuff with me to Tahiti, and I tossed and turned in Tahiti, and I laid on the beach in Tahiti thinking, what are you doing here? You've got to get home and get this settled. It's not going to go away if you go to Tahiti for 10 days.
Now, did you, when you went to Tahiti, was there any pets that you had possession of?
At that stage, the dogs were back and forth. At that stage, the 2 Shih Tzu little furry dogs that we had were at my house.
Okay. Now, I showed you a picture of a dog and their puppies.
Right, that's one.
Was that one of and that was Defense WW for identification. Was that one of the dogs?
That's Muffin and the puppies, right.
Okay. And whose dogs were they?
They were particularly the boys' dogs. Danny owned Topsy and Rhett owned Muffin.
Okay. And during that period of time when you went to Tahiti, did you do anything with the dogs?
Yes, I called up the boys and said I was going away on a vacation. And I also went up to Pasadena for Christmas, so I was going to be away. And I said, you've got to take care of your dogs. So they said, okay, fine. And I drove over there and I dropped the dogs and their food and their little dishes and their leashes and this little foam bed they have that they sleep in.
Okay. Now, at that time in 1987, did you have any custody of the boys at all?
No.
And did you have any visitation with the boys?
No.
When you came back from Tahiti, were you served with any new court papers?
Yes, the day I came back, I was served with papers that I was in contempt for coming within 100 yards and dropping the dogs off.
That was in 1987. What about 1988? That's when she's writing in her diary. There is no better reason in the world for someone to kill than to protect their home, possessions, and family from attack and destruction. You have attacked and destroyed me, my home, my possessions, and my family. You continue to repeatedly attack and steal and destroy. You are the sickest person alive. A law degree does not give you license to kill and destroy, nor does it give you immunity from punishment. No one will mourn you. The next one that was filed was in 1988, February 24th, where there was a hearing and you were found in contempt on 8 counts of contempt. Is that correct?
Okay, I fired Tricia Smith by this point. And so there were no other, yeah. So now I'm representing myself, I think.
And those 8 counts of contempt, they weren't just phone messages. They were phone messages. They were sending vulgar postcards. They were writing threatening letters. There was the incident of forcing Dan off the road, at least the way he described it, coming into the house. There were numerous instances on which you were found in contempt on February 28th, 1988.
That's the one I commonly refer to as the dogs, right?
Yes.
That included the dogs, yes. And I had just arrived home from a vacation and he slammed me with papers again.
Now, again, at that hearing, the judge didn't sentence you or punish you in any way. He essentially suspended the sentence. He found you in contempt. He sentenced you to 25 days, which he suspended. He sentenced you to a $1,000 fine per count.
Which is $9,000 or $10,000.
It's $8,000. There were 8 counts.
Oh, okay, $8,000.
And to attorney's fees, and it was all suspended. At that time, everything was suspended. Nothing was done.
No, that's not correct. The money was a fine imposed that day.
But you were not ordered to pay it. It was suspended.
No, I don't think it was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was. I had to pay it.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether or not this hearing on February 24th, 1988 was the one in which Judge Joseph had indicated he was going to sentence you to jail time, but Mr. Broderick requested that there be no jail?
I don't remember that. I'd have to read this more in context and get everything straight.
Does he not say here to you, I had every intention, after reading the material, of imposing the days which had been suspended, and I'm still not sure that that isn't the right thing to do. But I know less about your family than you do, and Mr. Broderick does, and I hear Mr. Broderick saying to me that that's not going to help. It may even make things worse, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to make things worse.
That's what it says there. I'm sure he said it. I don't remember him saying it.
And he did not sentence you to. He suspended everything. The last hearing, the last contempt hearing, was filed on May 4th, 1988, correct?
Yes.
Or was heard. And that had to do with a message that you left that started with, listen, you insane asshole. I'm not accepting rent by cab, which is unsafe, so that I can be your maid and babysit while you continue your drunken afternoon with your office. Was that not, excuse me, just yes or no, was that not the message on which you were held in contempt on May 4th?
No, it wasn't.
There was never another action filed for contempt after the May 4th, 1988, correct?
I think so, yes.
Yes, there was not. Is that
Right.
what you're saying? Right. He tried to get a firm visitation schedule when you were having the problems, going back and forth, when it wasn't working out with the kids, trying to make the arrangements. He wrote you a letter trying to get you to tell him what weekends you wanted, what weeks you wanted, so that it could all be settled without having to use the kids, didn't he?
By May of '88, when they weren't showing up at the mandatory settlement conferences and everything, I didn't even read. If I got this letter, I didn't even read it. And look, there's it is, yeah. But I wasn't agreeing to anything that they presented to me like that. I wanted a full
So even
settlement.
though they were offering to attempt to resolve the scheduling of visitation,
right,
and giving you a schedule where you could request which weekends and which weeks you desired to spend with the boys, so that it would be set, you just
In May of
didn't want to have anything to do with
'88, that
it.
was much too late. Too little, too late, as the saying goes. It's 1988.
So you weren't willing to agree to any kind of visitation?
No, we were going to trial on this case.
Okay.
It was way beyond any kind of agreement. And I didn't have an attorney. I wasn't signing up for anything with them.
Okay. Now, was the case eventually sent to, was the case at some point in time finally given a trial date?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't given a trial date. I went there and demanded one.
And did you eventually get a trial date?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did the trial take place?
End of December 1988, the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Okay.
For Christmas of 1988, that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated that that had, being in trial, had interfered with your ability to be with the children. Isn't it true that the divorce trial did not start until after Christmas? The divorce trial did not start until December 27th, and was the week between Christmas and New Year's.
I'm not sure when I had the children before Christmas, but I know that I was totally involved with getting together an entire trial from these boxes and boxes of things that I had, and we didn't have a Christmas to speak of because of that.
Do you remember approximately how long the trial lasted?
From the day after Christmas till whenever it was over. I don't remember if it went beyond New Year's.
During the trial, did you you represented yourself, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you put witnesses on for the purposes of trying to have custody of your children?
Yes, I did.
During the trial, was there testimony about community property and things that were to be split or divided up?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include out-of-state property in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that valued that property?
I allowed Dan to value everything because I had no knowledge. I wouldn't have been able to evaluate anything.
Dr. Dess was the psychiatrist or psychologist who testified at the divorce trial and made a recommendation that she should not have custody of the kids. And she was angry about that. And you'll see that letter. It was referred to by Dr. Dietz. It's a very interesting letter. You can feel when you read it her absolute rage and anger. And it's directed not only then at Dan, but at Dr. Dess, because he's had the nerve to go against her, to make a recommendation against her, to suggest that at that point she was not the perfect mother. It's filled with the exaggeration and the histrionics and the anger. One of the statements that she makes in that letter, Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. This is a quote. He picked the right girl to marry, but he picked the wrong girl to... You cross-examined him at the divorce trial, correct?
Yes.
You had him on the stand for several days, as a matter of fact, correct?
I don't remember if it was several days, but...
And
yeah.
you don't recall him saying to you, your anger is the driving force, your anger and your hatred is the driving force of this proceeding and of the harm that our children have suffered?
That's what Dan would have liked everyone to believe. My driving force was to get a settlement and get him out of my life and have a life. And he was not going to give me that.
When he
under
said
any
to
circumstances. That's why we were in court, trying to force him to a settlement.
And when he said to you, you want me, you want my ruination in this community, you want my death, you want me destroyed and over and done with, and unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy. You didn't deny that, did you?
I laughed. The court reporter could not take down my laughter. He was such an arrogant jerk. He wanted people to think that. Those are his attorney words. And that's not true at all. He knew I just wanted a settlement like I should have had and like the children should have had. And to be over and done with him, he was obviously a fool. Well, I felt I had done a fairly good job in the trial and in the courtroom, and the evidence about the children and the evidence about the money seemed to indicate to me that I would get a substantial amount of money as community property. I should get a substantial amount of money as support, and I should have gotten custody of the children and child support. And so I was very optimistic between the trial and the approximately 30 days we had to wait for the verdict. I thought it was going to come out okay.
On January 22nd, before the verdict, did you start a job anywhere?
Yes, there was an ad in the newspaper in the La Jolla Light for a preschool teacher, which is what I am and what I like to do.
So
I applied for the job and got the job, yes.
Okay. And did you arrange to take at least a day off for the time to go to court?
Yes, I told the lady that I knew I needed January 30th off to go to court, but besides that, I shouldn't have any more problems about going to court.
Was there a reason that you got a job after the trial and before the verdict?
Because I wanted to start a life, and the job fit who I was and what my degree was in. It also fit the hours I wanted for the boys. I worked from 7 to 2, which left me free in the afternoons and on weekends. You know, other jobs that I looked into didn't leave you free for the kids, and so this was perfect, that I'd be free after school to go to all the boys' sports and stuff, and I'd be free on weekends. It was a perfect schedule for me.
And when you went to court to hear the verdict on January, the trial ended the very first week in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the court on January 30th to hear the verdict, did you know what the verdict was going to be?
No, I felt very positive about it, though. I was absolutely thrilled to have it over with.
But in January of 1989, 11 months before the murders, something fairly significant happened. The divorce proceedings finally came to an end. The defendant had claimed that one of the major sources of her upset was the uncertainty of not having things settled, and that's understandable. There had been a lot of motions and things going back and forth between both sides. But in January of 1989, things got settled. They had a trial in front of a judge. He made all the decisions. He was a judge who didn't know either side. Many people who were close to the defendant thought or hoped that finally having it settled would be a real step towards putting it behind and moving on with their life. But things are only over if you want them to be over. Sometimes the problem is if the fight's over, then everything is over. She refused to let the fight be over. She was furious at the divorce result. She had it set in her mind exactly what she thought she was going to get, and she didn't get it. Dan Broderick didn't get exactly what he thought he was going to get either. That's how those things sometimes go. But Elizabeth Broderick claimed that she had been cheated, and she would accept no alternate possibility for her life, no matter who tried to present it to her.
After the verdict, how did you feel?
I felt absolutely robbed, both of the children and of all the property. And I also asked the judge that the verdict have no loopholes in it, so that Dan couldn't jump through those loopholes like he always did in the past, that it be airtight and be specific about payments on certain dates of certain amounts so that there weren't loopholes in it. And there ended up being a lot of loopholes in it. I asked that Dan's monthly money to me be automatically transferred through banks so I wouldn't have to be subject to his checks coming late and his fines and everything, and I was denied that request. So I was still subject to Dan's personal checks being sent, and I didn't want to live like that. And because of the community property split being so minuscule to me, I was totally dependent on that monthly check, which again, I didn't want to be dependent on. I asked that if I got support, that it be for a determined amount of time, not at Dan's whim or dependent on other things, just so that I could make plans in my life about investments and about where I'd live and stuff, and I didn't get that.
By the time of the trial in 1989, she had decided at that point to argue for custody of the kids. But after listening to the testimony of 2 different psychiatrists, the judge had decided that he felt it was still in the boys' best interest to leave them in the custody of Dan. But he did give the defendant set standard visitation of every other weekend, alternating holidays, a whole month in July, alternating ski weeks.
Did after the judgment in January, was there a change in the visitation regarding the 2 boys?
There was a court-ordered visitation now. So it was in writing that I should have those boys every other weekend from after school till 5 p.m. on Sunday only. And then in writing, it said about which Easter and which Christmas and which Thanksgiving. And so for the first time, it was in writing when I should have the boys. And I didn't think Dan could fool around with that.
Did you, did you try, at least with the visitation, to get the boys longer on the weekend?
Yes, when the verdict came out, I tried to explain to the judge how couldn't I please have the boys from after school on Friday to put them back to school on Monday, because Sunday dinner has been a big tradition in our family. You've heard the kids mention it in here. I'm an Italian Catholic, and Sunday is like the core of the entire week, where I always made a big roast or a turkey or something, and Sunday dinner was very important to the children and to myself. And if they had to be picked up at 5 o'clock, we'd have to be home by 3 so they could get their things together and get their homework done and be ready at 5, and it really messed up our Sundays, and I was denied. I could not have them until Monday morning.
Now, sometime in January of 1989, did you become aware that the divorce judgment became final?
Yes, the financial part, yeah.
And did she talk to you shortly after the judgment?
Yes.
What was her attitude about that?
She was very unhappy. It wasn't enough.
What was she unhappy about in particular?
The financial settlement.
Was she angry about it?
Very much so.
Did she tell you how much she got? What her monthly payment was, for example?
In the beginning, she didn't. I think I'd asked her and she didn't tell me. But then several months later, she was kind of ranting on about something and she mentioned it.
Okay.
What she was getting.
So at that point, she mentioned that she was getting the $16,000 a month?
Right, correct.
But earlier, when you had asked her...
Right afterwards, after the hearing, she didn't tell me.
As I mentioned, during these years of 86, 87, 88, 89, Elizabeth Broderick continued to live in her house on Calle de Cielo in La Jolla. One of her most common complaints that she made very vocally was that when Dan left her, that he had left her homeless and penniless. Those were her words. Even though the house that she moved into needed some fixing up when she first moved in, she obviously was not left homeless. And she was able, over those years, to put $200,000 into that house, including putting in a separate pool house, completely remodeling the kitchen, decorating the entire house. She certainly wasn't left penniless. Even though it wasn't as much as she felt she deserved, the court had ordered that Dan pay her $16,100 a month in support, which is almost $200,000 a year. She owned a suburban van. She had an XKE Jaguar. She was able to continue and did continue to buy fur coats and diamond jewelry, $10,000 watches. She took shopping trips to New York every year. She went to Tahiti. She went to Hawaii. She went skiing at Deer Valley, which is an exclusive ski resort in Utah. Her friends describe her as certainly appearing to have enough money to spend on anything she wanted, and she spent a lot. She had started dating Brad Wright, the man that I mentioned at the very beginning, back in 1985, the year of their separation. And she continued to have a full relationship with him. They slept together, they showered together, all the way up until the time of this incident. In fact, she's written love letters to him from jail, where she has described the incredibly wonderful times they spent together. Those are her words. She took several trips with him to San Francisco, to New Orleans, to Acapulco. She and Brad Wright had been in Acapulco the weekend before these murders. But you'll see that she would never admit the true nature of her relationship with Brad Wright to other people. In fact, she actually talked about him in very demeaning ways, although he didn't know it. She has said, for example, that having him around was like having a dog, only he was house trained. She wouldn't tell a lot of her friends either how much money she was actually getting, because the truth didn't generate as much sympathy as she wanted. During this time, she was also active in a small investment club. In fact, she was the president of it for several years, a group of women who got together to discuss investments. She was known as being very bright and very knowledgeable in the stock market. In fact, some people have described her as the most intelligent woman they've ever met. She had a real estate license that she'd received in 1984. She also had an interior decorator's license. She had a college degree. She'd been a teacher. She had the ability to be very charming when she wanted. She was always the center of attention in any group. She had the ability to be wonderful with children if she wanted. She had the ability, in fact, to do anything she set her mind to. But the evidence will show that despite all of these tremendous advantages, many of which most people don't even come close to having, none of it was enough. And it wasn't enough for the very simple reason that, in her view, Dan Broderick had more. As each year passed, in her view, he continued to have more. He continued to have his friends. He continued to be well thought of. He continued to be financially successful. And Linda was the one who was sharing it with him. And that burned in her like nothing else. She was tremendously upset and angry and depressed about it. Hate generally doesn't breed a whole lot of happiness. It's a pretty ugly emotion. She started to gain weight. That made her more depressed. And all of this was Dan and Linda's fault. And that just generated more hate. Hate upon hate upon hate. And so she decided that rather than build something out of her life, she was going to destroy someone else's.
Now, did you do anything in regards to hiring an attorney after the final decree?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I asked the boys if it was okay if we left things the way they were, and that they would just see me when the decree said they were going to see me. And Danny especially said, "Oh no, Mom, oh no. No, I want to live with you." And so I went out and I hired another attorney to try and fight for the kids.
Elizabeth Broderick did two other things after the divorce trial. We're now in February and March of 1989. She hired an attorney to appeal the divorce, which she certainly had every right to do. But it was her decision to keep that litigation going. And she started talking seriously about killing Dan and Linda. Her desire to kill them, as I mentioned, was something that she had expressed often before, but no one really took those threats all that seriously, except perhaps Dr. Roth and maybe Linda. Prior to November 5th, 1989, had you spent a fair amount of time with Elizabeth Broderick the two years before that?
Yes.
Did she ever express her feelings to you about Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes, on numerous occasions.
And what were those feelings that she expressed?
Well, she hated Dan and Linda.
Was there any question about that?
No.
After the divorce judgment became final in January of 1989, do you remember what her attitude was about that?
She was very unhappy about the settlement.
Was she angry about it?
Yes.
What, during that period of time, say the year of 1989, what appeared to be her primary complaint?
Money.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, she felt that Dan's lifestyle was far superior to hers, that she had nothing compared to what Dan had financially. and that basically he was what she made him.
Did her conversations during this period of time about Dan and Linda, were they common conversations, her complaints about Dan and Linda? Was this something that she talked about often?
Yes.
Okay. And could you disagree with her about things, or how would she talk about it?
Well, her anger was steadily getting more aggressive, and I think it concerned me because at one point I felt that it should be getting less, and it seemed to be the anger just seemed to be growing.
Did you ever talk to her about that? About moving on and putting the anger aside?
Yes, I was really hopeful that Betty was going to get into something that she was really interested in, and, you know, just be happier.
Can you describe Elizabeth Broderick's her abilities, her intelligence?
I can honestly say Betty is one of the brightest, wittiest, fun people that I've had the pleasure of spending time with. When she was in an up mood, she was wonderful to be spending time with.
During that period of time when you started seeing her again, and did you do things with her as well during that time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. We went to lunch, and I would stop by and see her. I get up early in the morning like she does, and I would drop by on my way back from some of my jobs and have coffee with her.
Did she ever talk to you about the divorce situation?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about her feelings for Dan and Linda?
Yes, continuously.
How would you describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Well, she hated them, both of them. I mean, she did not speak highly of them. I mean, there was nothing positive that I could possibly say that she said about them.
How would you describe the nature or quality of her hate? When you say she hated them, if you had to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10.
On a scale of what?
Scale of 1 to 10. I'm just using that as an example. How would you?
Oh, she's obviously over 10 plus plus. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind she really hated them.
Did when you talked with Elizabeth Broderick, did she ever take responsibility for the success that Dan had achieved?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe?
She made him what he was.
Okay.
Professionally.
And is this is what she related to you?
She always did, for years.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, she dressed him. She picked out his clothes. She did. I remember when he changed from Gay Creary to his own firm, she did all the furniture selection and beautiful things. She had excellent taste. Okay. She had a tremendous talent. She had an interior decorating license. She had a real estate license. She was an extremely capable woman. I don't know of anybody else that is talented and gifted as Betty Broderick.
You also made threats. You told people when you heard that Dan Broderick had proposed to Linda, that there was a little article in the paper that he had gotten down on one knee and proposed to Linda, you told people, by the time I get through with him, he'll be down on both knees. Did you make that statement?
Actually, I thought it was the day of an investment club meeting, and it was very funny, and I said that Dan Broderick on the floor of a bar doing anything was not a newsworthy subject, so I didn't see why it was in the newspaper. And then I called his office to talk to him and tell him that, but he wasn't there, as a joke. And so Bob Valge, who I don't know, answered the phone, and I said, tell him that.
You told him, by the time I get through with him, tell him he'll be down on both knees.
Right.
And you thought that was funny.
I did. I still think it's funny.
Stealing the wedding list was funny. Just like calling Linda a cunt was funny. All these things were funny to you.
Well, not funny, ha-ha, but I did get my little digs in, yes, my little tiny digs.
And you would accept that people, perhaps on the receiving end of those things, would not necessarily think they were so funny.
Meaning who? Bob Voggy?
Yes, for example.
I don't know him. I don't know if he thinks it was funny. I thought it was real funny.
How about, did she talk to you about taking the wedding list?
Yes, she did.
What did she say about that?
I think she had dropped one of the children off, and she was in the house, and she said as she was leaving, she saw an envelope by the front door, and she picked it up and looked inside, and it was the wedding list, and so she took it.
Did she actually show the list to you?
Yes, she did.
And what was her demeanor like when she did that?
Well, I believe she was angry about names on the list, people that were going to the wedding, or she speculated that they would be going to the wedding if they were invited.
Did you say anything to her about taking the list back?
Yes, I advised her to take it back. And
what was her response?
No, she wasn't planning on doing that.
You also went into the house and stole the wedding list. That was on another occasion, correct?
That was not in the house. It was on the front stairs.
You knew that the wedding list obviously didn't belong to you.
Obviously, yes. It was left on the front stoop for someone to come along and pick it up.
And you also
I came along and picked it up.
Okay. And you also thought that that was funny. You thought it was funny to take the list.
I thought it was funny, and I thought it was very useful to me, legally.
Okay. Did you take a wedding list from their house?
Yes, when I was dropping the boys off on a Sunday evening, I picked up an unmarked envelope that was on the front steps of the house. It wasn't addressed to anyone, didn't have a return address. It was a white envelope.
And did you look in the envelope?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it a wedding list?
It was, yes, it was a copy of a wedding list.
And did you take it?
Yes.
And what was that for?
I thought it was interesting, from my point of view, that that he invited the child psychiatrist that said stuff against me that cost me my children, even though he never met me. And he invited his accountant, the one who added 2 + 2 comes out -8. And he was inviting his attorneys that helped him get this incredible settlement against me. And several judges were on the list. And it looked like a thank you very much for helping me screw my wife party.
With respect to the hearing on March 14th of 1989, after you stole the wedding list, Mr. Berry did go into court to attempt to get an order from the court to have you return the wedding list, correct?
Among a lot of other things, yeah.
Well, the reason, the precipitation, what brought that hearing on was the fact that you had gone and stolen the wedding list, right?
I removed the wedding list from the front steps of the house. Nobody needed to go to court to ask for the wedding list back. All they had to do was ask for the wedding list back. They could have it back.
Well, they did request from the judge that you return the wedding list. You had taken it, whether you want to call it stealing or not, you had taken the wedding list.
And I'd be happy to give it back, no problem.
But in March of 1989, Elizabeth Broderick bought a gun, the .38 caliber Smith & Wesson that she used to kill Dan and Linda with. This was about a month before Dan and Linda were to be married in April. She knew that they were getting married. It was after the hearing on March 14th when obviously you knew that Dan and Linda were getting married. You had stolen the wedding list only a day or two before. You had, at least other people have testified, that you had threatened to kill Dan and Linda at the wedding. It was after you had gone to that court hearing where you basically said that you were very angry that they had brought you to court. You felt that you were humiliated because they were ordering you to return the wedding list. It was right after you left that court hearing that you went directly to Weiser's gun store and bought the gun, correct?
Exactly.
Now, when you bought the gun, you said that you bought 3 boxes of bullets.
I think, yes, that's my recollection.
Okay, and one was the Hydroshock bullets, one was the Target bullets, and then you bought another box of what kind of bullets?
I remember them as being cheap, medium, and good. That's the way I remembered them. Some were called retreads or reloads or something, and one were brand new, regular target shooting bullets, and the other ones were the ones you would use for self-defense protection.
And you shot a whole box of those bullets the day that you bought the gun?
Yes.
Okay, how many bullets are
I'm
you
not sure if I
talking
shot the cheapest ones or the medium ones. I don't know. If they come in
10, 15, 50?
I think it was the same kind of a box as the other ones are here.
50 shot box?
If that's what's in there, it looked the same size.
Now, at the time that you, did you purchase a gun at that time?
Yes.
And at the time that you purchased the gun, did you purchase some bullets?
Yes.
Okay. How many boxes of bullets did you buy?
3.
Okay. And at the time you purchased a gun, did you actually fire a gun?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of firing a gun? Was there a shooting range where you were at?
Yes, where they sell the guns is right across the hall from the firing range, and when people are buying guns, they take the guns that they're interested in and shoot them to see if they're interested in.
Okay, so they had you bought one of the box of bullets. Did you fire that to a gun?
Mm-hmm.
And did you end up purchasing that model of gun?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you able to pick the gun up on that day?
No.
And did you have to show identification for registration?
Yes.
Okay, and was there a waiting period before you were able to pick up the gun?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you picked up the gun, did you load it with the Hydroshock bullets?
No, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same gun that I picked up.
No, I'm not talking about whether or not it's the same gun you shot, but when you went back and you picked up the gun after the waiting period, you picked up the gun and you said that the gun was loaded the day that you left that shop when you picked up the gun.
Yes, that's
Did you load it, or
because
did
I didn't
people
load
there
it
at
at
the shop
home.
load it?
I don't remember who loaded. I think the man did, but I wouldn't say that I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
But it was loaded and ready to go when I left the shop.
Okay, so you knew that it was loaded with Hydroshock bullets when you left the shop.
With the good bullets, right.
Okay, and you took the gun home, the loaded gun, and you put it somewhere in your closet when you got it home.
I put it in my nightstand, I put it in my closet, and I put it in a dresser. I moved it around. I wasn't comfortable with any of those places.
When you picked up the gun, did you fire that gun at all?
I fired a gun. I don't know if when I went back and picked up a gun, it was the exact same gun. I don't know if they just let you fire the ones in the case and then you get one off a back shelf. I don't know if it was exactly the same gun.
Okay, did you have to clean your gun at all? In other words, did you...
When I fired it the day that I bought it, when you fire it, it gets real dirty and grungy and messed up. And the man in the store took it all apart and cleaned it. But personally, after I got it home, I never fired the gun and then I never cleaned it.
When you purchased the gun, where did you keep it in the house after you first purchased it?
I bought it to protect myself in the house, so it seemed logical to me that where I would keep it would be in the nightstand next to the bed. So I tried that for a while.
Did you move it after that?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with that. I told everyone I had the gun right away because I didn't want any accidents with this gun. I told the kids, I told Maria, I told other people I had this real gun, and I showed it to the boys, and in fact took them shooting one time. I was absolutely adamant that this was a real gun, and if they opened a drawer or saw it anywhere, they were not to touch it at all.
And her threats were now definitely taken seriously. Dan and Linda Broderick had to hire security guards for their wedding. Not an optimum way to have a wedding. A security guard actually followed the defendant's every move that day because they were so concerned.
In early of April of 1989, did you have a conversation with Daniel Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conversation?
I was contacted by Dan Broderick. I was referred to him by a client of his, and he asked me to come to his house to have a discussion in regards to providing protective services for him at his wedding.
Did Mr. Broderick state why he was hiring you?
Yes, he did.
What did he state?
He stated that he was hiring myself and my partner to protect him on his wedding day because of threats to his life and the life of his fiancée on the day of their marriage.
And what arrangements did you work out with Mr. Broderick for that wedding day?
I arranged for myself and a partner. Myself, I stayed at his residence the entire wedding day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My partner stayed at Mrs. Broderick's residence in La Jolla and followed her everywhere she went that day.
Mr. Broderick show you a restraining order?
Yes, he did. He armed us both with copies of the restraining order.
Did Mr. Broderick tell you other reasons why he was especially concerned about his safety and his guest's safety and Linda Broderick's safety on his wedding day?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
He stated he took me out to the front of his residence and showed me where Mrs. Broderick had driven into the front door of his house and stated to me that she had threatened him over the phone several times. He stated to me that she had purchased a weapon.
Did you tell Kim on several occasions that you were going to kill Dan and or Linda at the wedding?
No, I never told anybody, but Dan and Linda told people for a full year, including Michael Campbell, that they hired, but they told everyone, family and friends, from the day they planned this marriage a year earlier, that I was going to come with a machine gun and kill everyone at the wedding and put bullets through her head and everything, and I laughed about it. I said she had a soap opera mentality. But I never told anybody I was going to kill anybody at the wedding.
Well, Dan and Linda did hire security guards for protection at their wedding, correct?
I know what they told the children.
Yes or no? Did they hire security guards, as far as you know, at the wedding?
I knew they told the children the day they announced they were getting married that they were going to hire security guards a year later at the wedding. And because I was coming with the machine gun and going to kill everybody, and they were going to hire helicopters and everything. And it was all very exciting. And the children thought it was just wonderful.
You knew that there was a security guard that had been hired to follow you that day?
I only know now. I wouldn't have known.
You weren't aware of him at that particular day that he was
I was
following
aware
you.
of some weird person in a blue pickup following me everywhere, but I didn't know who he was.
I decided to call her up later and ask her to go to Palm Springs with me.
For on the date of the wedding?
Yes, leave that day, that afternoon, Friday afternoon, and to spend the weekend out of town.
Okay. And what was her response?
No. She did not want to go.
Okay, what did you do next?
So then I said, well, I'll come over. I did not have my children that weekend, and I was going to spend the Saturday and Sunday with her.
Why did you want to spend the day with her?
I thought it'd be a very tough day for her. I also didn't want her to do anything that she would regret.
Did you spend the full day, the full wedding day with her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you set up any particular system with anybody who was at the wedding?
Right. Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
I used a beeper through my work, and I had another beeper, and I gave the other beeper to someone else who I knew was going to the wedding. And if Betty, who really is her own person, was going to go there, she was going to go there. And I was going to beep her and say, hey, she's not with me.
Okay. So were you concerned about the fact that she might go over to the wedding and do something?
Oh, very much so.
Okay. She obviously didn't do anything on the day of the wedding, perhaps because of the security. She spent the day with a friend, a good friend, a woman named Helen Picard, who wanted to try and make the day easier for her. Actually, I tried to get her to go out of town, and she wouldn't. But after the wedding, which didn't occur until over 4 years after her separation, it had been over 4 years before Dan Broderick remarried. The hate that she felt for them, and particularly for Linda, reached its peak, because now Linda was no longer that young, dumb bimbo that Dan was messing around with, which is how she always described her. Now Linda was Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick. And as far as she was concerned, that was her right, and only her right.
During the summer, did you have some regular visits scheduled with the boys?
Yes, because of the decree, the divorce decree, I was supposed to have them for the first time for the entire month of July.
Okay. Now, had you ever had, was this the first time where you ever had a court order time where you were going to have the boys for a substantial period?
Yes, and then because of that, I was able to make plans and make reservations and think ahead of time that I have them from this day to this day, so what will we do? And I made plans.
And what did you do?
We ended up driving, it was the boys' idea. There was an article in a local magazine about skiing, snow skiing on glaciers in the middle of summer. My boys love to snow ski, and so we drove to a glacier so they could snow ski on a glacier in summer. And the glacier was in Whistler Mountain in British Columbia.
Now, did you have that summer that while you had the boys, how would you describe your mood? Had it improved at all?
Absolutely. As long as I have the kids, I'm fine. I mean, my energy level comes right back because I have somebody to do things with. I'm not alone anymore, and I love doing things with my kids, and we just have nonstop fun. We go from one thing to another. And my house is fun. It was near the beach. It had a swimming pool. The kids just love to be at my house, and I love having them there, even though they're noisy and they make a mess.
Was there a time that was important for you where you were trying to get custody of the boys?
Yes, every summer. Yes, every summer.
Okay. What was the reason that there was a time that was important?
Because of the change in the school schedule, of what bus route they're going to be on, and what soccer team they're going to be on, and what Boy Scout is dependent on what part of your neighborhood where you live in. And once the children were established in September at a certain address, I thought it was important that they keep a continuity going. And so every May or June, I'd start doing stuff to get the kids that summer. Because it didn't matter to me if they switched houses in the middle of the summer. There was no schedule. So I hired Walter Mond in February to do a custody fight that summer, so for sure I had the boys before school started, right in the beginning of September.
Okay, so you expected that there would at least be those court hearings by that time?
I was sure there would be, yes.
Okay. And did you see her at all in the summer of 1989?
I saw her a lot, yes.
Okay. Now, during the summer when she was trying to get custody of the children, how would you describe her? How was she doing?
In 1989, she was excited about the possibility of having the children with her and wanting to have this all accomplished during the summer so they would be settled by the time school started.
Okay, now before the summer of 89, had she been different? Would you describe her different before the summer of 89?
Yes, before the trial, very different because things really weren't going well, and she was depressed and upset, lonely.
Would you see Betty with her children?
Yes, I did.
And how was she when she was around the children?
Absolutely beautiful. Just, they loved her, she loved them, and I could tell that they were just very much cared about each other and wanted to be with each other. Was happy, they were happy together.
Did she talk at all about her children?
She talked about them all the time.
Did she convey any desires about her children, where they should live, or how she felt about that?
Oh yes, Betty wanted the kids to be back with her. She wanted to provide them an environment where a parent was in the household all the time with them.
Were you aware of things in 1989 that she was doing to try to get custody of her children?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see her with her children?
On several occasions.
Can you describe how she was around her children?
Betty's mood was lightened, I would say, not as contrast that it was gloomy, but no matter what was going on in Betty's life, when the kids were around her, she made it real comfortable for them to be with. She put aside her court problems. She left that aside and tried to be just a mom to the boys.
Did Did you see Betty during the summer of 1989?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of anything she was doing to help her try to get custody of the boys?
Yes. The couple of times that I saw her during that summer, she was happy about one thing, that part of it was over and she could concentrate on getting the children back and try and move forward. But the papers kept coming that I think were partly negative for her.
So during the summer, while she was working to get the boys back, her mood, at least it improved.
It improved for a short period of time, yes, it did.
Now, was there a hearing that was set before school was set to begin?
Yes,
And was that hearing continued?
it was canceled or continued or put off or something.
And how did you feel about that?
I was absolutely devastated. I was horrified. I had done every single thing Walter Mon told us to do, and all the paperwork was done. Everything was in my file. He knew it was important to me to get it done before school started. And Dan was interviewing these doctors, and Dan was being resistant to the whole thing. And when the day came, it couldn't happen. But he told me, not to worry. It was going to be put off till October, and that not to worry, it was going to be put off till October. And I said to him, I don't know if I'll be alive in October. I was so upset.
Okay. And was it continued till October?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
But it didn't happen in October either.
Now, in 1989, she wants to have her children back. And during the period of time of 1989, when she's asking him, and Dan is saying, well, let's do this, let's have a hearing here, let's delay this hearing, let's hear from a doctor, let's do some depositions. And now it goes from July to August to September, and the kids are now in school again. Elizabeth Broderick knows what's going on is what went on before. Dan Broderick has the children, and she doesn't. And that they're being delayed again. And she has a new lawyer, and she's saying, it is in his interest to delay. I don't want to delay. Let's have the hearing, let's have the ruling. But it's delayed. The hearings are delayed, so September becomes into October. But she's trying to crawl out of that pit. And she's in a very severe depression, and you'll hear about depression. You'll hear that it's a lot of self-hate, it's a lot of pent-up emotion, and you'll hear that it can explode. It can explode when things happen. Yes, can you describe her emotional, how she was doing in the months preceding November 5th of 1989?
Yes, it was a period, I don't know if it covers that, is right during the summer when Betty thought that she might be getting custody back. Or she was trying to fight for custody. I think she was more hopeful than she had been in the last year. But as the legal process of the custody portion did not go through,
I'm getting used to it.
Betty's attitude, she seemed really depressed. She seemed more depressed than I'd ever seen her. She seemed more like a person that was giving up on herself. She became more reclusive. I noticed it was harder to get a hold of Betty. I would have to call her children's line in order to get her to answer the telephone.
In September, October, November of 1989, when she was trying to get her children back and she was trying to at least work in with the system, in September of 1989, the answering machine came on, and it came on again with Linda Kolkina's voice. Dan hated the phones. They had their own private number. And it was her only contact with her children, other than the time she was able to see them during the week. But again, the voice came on, telling her she wouldn't have that, and she got upset. They could have put anyone's voice on the machine. They could have put the kids. They could have put anybody's on there. But Linda Kolkina's voice came again on the answering machine, and the answer was simple. Now it's her house. They don't have to worry. She can do what she wants. But they knew that at that point in time when they were delaying the proceedings for her getting the children back, it made her upset, and they knew it made her upset.
Now, in the fall, were you doing anything in regards to finances or trying to cut your expenses or do something with your house?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Moving?
What did you do? If you can just tell me, did you do something to your house? Listed for sale?
Well, the thing was, if I didn't get the kids for the school year, I was going to get out of the big house and out of the big car. But I still thought I was going to get the kids before September happened. And then when September happened, it was put off till October and everything. I did list the house for sale, thinking I'm not going to spend a whole nother school year wasting all this money and all this time, wasting my whole life waiting to get the kids back.
Did you buy a condominium?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that located in?
A 2-bedroom condominium in La Jolla.
And the boys, if you were to get custody at some time, would they have been able to live in the condominium with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it at that time, Lee and Kim were out of both homes?
Correct.
Okay.
I had been at Betty Broderick's home a month before she was arrested.
Did she look like she had changed when you saw her?
Betty changed colossally, enormously. Betty had, it's so hard for me to say this because I don't want to hurt Betty's feelings, but Betty had gained an enormous amount of weight. She was puffy. She, her body had turned into an old woman's, and her personality was one of despair and sadness. Contrasting to the Betty Broderick I knew in Bible study, where she was thin, like we're the same age, we were about the same weight. Maybe Betty was thinner than I. And
during the years that you knew her, did you see any change in her physical appearance?
Oh, yes. When I first met her, she was a lovely, beautiful, happy person with a darling sense of humor. She was just lots of fun to be around. And little by little, I saw that person dissolve and gain weight and eat compulsively.
Okay. And did she talk to you, was there any discussion about custody of her sons?
Betty told me that she was moving because she was not going to get custody of her sons, at least until they were on Social Security. And her exact words were, "Dan will never let me have my boys. I don't need this big house." And we went around the house, and she showed me what furniture she was going to take with her to a small condominium over by La Jolla Village Square or something like that.
Her focus instead was on how she was still determined to make Dan and Linda's lives miserable. The problem was she wasn't being successful in making their lives miserable anymore. There were a series of things that they did together during those last weeks and months that fueled not only her jealousy, but her realization that she was losing in this quest to make them miserable. They took several trips together, which was actually one reason why she didn't have the opportunity to kill them earlier. One in particular, only weeks before the murders, was a trip to South Bend for the USC Notre Dame game. This was an annual thing that had become kind of a tradition in the Broderick family. All the Broderick family were Notre Dame fans. That year, Dan had flown Kim and Danny and Red out. Elizabeth Broderick was openly bitter and angry about that. This was still something that she felt she ought to be involved in as Mrs. Broderick, not Linda.
Now, was there a special event in October?
Yes, October to me started the next several months of holiday things. It had Halloween in it, it had the USC Notre Dame football game, and it had Larry's Oktoberfest, which ran right into our birthdays, which ran into Thanksgiving, which ran into Christmas. So yes, October was the beginning of a holiday season for me.
What made in that October in 1989, was there something special about that year?
It was the last Halloween that Rhett would have been in the lower school. He was in 6th grade at the time. And the lower school is the only school that has the parade with the costumes and everything, so he would have been graduating from lower school.
Okay, and I'll get back to that, but was there something particular that you found out about that SC game in Oktoberfest
Yes.
that had significance?
Yes.
And what was that?
Dan wanted to take the whole family to the SC Notre Dame game, and he and Linda, after Greece, they went to New England to tour the foliage or something for 10 days. And they flew from New England to South Bend, and my kids flew from San Diego and met them in South Bend. And so it was the first time the whole family was going to participate in SC Notre Dame game.
Okay. And is that something that, was there something in the past that, where talked about that being an important time?
Yes, it was something we had always looked forward to, and we had other friends that we knew in college who were married and had children, and they were looking forward to it, and that was the year our friends came from other places in the country with their now college-age children. See, Kim was college-age, and so our friends' firstborns were college-age, and it was a big reunion of all these people who had been to Notre Dame as students.
Okay. Now, that was you didn't go to the game, obviously.
Correct.
And how did you feel about that?
I felt cut out. You know, I love Notre Dame games, and it's been a very long tradition for me and Dan. And I dressed the kids all up, especially Kim, because going back there, everybody's dressed real nice, and it can be chilly. So I outfitted her especially for that weekend. And I went to Warner Springs Ranch by myself just to kind of get out of my house and do stuff. And I watched the game on a big screen TV at Warner's just to see if it was snowing or raining or freezing cold, and see if my kids were going to be warm enough at the game, because the weather can do anything in Indiana at that time. And so I was watching the game, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and I'm sure I didn't see them on TV, but I looked, and I'm sure they had a wonderful time.
What was your emotional condition like?
I was real sad. I wanted to be there.
Okay.
Now, sometime a few weeks or so before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, did you have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick about the fact that they had gone to Notre Dame?
Yes.
Can you describe what she was saying and how she was saying it?
She was very frustrated and upset that the Notre Dame trip had gone on as planned, as it always had for years. She had a frustration that Mrs. Dan Broderick was going back to Notre Dame, and it wasn't her.
Did she refer specifically to Linda as being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Directing your attention to late October of 1989, shortly before Dan and Linda were killed, the week before they were killed, did you have a telephone conversation with Elizabeth Broderick where she was talking about them going to the Notre Dame game?
I had more than one conversation with her that week on the telephone. But yes, both conversations. In both of them, Betty mentioned the Notre Dame football weekend with USC.
And what did she say about that?
That she had been, that Linda and Dan went back there with the children, that friends and families that were Betty's friends and families were there, family members were there, and that Linda was basically living her life, that she's the one who should have been there, and that was her tradition, that those were things that were rightfully hers.
Okay. Did you try to plan a Halloween party for the boys when you got back?
No, before I left, I tried to have Dan agree that the boys would spend Halloween with me. They had spent Halloween with me the year before, and we had a great time. So we were going to do it again, and Dan said no.
Okay. Did you go to the school that year?
Yes.
And why was that?
Well, I went every year, but my boys didn't have costumes.
Okay. Now, when you went to school that year, is there something that they do at that school where the children wear costumes?
Yes, it's a wonderful school, and they make a big deal about every holiday. And the Halloween big deal is you have this parade with microphones, and he asks everybody, "Who are you?" and elaborate costumes, and everybody gets a prize. And it's really fun. It's a really cute school.
Was there one child there without a costume?
Yes.
And who was that?
Rhett didn't have a costume.
You had had the boys for Halloween the year before in 1988, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And this year, at least, you knew that they had plans to go, each of them had their own plans to go out with kids that were there in their neighborhood in Marsden Hills.
That's not correct anyway, but no, they didn't.
And they didn't do that on Halloween night?
That's subsequently what they ended up doing, because Dan had no interest in them being home or trick-or-treating with them, and he let them spend the night at friends' homes that were not in Marsden Hills.
Is that something that you were thinking about on
Yes.
November the 5th?
Yes, because it was typical that he wouldn't let me have my children. The children wanted to be with me, I wanted to be with them. It was a special, memorable time for us. I made a big deal over everything and pictures and tradition. It was a tradition, and he had no interest in carrying on the tradition, but he had an interest in keeping them from me. And he wasn't careful about who they spent the night with or what they were doing, and I was very nervous about parental supervision on Halloween.
Did you receive any legal mail that week?
Yes, well, Walter Mon told me that Dan was not cooperating with the custody, and the October hearing was now put off. So not only was September put off, but now October was put off, and there was not even a further date given. It was just put off indefinitely. And so Dan was starting to resist and fight the custody thing, and I was getting mail from Walter Mon concerning a custody fight.
And you were with your mom on Friday?
Yes.
What was she doing fine on at that time?
She was a little bit upset about a letter that my dad had sent to her, but we didn't want to discuss it any further. We wanted to go shopping and have a nice day, so I didn't want to ask what the letter was about. She just indicated to me that she was very upset about another letter that my father had sent her.
Okay. Other than that, was she okay?
Yes.
And you went shopping at Nordstrom's on that Friday?
Yes.
Were you supposed to have the boys the weekend of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of November? Would have been Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of November of 1989.
Yes.
Okay. And did, in fact, you have the boys that weekend?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, get some mail in regards to the custody?
Yes.
Do you remember which day that you got that mail?
No, I think it was Friday.
Okay. Did you remember what you did with the mail at the time that you got it?
I just put it on the kitchen counter. I get all kinds of categories of mail. I get bills that go one place and legal stuff that go another place and junk mail that goes in the trash. But this pile was on the kitchen counter.
Would have you opened it up and looked just quickly to see what it was?
Probably.
Okay. And did the boys spend the weekend with you?
Yes.
Okay. And Friday night, do you remember what you did?
We went to a football game at Danny's high school after school. And then the boys said we went to Old Town for dinner, but I didn't really remember that.
When you picked up the boys on Friday, you had the gun in your purse, and the purse was in your car?
I think so, yes.
And then you went to a football game that night with Danny and Rhett. Danny was playing football. You had the gun with you at that time?
At the school. It would have been in the car.
You went out to dinner with them? You also had the gun with you at that time?
Would have been in the car.
And your purpose of carrying this gun around during this whole period of time was just for safety purposes?
I didn't know where else to put it, that I could keep my eye on it as well as that, yes.
You didn't have any thought of any place else where you could have locked that gun up where it would have been safe?
I was putting a floor safe in the condo. It had already been installed, but it wasn't locked down and it wasn't fully installed yet. But the hole was dug and there was going to be a floor safe in the master bedroom closet of the condo. And when I moved there, I would have locked it in there, but I never moved
And was there
there.
any particular reason why you didn't take the bullets out of the gun while you were carrying it around and so concerned about safety?
It just didn't, no, it didn't occur to me at all.
The next morning, you had the children on Friday, you picked the children up. The next morning on Saturday, you went to the condo on Morning Way, correct?
To pick up a soccer uniform is my recollection, yes.
And that's where you saw Helen Picard?
That's where she barged in on us, yes.
Now, how about the day before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, that Saturday? Did you see Elizabeth Broderick that day?
Yes, I did.
How was it that she saw her?
I had the habit of dropping by to see her early in the morning, and this, especially on the weekends that she had her children, the boys, and I stopped by at the condo, and I hadn't seen the condo, and she'd been wanting me to come and see the condo, and
But this was there was no like prearranged agreement. You just stopped by to say hi.
No, yeah, and I always did that.
Okay. And about what time was it that you did that?
7 o'clock, 7:30, more towards 8.
Who was with her there at the condo?
Danny and Rhett.
Did you indicated that she was very agitated that morning? Was she? Can you describe what she was agitated about?
She had received a letter the day before from, I assume Dan, but it was an attorney, and they were going to put her back in jail.
Okay, this was her description to you?
Right.
Did you go to with the boys anywhere on Saturday?
Yes, Rhett had a soccer game in the morning, and we were sleeping at the house for the weekend so the boys could have the benefits of the house, but the soccer uniform ended up at the condo, so we had to, Saturday morning, go up to the condo to get the soccer outfit. And then we did grocery shopping, we did haircuts, we went by the beach and we saw PJ, and then we went home and cooked all the food that I bought that afternoon.
The next day on Saturday, when you went grocery shopping and when you went to a soccer game with Rhett and when you went to get haircuts, you were carrying that gun around in your purse?
Probably not, it was probably in the car, which is where it just was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of November the 5th. On that Saturday, the day before, did you have any contact with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
How did you have contact?
She had called me at work and had invited me to come over to have dinner with she and the two boys.
Do you recall about what time it was on Saturday that she called?
I believe it was in the morning sometime.
And she invited you to come to dinner that night, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
Was that unusual or common?
No, that was very common.
Do you recall about what time it was that you went over to her house that night?
It was late in the afternoon, maybe 5 or 6.
And when you got there, was there anybody else at the house?
Just she and the two boys.
And you're referring to Danny and Rhett?
Correct.
Were you aware that she had had Danny and Rhett over her house since the night before, since Friday?
Yeah, I believe that they'd been there since Friday.
What happened after you got over to her house that evening or afternoon?
Nothing unusual. Just cooked dinner and just sat around and watched TV.
Who was it that cooked dinner?
Betty did.
She cooked dinner for you and the boys and herself?
Yes.
And did you, all four of you, sit down and have dinner together?
Yes, we did.
Now, you indicated nothing unusual. Was there anything unusual about Elizabeth Broderick that day?
No.
She didn't appear to be unusually distraught or upset about anything?
No, not to me.
Was she complaining about anything in particular to you?
No, if she had anything she wanted to complain or talk about, she wouldn't, complain usually to me, like in the presence of the boys.
So you're indicating that she didn't complain, didn't make any complaints
No.
about anything that had been occurring or anything she was particularly upset about?
No.
What was it that you did after dinner?
Oh, we just watched some TV.
And that was the group of you with the boys as well?
Yes.
All four of you? And approximately what time did Elizabeth Broderick go to bed?
As I recall, it was around 9 or 10.
Was that a normal time for going to bed, as far as you knew, for Elizabeth Broderick?
It could be sometimes.
There wasn't anything unusual about that?
No.
And when she went to bed that night, do you know who it was that she slept with? Did she sleep with someone else?
Yes, she and Rhett slept in her bedroom.
And where did you sleep that night?
I was in the front of the house in one of the other bedrooms.
And then Danny slept in his own bedroom?
Yes.
And Brad Wright testified that during dinner you were normal, you weren't crying, you weren't hysterical, you weren't depressed, you had a normal dinner, you watched TV after dinner, you didn't go to bed till between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, correct?
No, not correct. Brad says that he had a normal dinner and he watched TV and he went to bed at 9 and 10 o'clock. I didn't have any of those things. I don't remember dinner. I don't remember fixing it. It's my recollection, I went to bed around 6 or 6:30 and I don't remember watching TV at all.
You don't recall Brad Wright testifying that you went to bed between 9:30 and 10 o'clock?
That's what he thought, yeah. All I remember is what I think I did. That I was very upset and very depressed and very tired and dragging around, and I was always tired because I hadn't slept well a single night's sleep in a very long time.
These are the ways that you're describing yourself that weekend, but it's not the way that other people were describing you, correct?
Other people would have perceived me differently, maybe.
She'd gotten up very early that morning while everyone else in the house was still asleep. Her two sons, Danny and Rhett, who were 10 and 13 years old at the time, were staying with her that weekend. And her boyfriend, a man named Brad Wright, had also spent the night there. So you went to bed Saturday night, Sunday morning. What time was it that you got up?
I got up several times during the night. I don't know what time it was that I got up and stayed up.
You indicated that when you got up and stayed up, that it was already starting to get light. That's what you said, correct?
I don't remember. All I remember is I went in the kitchen and I was kind of dragging around, and I don't know if I made coffee, but I sat on a bar stool and I started reading a newspaper. I don't know.
Where
if it
did
was
you get
that,
the newspaper?
I'm just saying, I don't know if it was that day's newspaper. I don't remember going out and getting it off the driveway. So what I'm thinking maybe when I'm trying to guess and piece things together is maybe Brad brought it in the night before he went to bed, or maybe it was a newspaper from a former day. I don't know.
Well, what time of the morning was it when you were sitting there in the kitchen reading the newspaper?
I don't know.
Was it still dark?
I didn't look out the windows. I don't know. I had the light on.
How long did you read the newspaper?
I sat there and I kind of I didn't read the newspaper. I looked at it and nothing was going in my eyes. I was flipping pages and stuff, so I really didn't read it. I was just doing something.
And then you said that you picked up the letter from Kathy Cafaro and you read that letter, correct?
Yes, there were letters that had arrived, a bunch of mail had arrived, and I was quiet, and so I had time to read the letter right. Well, I started just looking at the newspaper, but I was too tired to even read it. It was just something to do, and I wasn't concentrating or anything. And then I saw the legal papers sitting there, and so I picked up the legal papers.
Okay. Did you, were these the papers that you had received on Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those legal papers?
I read them for the first time.
Okay. Was there a reason that you didn't read them through when you first got them?
I didn't have to read them through. It just looked like the same stuff I'd always gotten.
Okay.
No, I didn't read them through.
Okay. And what was it that you received?
This letter, and a cover letter from Walter Mond. This letter arrived in an envelope from Walter Mond.
With respect to the first paragraph says, enclosed, please find a verbatim transcript of just a few of this week's obscene messages left on my client's answering machine by respondent. You will note that all three of these messages are directed to the children. Needless to say, my client and his wife are very upset that this type of behavior is still occurring, not to mention the effect it has on his sons. I am writing to elicit your help in getting respondent to stop this offensive conduct. Now that when you read that first paragraph, it was clear to you, obviously, that this was written by Kathy Cafaro to Walter Mond, in which she was asking Mr. Mond for some help to get you to stop leaving those messages, correct?
I've testified over and over and over. I did not read that letter like you just read it. I only got impressions from that page. The impression was it's from Daniel Broderick. I didn't know it was from Cafaro.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm not talking about now when you read it on Friday. You testified that you read it on Friday enough to know that you felt it was a threatening letter. Now I'm talking about when you sat down on Sunday morning and you had the time to actually sit and read it, to figure out whether or not it was threatening and what it was actually saying. And then you did read the full and complete letter on Sunday morning, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything you didn't understand about the first paragraph?
No, I understood they were threatening to file contempts again because I was yelling at the phone machine because Linda was on the phone machine again. I'd complained to Walter Mond about this being an ongoing problem, and I was hoping that he'd do something about it.
It is true that you had left messages on the machine to the children in which you were calling Linda again, correct?
Linda was not supposed to be on the answering machine.
Mrs. Broderick, is it true that you left messages on the machine, no matter whether you liked the fact that she was on it or not?
Absolutely.
Where you called her a cunt.
Right.
And where you talked about we're all so thrilled that the little is back in town, etc.
Etc., right.
Okay. There wasn't any necessity on your part to leave messages like that in order to leave a message for your children or to talk to your children, was there?
We've already gone over this a million times. I'm
Okay,
trying to return
Mrs. Broderick,
messages to my
was there a
son.
necessity for you to call Linda those words, to say those things in order to leave a message for your children to return your call? Is there any reason you had to continue to use that language that people had been asking you not to for years?
Because people have been asking her to stay off my kid's phone line for years, yes.
And this was Linda Broderick's phone in Linda Broderick's home.
That's what she wanted to think at this time, yes. And she then had the right, she thought, to keep me from contacting my kids, which was, she
We're
didn't
not
have
talking
that right.
about staying, not having any contact with your kids. In fact, you just acknowledged you had a lot of contact with your kids during this period of time.
Not this period of time.
Let's go on to the next paragraph here. This is where he talks about the contempt. You should know that since Judge Howitt's final ruling of January 30th, 1989, respondent has committed at least 20 separate acts of contempt, of which we have documentary proof. Although my client would prefer to avoid filing contempt charges against respondent, he is prepared to do so if her odious behavior does not stop immediately. As you may know, respondent was ordered to pay $26,000 in penalties and was sentenced to 25 days in jail for various contempt violations in the past. I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to seek the court's assistance in enforcing the restraining orders in existence, another jail sentence will be imposed. That's the paragraph that you're talking about, correct? That you felt, that upset you, that you felt was threatening contempt in jail, is that correct?
Exactly. Another jail sentence will be imposed.
And it was clear to you that it said, although my client would prefer to avoid filing charges. It was clear to you at this point, no charges obviously had been filed, correct?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. And it was also clear that it says, I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to file contempt charges, that another jail sentence will be imposed. Again, it was clear to you once you read the letter that no contempt charges had been filed, correct?
I already answered that, yes.
Okay. And obviously you had control over whether or not contempt charges would be filed by simply not leaving the messages on the machine in which you referred to Linda as you referred to her, correct?
I don't know what that question
Well, you had a choice. You had a choice of either continuing to do it like you had in the past or not doing it if you didn't want to go back to court, correct?
Not doing what? Not yelling at her to get off the machine?
using the language that you used consistently on the machine. That was your choice, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was her choice to get on the machine for the sole purpose of driving me crazy, too.
All right. Let's assume that that's a fact. It was also your choice not to continue to leave those messages. No one was forcing you to do it. No one was holding you a gun to your head to make you say those things. It was your choice to do it or not, correct?
Right.
The third paragraph. The Brodericks would like respondent to know that the phone ringers have not been turned off on the phones in their home since the first day school started. Perhaps you should also tell her that every morning the boys feed the dogs in their backyard and therefore cannot hear the phones ringing at that time. This is where they were Monday morning when respondent called. On Wednesday morning, she called approximately 15 minutes after the boys had already been picked up for school by the bus. It's clear to you that they're attempting to explain that the ringers had not been turned off, that nobody was trying to prevent you from getting through to the boys. When you called, the boys were at school. They were gone. They weren't there. They couldn't immediately return your call.
This is legal posturing. This is bullshit. This is after the fact. This is not true. Sylvia Cavan said that she told me when she came to work that the ringers were turned off again. These are lies. But it was the same thing going on again, and Sylvia already attested to that. And this thing about the dogs and that I called 15 minutes after they left, that's not the truth. That's legal posturing.
Well, the messages that you left were left. One of them was left. One of them was left at 7:30 a.m.
Approximately, it says.
The last sentence, finally I find respondent's actions completely inconsistent with the contentions of her psychotherapist that her emotional disturbance and mental disease are improving. The contrary appears to be the case. That's the sentence that made you the angriest, isn't it?
I was, yes, sick to death at this point of them carrying on the way they were always carrying on. That I was crazy, that I was sick, that I was doing all these nutty things for no reason.
After, at some point, you began calling him raving maniac, pathologically sick, mentally deranged as well, correct? It was okay for you to call him that?
In 1989, I thought he was those things. I thought he was crazy. But there was no end to this, that he was just nuts. Because he threatened this would never be over until one of us is gone, and I didn't see any point to it going on.
So you decided to put an end to it by killing him?
Well, you know that's not true.
What did the letter say to you?
The letter said to me...
Don't read the letter. Just tell me what you remember the letter saying to you.
It said to me that you're going to jail, that you're going to be fined, that Linda's going to screw around with the machine again and keep you from your sons for the next 2 weeks, going to play her games again, and it's going to drive you crazy, and that's why she's doing it, to create contempt orders, that I was going to have to go back into the system, that Dan Broderick was now going to do to Walter Mond what he did to Tricia Smith, is that I hired Mr. Mond to do a custody fight, and we're going to drop the custody fight and play this contempt game again. It meant that that seeing the boys was going to be put off and put off and put off, and I just stood there and I felt so sorry for my boys, that they were missing everything in childhood, and I already mentioned that Danny was 13, and so, you know, the older the kids get, and we miss all these things like Halloween and stuff, those moments are forever gone, and they're never coming back. And so this meant to me that I was not going to get the kids for the whole school year, probably, and that I was going to have to waste money fighting in court about stupid things, and that Dan was just going to jerk me around and mess up the money, undoubtedly, with the fines. And then I had the condo going, I had the house going, and I was in flux here, and I had a third mortgage going. And so if he fined me like he used to fine me and take the money away, all these moves that I was making to get control of my life and make decisions were totally dependent on that monthly check. And if he pulled the monthly check, everything would come crashing down.
Were you angry at anybody at that time at all?
Yes. When you feel that you're victimized like I did, you have a lot of self-hate because you can't handle what's going on. And I was mad at myself for not being able to handle this.
And I had promised those children for years, don't worry kids, don't worry kids, I'll take care of this. I'll get the lawyer, I'll get the psychiatrist, I'll do what we have to do. Don't worry kids, I'll take care of this. And they told me to hire Walter Mond, and I disappointed them again because I promised them by this September they'd be living with me. And I promised and been unable to live up to my promises for so many times. And then on this day, I just felt that I had absolutely failed those kids. I could not get them, and I tried, and I wasn't going to get them. We were going to play this game instead. And the kids were going to be very disappointed in me. And it was important to me that I protected my kids and did what I promised them I'd do. And then I just gave up. And I wrote a suicide note and left it on the kitchen counter like this. And it just says, I can't take this anymore. And then it says 3 things that I can't take anymore. Do you want me to read them?
Yes.
Number 1, Linda Kolkina, the cunt, interfering with what little contact I have left with my children. She's been doing it for years. We've litigated it continuously. Number 2, the constant threats of court, jail, contempt, fines, etc., which is very scary to me, and no matter what the evidence, I always lose. Number 3, them constantly insinuating I'm crazy. The last sentence of this letter says that her emotional disturbance and mental disease, it says that they're not improving. And that just, that's the same thing that he'd been telling me since 1983, is that I'm emotionally disturbed and I have a mental disease. And it was never that. It was just that I couldn't stand getting attacked like this. And so it appeared that I was crazy or upset, and I was, but it was situational craziness. If they would just leave me alone and let me have a life, I'd be fine.
And so she got up that day and she decided to go to the beach, and you will hear, because when she opened the letter and saw it, and she writes on the letter exactly what her feelings are. I can't take this anymore. This has got to end. There's got to be a resolution to that. And she will tell you that as she sat there at that table, thinking about that and being so depressed, and the walls were closing in on her, and everything seemed to be horrible for her, she had to get out of the house, and she did, and you'll see that she went to walks on the beach all the time when she was depressed. She decided that she had to leave. She had to get out of there. And she left.
The next morning, do you recall being awakened by anything?
I remember her truck starting up and leaving.
When you refer to a truck, you're referring to her suburban truck?
Or what I believed, to be, it sounded like her vehicle starting up, and I just rolled over and went back to sleep.
And how was it that you would have heard that?
I was in the front bedroom of the house, and the driveway was nearby.
Okay. And you just heard the car start up?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened? What did you hear?
Well, I assumed it pulled away. I heard it start up and just kind of rolled over and went back to sleep.
About what time was it when you heard the car leave?
That would be hard to judge. I could guess, but I don't necessarily remember it being light outside.
Okay. And you got in the car and you headed towards the beach. You testified that you headed towards the beach, correct?
Right.
Okay, now where were you when you made the decision to not go to the beach and to go to Dan Broderick's house instead?
I don't know. I don't know at what point I made that, but I know I went out of my street and around and down to where you would have had to turn right to go to where I go to the Sea Lodge and stuff, and I went straight to Dan's house. So I had either made it before that turn or right at that turn.
Did you end up going to the beach?
I left the house to go to the beach. I never got to the beach, no.
And why was that?
Because I was going to go down to the beach. That was the first thought. Just go to the beach, just get the air. And then I thought I was just going to fucking blow my brains out. But I said, no, let's not do that. That's not what's good for the boys, We're going to go over, we're going to talk to Dan. We're going to just try one more time to talk to Dan, to tell him to give me the kids and just leave us alone. He doesn't even have to give me any money, just leave us alone. So I went over to talk to Dan.
Okay. What were you going to do when you went to Dan's?
I was going to ask him for the kids and to just leave me alone. And if he wouldn't agree at all, I was just going to kill myself in his house, not down at the beach and not at my house. And I had been contemplating suicide for a long time. It's in the diaries. I was extremely despondent in what was going on in my life here because I couldn't handle it. And I knew that if I killed myself, it was going to be in front of Dan Broderick so that he couldn't just say, see, I told you she was crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
She left them all sleeping soundly, her two sons not knowing that they would never see their father again. And she chose to leave her safe and comfortable home and to get into her car and to drive across town to Dan and Linda's house. She took with her two critical things. One was the gun. It's a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver, her gun. The other was a set of keys with a very identifiable key on it that she knew would get her into Dan and Linda's house. The gun she had loaded up with hollow point bullets, which are bullets specifically designed to do the maximum amount of damage possible when shot into someone. They're designed to kill. The keys weren't her keys. They belonged to her daughter, Kim. And they had mysteriously disappeared from Kim's possession weeks earlier when she'd been with her mother. Kim didn't know where they were. Elizabeth Broderick had kept them because she knew there was going to come a time when she'd have the opportunity to use them. When was it that you checked to make sure that you had the gun in your purse so that you could blow your brains out?
I didn't check to make sure I had the gun in my purse. I knew the gun was in my purse.
So
I never checked it.
So you drove all the way over to Dan Broderick's house, all the way from La Jolla to Marsden Hills, with the plan or the intent of possibly killing yourself, and you never checked to make sure that you had a gun to kill yourself?
I wouldn't have had to check it if the purse was there, the gun was there. I wouldn't have had to check it. The purse is large. I mean, the purse was there.
So you never turned and looked to make sure you had the gun or to make sure that the gun was loaded? You just knew that it was there?
If the purse was there, the gun was there. If the gun was there, the gun was loaded.
And in fact, that's what you testified as to why you took the gun, to make him listen to you, right?
Right.
It didn't have anything to do at that point with wanting to kill yourself. You took the gun initially because you wanted to make him listen to you.
I took the gun into the house to make him listen to me. If he wouldn't listen to me, I was going to kill myself.
You took the gun as a show of force, were your words?
So that he couldn't say, you've got 10 seconds to get off this property or I'm going to call the police. Or Linda couldn't yell like she used to yell out the window. You want me to call the police instead?
And did you think that by pointing a gun at him and forcing him to listen to you and forcing him to tell you that he was going to give you the kids, did you think that he was genuinely going to be inclined then to truly give you the kids after you confronted him in that manner?
I thought so. I thought I could make him see how serious I was and that I really wanted the kids like now. No more playing games.
When the defendant got to Dan and Linda Broderick's house that morning, it was still very early. It was about 5:30 in the morning. It was a Sunday morning. It was quiet. It was peaceful. The entire city was basically sound asleep. And at that point, when she parked her car in front of the house, she obviously had the opportunity to think about what she was doing. This was not an immediate, rash, impulsive act. She had that opportunity on the entire drive over there. There were no distractions. There was no one forcing her to do anything. But she chose to go forward. She was determined to do it. And she made deliberate choices every step of the way. She chose to take the gun out of her purse so that she'd have it right there in her hand, ready to use. She chose to take the keys out of the car. She chose to get out of the car. And she chose to go up to their house. She knew that Dan and Linda would be home alone that morning. Dan and Elizabeth Broderick had had 4 children together. Their 2 daughters, Kim and Lee, didn't live at home anymore. They were grown. And as I mentioned, their 2 sons, Danny and Rhett, she'd left back at her house in La Jolla. So she knew they'd be there alone. This is their home. It's set back some distance from the street, not a real far distance. She had parked out in the street and approached the house. She didn't go in the front door, even though it's the most logical door to go into because it's at the front of the house, and even though this key worked to the front door. But there was a reason for that. And you'll see as we get inside the house that the master bedroom, Dan and Linda Broderick's bedroom, was at the top of the stairs, and the stairs are right inside the front door. And so if she'd gone in that front door, there was a possibility that they might have heard her. So she chose to go around the house and go in the back door so that she couldn't be heard. This is the back door that she went in the house. You can see that it was a two-story house. Right off the back door is the kitchen. She went through the kitchen. Into a hallway. You can see this is the front door and the stairs right as you enter the front door. And you can see the door to their bedroom right off the top of the stairs. Again, she didn't go in that door at the top of the stairs, even though she could have. Nothing was preventing her from doing that. As you can see, from their position on the beds, if they had been awake, they might have been able to see her, might have been able to do something to protect themselves. And so she didn't go in this door. She went down this hallway. And into a little TV room, which is behind the bedroom.
Okay. When you got to the house and went in the back door, do you remember where you went?
I got upstairs, I know that, but I don't know which route I took.
Okay. And when you went upstairs, do you remember where you went when you got to the top of the stairs?
The door to the bedroom was closed, but the next door was open, so I went in that door.
Okay. And where does that door lead to?
To what they call a TV room, but it's part of the bedroom suite on that side of the house.
Okay. And was anybody up at that time that you saw?
No.
And this is the back or the second door to the bedroom. which is the door that she came in. She had the cover of the lamp here. She was coming in a dark corner. The windows were on the other side of the room.
What did, when you went into the TV room, what was the next thing that you did?
The TV room door was wide open, and then the door to their bedroom was part open. It wasn't closed. It was like ajar.
Okay, and did you go into that, did you then go into their bedroom?
Yes.
Dan and Linda were in bed, sound asleep. It was 5:30 on a Sunday morning. They'd been out the night before with friends, having dinner. Elizabeth Broderick stood right next to the bed, literally almost right on top of them. And without hesitation, and those are her words, after she entered the bedroom, without hesitation, she opened fire and gunned them down. She pointed the gun at them and she pulled the trigger 5 times. And this is not an automatic, this is a revolver. You have to pull the trigger each time in order to shoot this gun. And you will see that it's not a particularly easy trigger to pull. And you'll also see that every one of her shots was aimed to kill.
Okay, and what did you do when you went into their bedroom?
Well, the motion that I made, although I don't think it was a big motion, the movement that I made into their bedroom woke them up, and they moved, and somebody screamed, "Call the police," and I said, "No!" And I just fired the gun, and this big noise went off, and then I grabbed the phone and got the hell out of there. But I wasn't even in that room. I mean, it just was an explosion. Just, I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah! And it was that fast. I don't know what was going on. I heard this humongous noise and what seemed like a flash or something, and the gun was empty. I don't have any recollection of doing this for the first shot, for the 5 shots, or thereafter when the gun was empty. But the gun was empty.
This is a scale diagram of the bedroom. 2 different pictures of the same bedroom. When the defendant entered the bedroom, she stood right about here. Linda was basically lying flat on her back in the bed. The first shot at her went right into her chest, right above her heart, right exactly where you'd shoot someone if you were intending to kill them. That shot went completely through her body and into the bed underneath her. That shot in itself would have killed her. It was fatal. She shot Dan, who was most probably lying on his side with his back to her, because she shot him right in the middle of the back. And he either tried to frantically dive away as she was shooting at him, or he simply fell off the bed in response to being shot. A second shot at him missed and went right into the wall beyond him. Linda had also reacted to being shot by trying to roll away or get away from the defendant. But the defendant shot at her 2 more times. One shot just barely missed her head, went into the nightstand right next to the bed. The other shot was right on target, right in the middle of the back of her head. That shot exploded through her brain and killed her instantly. They both were shot in the back as they were trying to get away. She had to aim at Linda. She had to change her aim to get Dan. She had to change her aim again to get Linda again.
I don't remember seeing Linda or Dan at all. It was just blurred.
How do you know that Linda moved towards Dan and Dan moved towards the phone if you didn't see it?
Because all I'm trying to do is explain what I thought happened then. Is that Linda, who was closest to me, that I know now from pictures, moved toward Dan, and Dan moved toward the phone, and she yelled, "Call the police," and that's what was going on there, and that's how I knew the phone was over there.
If you had any correction whatsoever about the fact that they were moving, it is true that they were moving away from you, correct?
Yes.
And what about moving away from you was so frightening or startling that it caused you to start shooting your gun?
When I entered the room, I was about to say something to them. They said first, and they started moving, and I just panicked. It was not a thought process.
You brought the gun for a show of force. You brought the gun to make him listen
talk
to
to
you.
him, right.
But when you entered the room, you didn't use the gun for a show of force. You didn't use the gun to say, hold it, I want to talk to you, Buster. You shot.
I didn't have a chance.
You didn't have a chance? What do you mean you didn't have a chance?
Because it all happened so fast. I'm telling you, it wasn't a thought process. I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was over that fast.
The bullet that hit Dan, who was now lying on the floor, had pierced through his lung, but he didn't die instantly. As he laid there on the floor, wounded, he tried to reach for the phone that was on the nightstand next to the bed, presumably to call for help. Elizabeth Broderick was now out of bullets. It was a 5-shot gun. She had shot all 5 of them, 2 at Dan and 3 at Linda. But Dan was still alive and reaching for the phone. It's at this point that the evidence will show how clearly the defendant's intent was to kill these 2 people. Because when she saw that Dan was still alive, she didn't pick up the phone herself and call 911 and say, oh my God, I've just shot 2 people, come quick, what have I done? She didn't just panic and run out of the house. What she did was to walk all the way around the bed, over to where Dan was lying, to where, as she later told someone, she could hear him gurgling in his own blood. And what she did was she picked up the phone and ripped it out of the wall, literally tearing the cord in half. And she did it in her own words so he couldn't save himself. There would be no chance to call for help. She then walked out of the room, dumping the broken phone at the top of the stairs. And when she left, this is a photograph of the scene. Linda lay dead in a pool of blood. Dan Broderick was left to essentially suffocate in his own blood and die anywhere from a couple of minutes to as much as a half hour later. The shot that he took actually was very similar to the shot that President Reagan took through his lung, but President Reagan was rushed to the hospital and he survived. Dan didn't have that opportunity. Not once in the minutes to hours after Elizabeth Broderick left them there, while she was busily calling people to tell them what she had done, not once did she express any remorse for what she'd done, or did she make any effort to get them help. She went over there wanting them dead, and she made sure that they died.
Do you remember where you went after that?
Well, I had nowhere to go. I mean, I was afraid Dan was after me. I was afraid when I went into that house of confronting Dan, and then when I left, I thought he was after me. And so I thought, oh man, you can't go home because he's going to have called the police, and the police are going to be waiting at my house, and I didn't want to scare the boys and everything, so I didn't go home. So I ended up at a phone in Claremont, at a gas station in Claremont.
On that date, early in the morning, do you recall receiving a phone call?
Yes.
What time was it approximately?
Approximately around 7 a.m.
Did you answer that phone call?
Yes, I did.
Who was in the line?
It was my mom.
What did she tell you?
She said she was in trouble and she needed my help.
What else did she say?
She told me that she shot my dad. She shot the son of a bitch. And she wanted to come to my house. And I told her to come.
I called Lee and I told her I was in trouble or something. I don't remember really what I told her. But I said that I'll try and get to your house. And if I don't get to your house, that means they've arrested me because the Suburban is real big and there weren't many cars out on a Sunday morning. And it has a load 'em up license plate, that's what it says, so it'd be real easy to get pulled over. And I said, if I don't arrive, honey, it's because the police got me, but I'll try and get to your house. So I went to Lee's house, and the reason for that is Dan didn't know where Lee lived. So if he was sending the cops to get me, he couldn't send them to Lee's house because he didn't know where Lee lived. Nobody knew where Lee lived except me.
Did, when you got to Lee's house, how would you describe how you felt?
Well, whenever, especially this day, I felt bad that I was involving her, but at the same time, I tried to pretend like everything was okay. I guess, I don't know. I got there, I remember I took my camera out of the car, I gave her my camera, and I told her that I shot this gun at Dan's house and I have to go give myself into the police. So I took off all my jewelry and stuff, but I know I did that, but I don't remember doing it. And then I sent Lee from her apartment to go check on Danny and Rhett, because I was worried that the cops were there and that the boys were afraid and stuff. So Jason and Lee went to check on Danny and Rhett.
Did you eventually turn yourself in that day?
Yes.
Again, this was a phone call from jail from her, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything to you about why she had killed Dan or Linda? Anything specifically about Linda?
Linda was destroying her life, destroying her family, destroying her social life.
That's what she said to you?
That's what she said to me. And I said back to her, so you destroyed her? And she said yes.
And how did she say yes?
She said it very lightheartedly. Did not bother her.
Did she laugh?
Yes.
Don't you think the most important people in the world for her to have said anything about being sorry for these killings would have been her children? She never told Kim she was sorry for killing her father, a father that she knew Kim adored. She told Kim in that conversation from jail, I did it for you. That was basically what she said. I did it for you. He was making you so unhappy. He wasn't paying for college. Talk about laying a guilt trip on a child for the rest of her life. I killed your father for you? Can you tell us, if you can, at this point, how you feel about your mother?
Well, I love her, but I'm mad at her.
And why is it that you're mad at her?
Because I don't like things that she's done.
How do you feel about your father right now?
Well, I still love him and miss him.
She's never said in a sentence, I regret what I did, or I'm sorry for killing your dad.
All four Broderick children have their own individual feelings on the situation, but they all talk to their mom on the phone and visit her on occasion. Rhett says she still gives him motherly advice, get a haircut, treat your girlfriends well. But eventually, the subject of Dan always comes up.
Every time I have to read her letters, the part where it goes into ranting and raving, I just want to say to her, you've killed them. Isn't that enough? Can you stop bashing them in their graves?
Nonetheless, Rhett doesn't believe his mother is a threat to anyone.
I love my mom. I want her back. It's time to have Mom come home.
When you talked to the author from People magazine, which was just last month, isn't it true that you indicated absolutely no remorse, that Linda knowingly dated a married man, that you felt equally unconcerned about the death of your ex-husband? I wasn't the one who had the affair. I won't accept the blame for what happened. Didn't you say that?
I don't remember specifically saying that. If he says I said it, I said it.
Well, she described that when she talked to you the very first meeting, that you insisted that all your actions were justified. You said, quote, "He went off with the bimbo at 40 driving a red Corvette. Haven't we heard this before?" Did you say that to Amy Wallace?
I did say that.
You also told Amy Wallace that you were upset that people were mourning Dan and Linda. Didn't you?
I was upset at the way that the funeral was handled, yes.
You said it always makes me mad when people call them the victims. You're tired of hearing people mourn Dan and Linda. Did you say that?
I thought the way the funeral was handled was wrong.
And it wasn't that you were upset that you couldn't go to the funeral. What you were upset about, and that you expressed to several people, was that Dan had gotten full rights in the Catholic Church, and you didn't think that was appropriate because he was divorced.
No, I was very upset I didn't go to the funeral. I would have handled the funeral extremely differently, however.
It is true that you had discussed divorce on many occasions with Dan Broderick during the course of your marriage.
I don't know. No, we didn't discuss divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him, yes.
Well, you didn't just threaten to kill him, you did kill him.
Well, and we did get a divorce.
Yes. And you threatened divorce even in the first year of your marriage, didn't you?
And probably to kill him in the first year of my marriage, too, yes.
I take absolute responsibility for everything I've ever done. I've never lied about it. I've never denied anything I've ever done. I've told the complete, absolute, total. There is no more truth than the truth that I've always told. That day, every day since, and today. I never made a conscious decision to ever hurt anybody, much less kill anybody.
When you ask if she has any remorse, Elizabeth's response,
"Oh, well, remorseful about what? About my entire family and life being destroyed? Yeah, I'm real remorseful about, I have nothing left in life, and the family was all I cared about. So I'm very sorry that my entire family was destroyed, but I don't think my family was destroyed on November 5th, 89. My family was destroyed before that.
To you, what happened November 5th, 89?
I stopped it all. It ended. I mean, it just was over. Dan Broderick is the one who said it would never be over until one of us was gone. Well, it's over now.